Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the GOML Northeast Qualifier. My name is Grayola, and I'm once again joined by Ajax. How are you doing today, Ajax?
I'm doing awesome. We're getting into the finals day of the Northeast Qualifier for the USA. We have some of the best players in the business now showing their heads because there was an invitated group that was waiting in the wings for all of the players to finish the qualifying. Imagine having to go through that stacked bracket that we had yesterday and then having to see, oh, who's my next opponent? Oh, Tweak. Oh, Mars. Oh, the Buzz. A lot of the threats are now here to play. I'm really excited for today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great show we have coming on today for you all. It's going to see who's going to represent one of the strongest regions in this qualifier, if not the outright strongest. You know, it's crazy. We're like, who's going to make it out? Maybe DeBuzz, maybe Tweak, maybe Mars. And that's just only the top ones. That's not even considering a lot of the other great talent we have coming in. You know, we have Sharp, we have Mr. E, we have Leon, we have Puppe, Waddy. The list goes on and on.
Yes,
we're going to take you through the first half of it today, and then we're going to throw it over to Max and Dre. But I think our first match coming up is going to be Sharp versus Puppe. So that's going to be an interesting match. You know, we're getting the PT from Puppe, most certainly. He's been known for his Charizard, that back throw into Oblivion. But then also from Sharp, Oblivion's kind of what I would call his character pool. You don't really know exactly what you're going to be getting. Maybe the Joker, maybe the ZSS, maybe his Pocket Isabel. You don't know.
We may not be able to really go out to a lot of public things and maybe be able to gamble a little bit, but it's always a gamble trying to figure out exactly what Sharp's going to pick. You have that Joker, you have that Sheik, we saw the Ganondorf Ditto randomly yesterday. I don't think we'll see that in this matchup, but it's one of those things where you have to figure out and adjust according to what they're going to play. I think we'll probably see the Joker off the start, or possibly the Wolf. That could be another strong pick too. I don't think we see the Sheik against Puppe because, as we said just a second ago, the kill power is so strong on PT's side that you almost you could combo like a Charizard to Oblivion, like you said. But when you see that Squirtle or the Ivysaur, you got to play a little bit more on the defensive side, and I think we'll be looking at more consistent kill power out of Sharp for the first game. But still, so many strong competitors.
Yeah, no, certainly. I'm going to take a quick look at the bracket here just so you know, list off some other names. We had Zomba, who made a great run yesterday. Zomba was actually able to take out not only Mr. Brody Lee, but I believe there was another huge win that he was able. I think he took out Mr. E. So Zomba kind of went on a tear yesterday. He's gonna have to play Rafi coming to this first one, and we were talking about the memeing on Rafi, so we'll see if the memeing on Rafi can continue within the gameplay itself.
Hey, Rafi is still one of the strongest Wi-Fi warriors in the business, pretty much since the Brawl days, playing through and through since. Rob, obviously one of the characters of a certain category of characters that people like to talk about recently on Twitter, but it's Rob Ditto in itself, very volatile, having to not only optimize gyro control compared to the other, but the ledge trap game is so important. So I'm interested to see who wins possibly in the Ditto amongst those two. I think it'll probably be that. And
yeah, we might see the Roy as well. Just be able to get those big up air juggles on the Rob. Looks like we got 2 DQs coming out immediately, though. Tweak and Puppe unfortunately DQ'd. So we're going to get Leon Mr. E instead, which is also going to be a fantastic match. Obviously, we're going to be seeing the Bowser versus Lucina. I would be surprised if we saw pretty much anything else. How do you feel about this matchup coming into it?
Well, between these two, one of the things that when you play as a heavy against Lucina, it's such a hard time, not necessarily for the damage you can take on stage, but for the problems you have to deal with off stage. Lucina's going to be able to go out there, get the counter on the up B, be able to maneuver around a lot of the jumps that Bowser wants to go for, with just putting fares out as Lucina free falls down. So it's going to be hard to navigate around that. However, Leon is used to that. Leon is used to fighting this type of matchup. He's played this matchup before, and the kill potential on stage is where Leon's going to thrive. So if his punish game is there, all he needs to do is win like 2 to 3 interactions, and then he could just take a stock from Mr. E.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Mr. E's edgeguard flowchart kind of evolves as the tournament and maybe just as set goes on. That was a big part we were talking about yesterday. He was the edge guard flowchart. Whether it's okay, I'm going to throw out a hitbox here, or I'm going to try to kind of babysit you off stage a little bit and make you make a mistake, or I'm going to actually go for the full on edge guard. I'm going to commit to it. So it'll be interesting to see how he mixes up how he uses edge guards, because if he relies on one style too much, I think Leon's going to be able to take advantage of it. And Bowser's a character that can make reversals on you anywhere on the stage, off stage, just a character with so much even combo potential, kill potential. So he's definitely going to have to keep mixing up his advantage options if he wants to get these big punishes that he needs against a heavy character like Bowser.
And speaking of stage, that's going to be so important in this matchup because, when you're fighting these two, when you have triplats and such available, it makes the kill power of Bowser that much safer because he could go for the command grab and get you off the top, but also the landings are a lot safer. So even though Lucina could juggle pretty consistently, it gives a few more escape options and a few more things that Mr. E has to be scared about. So I wouldn't be surprised, even though Bowser does pretty well on FD overall, if we see more of just a flat route, probably mostly PS2, FD, maybe Town and City, to just mitigate the idea that there is any potential of getting killed from a command grab off a top platform in favor of Mr. E. And I think besides the edge guarding, a big key factor for both players is who is better in the ledge trapping game throughout the set.
Yeah, definitely.
Both of them have really good defense, but if you can get a solid 40-50% every time you got them trapped at the ledge, you're going to be looking much more comfortable. Getting ready to get into game number 1, we got Leon versus Mr. E. It's hard to peg who might be the victor of this. I'm pretty excited to see this match. The first hype top 16 round 1 match coming up for you up next.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited for this match overall. I think what you said about ledge trapping spot on. Both these characters can do so much in the ledge trap game. I think in neutral, these two characters, even though you see Bowser's character, okay, you're talking about your rule of 80 yesterday, where you're expecting to take 80, you just have to accept it. I don't know if Bowser's necessarily in that category of this game. The neutral is actually pretty impressive for what the character can do.
And the run speed, too. Just being so fast as a heavy character, being able to box with others is so frightening. But you see Mr. E has to be careful. Not putting too much pressure early on because you can get caught with a gentleman. Good job parrying because that shield is getting very low already off the start here.
Yeah, doing a really good job at pressuring Bowser's shield at the moment. That's always, one thing you have to keep in mind with shield pressure Lucina is obviously that big old neutral beat. You got that shield breaker. You have to be very careful of how you're playing defense. Even as a character like Bowser, you get shield broken at 50, you might be dead still.
Yeah, you always got to watch out for shield breaker at the ledge, but one thing that has been consistent so far is Leon has been able to recognize every time Mr. E's tried to land on shield, that time going a little bit high with the Dolphin Slash and F-Tail was going to take it out.
Yeah, was just getting walled up by that flame breath so effectively. And a lot of times what you can do is if you hit the flame breath, you wait for the defensive option and then either react or just straight up go for a read. You can punch so much out of it. Leon doing a good job early in this set, taking this extra damage. We'll see how much he can pad his lead, but that down B's going to get caught by the S smash. We'll see what the ledge trap option is.
Down B in that situation because it's early in the set, and you don't want to do that too often. So you catch somebody off guard who's trying to approach and go for a kill. It missed and ended up leading to a stock loss. But now that puts a little bit of fear potentially into Mr. E's head to have to pay attention for when Leon might instead just continue to go forward. That'll be consistently getting a lot of good damage for Leon right now.
Yeah, definitely one of Bowser's main tools in pretty much any matchup. It's something you can kind of react to with on hit, and Leon's definitely knows when to use it, finds the up tilt, and able to get the back air out of it. That's going to be a nice stock, only 48% on him. Mr. E's a big... Okay, and yeah, that's going to be the game. I honestly thought Lucina might make it back with the Dolphin Slash with how formidable it is, but great game 1 from Leon coming out with a bang in that game.
And again, that's one of those early game options that establishes fear in a player. You go for something like the side B off stage because you're just, okay, what are you going to do on get up here? Probably another up B, right? Probably try to box me out. You have a stock lead. You're going to try and get big damage on, and then Leon just takes you for a ride off stage. We've seen this out of Leon so many times, and just catching Mr. E on a mixed up DI, pulling him way off, and that's going to be game 1 going to Leon.
Yeah. Strong game 1 coming out for Leon, even though you did have what some might call cheese with that side B off the side. It was just, he was controlling the neutral so well, his ledge trapping, his reactions on flame breath. He was playing on point, and he saw the opportunity. He said, why not? Like, I have the opportunity. Why wouldn't I go for it?
Hey, if it's in the game, go for it. And if it works, then take it. Mr. E going immediately off stage just could be a very solid edge trap. I like the idea of just kind of backing off because you put so much pressure early on, you make Leon get aggressive off stage. And now already 2% to 91, 101 now. Looking for the drop down, possibly with a down air to get a trade with that forward smash. And looking for what was possibly another suicide just to even up all that damage that Mr. E already put on.
That's something Mr. E has to be careful about when he's going crazy off stage, as he likes to do. A lot of times, Bowser can find the reversal with the side B if you're not careful. I'm sure that's something Mr. E's keeping in mind, though, as playing a little bit more patient right now, starting to play that walling style and gonna get the footstool. Don't you come out here, Mr. E says, and gets that footstool for the stop.
Mr. E is one of the people who has been using footstools for so long, especially if you decide to overuse your resources. It's not bad to occasionally go off stage. Granted, you give up stage positioning, but if you get that forward air dropping down, you now reverse all of that pressure Mr. E had to start. He was just chilling, waiting for it.
Yeah, definitely cognizant of the options that Leo was going to go for here. And yeah, I think you're spot on at the beginning. This ledge trap game has been so brutal on either side so far. They're getting 30-40% consistently, if not just straight up kills.
Yeah, you see, Mr. E consistently always going to roll distance, just wanting to make it so Leon has to commit. You either neutral get up and you have to face a neutral air like so, or you have to get up and go for full jump, which I'm already in position to punish. And that's really been working really well for Mr. E. So far, Leon hasn't been able to find that first stock. A command grab could be coming his way pretty soon, probably looking for an F tilt at the ledge, instead just holding his ground.
Yeah. And able to find that command grab out of the down smash. That's going to take the first stock, about 100% deficit. And something I want to mention real quick while we're saying in neutral is Mr. E went for that that counter on the recovery, and Leon actually was able to tech it and then use that to have that big ledge trap situation. And yeah, that's okay.
Hey, look, that's all just perfect for Leon right there. You take out a stock at 30% after you were already at plus 100 and you even the game back out while also being a game up. So you just ruin a majority of the momentum that Mr. E had. Not that it seems to be phasing him too much, but that was a huge blow to the lead Mr. E had there.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's exactly what you're looking for there for Leon. You managed to find it. That's huge. That's something Mr. E has to be cognizant of as we move further into the set. You know, he's had two big stocks lost to that, so needs to play careful around it. Big props to Leon for being able to hit it twice, though. We'll see how that ends up impacting the rest of this game, too.
Yeah, big factor here is being careful on the landing, but just running up and doing it to him. That down smash is so strong, and that's going to be the very first W going to Leon in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, are we in best of 5 territory, or is this all best of 3 at this point?
That is a good question, actually. I said that so confidently, I'm not even sure.
I think we might be in best of 5 territory, but I could be wrong. If we could just get some confirmation on that one. We are in best of 5 territory, it looks like, with the ban.
All right, so, I think I said that so well that I just sold somebody like a used car. Like it was so good. So actually, we actually have one more game. All I did was just make everybody sad and then bring it right back in because we get another chance. All right, it's all confirmed. It is all best of 5 today.
Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of great action. You know, you get these full set of adaptations. We'll see if Mr. E can make the reverse 3-0. He definitely had some really strong points in that last game and even the game before. It's just he's getting abused in the advantage a little bit. Whether it's not, you know, these early side Bs, but just in general, in the advantage, he's kind of getting blown up. Needs to tighten up his disadvantage play a little bit, but we'll see if he can work on that as this set progresses.
Yeah, like Mr. E has been consistently able to get the damage on. It's just not being able to call out the KO first. And that's hard to do against Bowser. Bowser can kill you at 50. So you're sitting there looking for all these options. You land in, you get hit by these neutral Bs, and then all of a sudden it catches you. It's back to even. I like the idea of going for shield breaker there. You haven't used it too much throughout the set in those same positions. Can he find the ledge trap he's been looking for, though? Leon has been able to consistently avoid a KO at the ledge over and over again into reverse back air, able to switch positions up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Bowser can reversal you at any point, so you have to be so careful. Even if it's not a side B, just a nice, well-placed aerial. And Yeah, Leon now in an unfavorable position. Gonna get F thrown, and that's gonna take the first stock there from Mr. E.
Yeah, Mr. E going off stage, looking for that edge guard, giving up stage positioning, and Leon was able to take advantage of it, looking for the early down B spike possibly at the ledge. But now, Mr. E forced off stage once again. That was his jump. He's forcing into a bad spot. The early Dolphin Slash answering before the back air coming in, though, shutting that down.
Yeah. Looking for the F smash there. Yeah, feels like Leon was really trying to extend his advantage, really trying to just kind of seal the set out with the F smash. But Mr. E, you know, has a shot still. Needs a nice little juggle situation, and he's starting to really do it. His execution's on point currently.
Yeah, you see Mr. E recognizing after the jump, he knew the down air was going to come, so just kind of waiting to bait it out. But the immediate get up into side B, and that's actually going to take out another stock. Leon is currently sitting on a potential chance to 3-0. Mr. E off the start here in the beginning of this top 16 qualifier. Mr. E has to find something now. The counter is already a good position. You got to close out the stock. There it is.
Yeah, beautiful edge guard there. Gets the counter, sends the proper direction so Leon's not able to tech it this time, and just able to seal the stock off. Already taking a nice 30 from that Flame Breath, though. That Flame Breath has been the MVP so far for Leon. Whether it be damage, but he's been able to convert so many kills off of it because he's able to read the options that Mr. E does in the defense out of Flame Breath.
Yeah, just looked up the Discord. It's like, okay, combo charts for Lucina. Falling up air, jump up air, forward air. Look at Bowser. Flamethrower. Both get 30%. And it's just been working so well for Leon. That's, I think, a big confidence part in this matchup for Leon is, okay, I'm going to take that damage, but I can answer it right back every time you try to get in, and you're going to be at kill potential much earlier than me. Already looking at it right here, 135. Really can't take any more hits from this point forward.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. Yeah, he's not getting enough in the ledge trap situation. He gets caught on a jump in really hard there. That up tilt's gonna take, I think up tilts took the last two games actually. So that's gonna be a quick 3-0. I shouldn't say quick, those are three very close games that could have gone either way. But that's a 3-0 nonetheless coming out from Leon over Mr. E. He'll be moving on to play, if I can just check one sec. He'll be on to play the winner of Jen and Miles.
That's going to be another good one right there. One of you pointed out that up tilt. One of the things that Lucina pretty much has to do in matchups like this is, you know, you got a short hop approach. You have to approach with the aerial game because you're trying to bait out bad defensive options. You're trying to find those spot dodges. You're trying to find somebody who jumps a little bit too early and you get big damage. Leon didn't care. Leon held his ground because he knew, okay, you jump in on me in the wrong time, I'm going to catch you with Flamethrower, or I'm going to catch you with the upbeat. The approaches became predictable due to that because there was really no other option other than trying to find that KO at the end, especially being down 3 games to none. That was really well played. Mr. E had the edge guards. He had a lot of the right ideas. It's just really Leon was able to close out the stocks much more consistently by comparison, especially with those anti-airs. And Mr. E already one of the first threats going into loser's side while Leon moves on.
Yeah, I think something to mention is they're both playing relatively well in every aspect of the game, but Leon kind of just had that X factor. He had that factor of the kind of fear that he could blow up on you at any moment. That's just heavies in general, but Leon was able to use all the tools so well. Mr. E, you kind of knew what you were expecting. Okay, he'll be able to get an edge guard. Maybe he'll get a read on ledge trapping, but there wasn't that big real fear that he could distill into Leon. And because of that, Leon could play his game without worrying as much as Mr. E has to worry about, okay, I could just get Bowsered real quick, and that's just like, I got to deal with that.
Yeah, when you have the emergency escape button of Dolphin Slash, that's one thing, but when you have the emergency even everything up button in that side B, which worked multiple times, including winning the game for Leon, that is easily one of the most tilting things that have happened to you. Usually Mr. E is really good at keeping his cool in terms of matchup play. But what do you do when you just have a 100% lead to 30% and then it just disappears against Bowser?
Yeah, I feel like he didn't really tilt, though, from what I saw. He was still playing well, even if after it happened from game to game. It just, like I said, it seemed like Leon just had this extra factor to him that he could just, even if he took all his damage, he was like, okay, let me just blow you up real quick, okay? That's just kind of how it works for him.
Yeah, played amazing. Quick updates from what I'm seeing already. Rafi went down 3-0 in the Ditto to Zamba. So Zamba already moving on as well. So Mars will be getting a different Rob because Mars also taking it 3-1 over Superfly. But up next, we have Noku versus Sharp. Both of these two players moving forward due to the DQs of the other players. However, that does not change a single thing about the talent that they both possess. You got the PT in Noku, and of course, like we said, the roulette machine, that is Sharp. I think we're probably going to see the Wolf is my guess, but there's still potential of the Joker. I think we see Wolf to start things off here, though, from Sharp.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Wolf. So we're seeing the ZSS instead from Sharp.
Okay.
I was going to mention the other characters that Sharp has on deck is obviously his Joker, but then also he has the ZSS he's been working on. So that's what he's going to start off with in this next set here. We saw the Wolf from him yesterday, but he's someone who can play a plethora of characters at a high level. So him switching between characters is something we've really come to expect from Sharp. So, not surprising. But we'll see if Noku can pull it out here, because if he were to take this, make no mistake, this would be a pretty big upset.
Yeah, I think a majority of what we're going to see out of Noku is how long can Noku capitalize on using Squirtle in this particular setup. Because you want that short body to be able to maneuver around all of the retreating Zairs, all the retreating side Bs that Sharp can put out, and the forward airs out of shield. Big thing. So if you could shut that down, you could be in a very comfortable spot. However, Sharp is not one to let people get away from the ledge very easy, much like we saw with Mr. E a second ago. It's going to be on the defense of Noku, and I like the idea of going to PS2, having a much wider stage to get away from Sharp when necessary.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long he decides to stay in the Squirtle. Obviously, it's probably the most favorable in the matchup, able to kind of abuse the small character aspect of it. But he needs to be careful. If he gets grounded this percent, he is 1000% dead.
Yep, and this is the range where we were expecting to see it. Good patience on the wait for the Pokemon trainer switch. And now with the extra weight of Charizard still going to stay alive too. Deciding to challenge with the Flare Blitz. I like the idea. It's a couple things that'll throw Sharp off. You just got to be careful with it in the future. And that side B is going to get the last hit. It looks like Noku was looking for maybe a parry to run in and get that up smash to get the KO.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Flare Blitz there. The only thing that I think that works on someone like Sharp once. I don't think you catch him with it twice.
Yeah,
so
that is a trump card that you pull out early to get them to go, what?
Yeah, I honestly think that's one of those things you might want to keep in your pocket for a while to, take a big stock. But gonna find that landing up air there from the Ivysaur, very generous hitbox, and able to make it back. We'll see how he can get past his edge guard / ledge trap situation. Just gonna find the forward air and try to reset to neutral.
Very lucky that it ended up only being about 44% after the fly went above the stage. Sharp very good at capitalizing on damage. Granted, being met with an answer of 12% to 93 is not exactly what you'd like to do either. So unfortunately, the Squirtle not getting too much in his favor on that part. Digging deep, looking for that, and once again going high with the Flare Blitz after Sharp was already down there. And I like the aggressive approach of the flamethrower off the ledge to stop what is usually just a taser ready to take a stock with a boost kick.
Yeah, and able to kind of even up a little bit, but as I say that, it's going to get caught with that high up air. Sharp's going to have a nice little lead coming out. We'll see what the Squirtle can do. The Squirtle has been interesting so far because it feels like he's not eating as many big punishes, but he's eating a lot of small neutral interaction losses. He's not really getting punished with these 30-40% combo. Okay,
I am honestly not even surprised that Sharp went for that because Noku already expended the jump, so the only approach that Noku had left was that waterfall at that angle. So if Sharp could catch it, you get the trade, you get the spike, boom, you're done. Now, because Sharp has been able to consistently win these interactions like you said before, he feels confident going into this next stock.
Yeah, I think that's a fair trade to go for there. It's just Noku, I feel like with his other characters, he's been able to get a little bit of bigger punishes, but when he's going with this the Squirtle right now, and that's on a platform, you're dead. There's just
as simple as it gets. One of the
you're on a platform. You're dead.
Top 5 scariest situations in this game is being in a tech chase scenario against a ZSS, especially on a platform. You roll in, you possibly get tasered. You stay in place, you possibly get tasered. Either which way. It's just a big guessing game the whole time. And Sharp able to recognize that Noku was going to decide to get up right in place, taking it with the boost kick. And I am not too surprised at all if we're going to be, since we're seeing the ZSS being played, that we saw the 2 flattest stages available being banned because no ZSS really wants to go there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame this pick at all. It's just gonna be on Noku to find a way to win these neutral interactions. Squirtle and PT in general is a character that's been so optimized on your combo routes and your kind of flow charts.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to make good use of those flow charts. If he's finding these neutral interactions, he really needs to push his punish game. Just getting a win and getting 20% is not going to be enough.
Yeah, definitely between these two, Sharp has been able to capitalize on damage where he's won most of the situations for sure. It's a bit tough chasing down a good defensive ZSS when you have a frame one jab, when you have all of these good get off me options, including that flip kick as well to get out of these situations. So again, I think the big thing once again is how good can you capitalize on this Squirtle in particular. It's the best way to avoid most of the big combo setups and get early damage and kind of annoy a ZSS in these situations. We really didn't see that too much after the first stock, because the first stock looks good, but it's kind of been disappearing since then.
Yeah, and the thing I want to point out that I'm seeing it early in this game is Sharp is using a lot of F-tilt, and I think what he's trying to do is he's getting approached from the ground a lot of times, because that's what Squirtle likes to do. He likes to get his tail or his hand on you, and then he wants to just combo you with these aerials. But right now, Sharp is starting to allow this F-tilt to cover those ground approaches and force an aerial approach, which ZSS can easily react to and cover.
Yeah, this is looking much better though. As I just talked about how the Squirtle wasn't doing as much work, Noku immediately answered back, getting a Sharp 2KO percent, and now utilizing that, forcing the jump out. So Sharp was in a situation where there was really no other opportunity there. Once that jump got caught, you have to be careful on that recovery, and that was a much better first stock from Noku there.
Oh yeah, definitely. He was just able to go hit for hit in the neutral game there. Gonna lose that stock on the Charizard there, but you know, even already looking a lot better than last game, like you said. As long as he can continue winning these neutral interactions, maybe he's not getting the most off of them, but he's going hit for hit with Sharp and neutral, which is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, we just saw a second ago what was pointed out at the first game. That Flare Blitz is only going to work so many times against Sharp, and that time putting out the side B, knowing it was coming, closing out that stock, and we're seeing that ledge trap game from Sharp once again. After that first stock goes, Sharp just seems to figure out the defense. However, this is cheating position. Whenever you have Charizard up against the wall, with you up against the ledge, you always have to be careful with that down air or potential early back air, but Sharp able to get around it.
Oh yeah. Back throw back air. Some people call it a true spear to death. Obviously it's not, but we'll see if Noku can find anything here. He's doing well in this ledge trap game right now. Yeah, gonna find another F-tilt.
Too, get a catch to recovery once again, and we're seeing in this game, by comparison to the last one, Noku has been able to close out the stocks first these past 2 times, and that is huge, because when you're forcing ZSS to actually have to come in at you, you're going to be able to get a few more anti-airs and a few more answering options. Like so, you see Noku backing off, looking for the flip kick, because he knew that the berry attempt was coming.
Yeah, gonna find that side B right there. Yeah, he's just trying to look to extend this lead right now, going for these big hits on Charizard, but Sharp playing it safe still. Not overcommitting anything. Gonna actually go for the grab into the F-tilt there, just kind of baiting it out a little bit, and yeah, Sharp needs to be careful. He is at Charizard distance, so
yeah, this is completely changed now. You got anti-air up smash getting close to kill percent soon, and like so looking for it right there. Knew that the jump was coming. You go for a back throw, get positioning. This has been a complete change of pace so far. Gonna finally find the answer, but just misses, and that's gonna be game 2 going to Noku, and a very solid answer compared to game 1.
Yeah, no, that was a great adaptation from Noku. His Squirtle was doing what it needed to. His Squirtle was going hit for hit. His Ivysaur kind of got that zoning in to kind of wear out Sharp's patience. And then when he started to go to that Charizard, he was ready on these ledge traps. Maybe not the most conventional style of PT. You usually see Charizard just go for these big hits. But yeah, definitely his flowchart for PT ended up working in that game too. We'll see where we are going to be heading to for game 3.
We already see, not too surprised at all that Noku decided to ban Yoshi's. That's not where you let ZSS go ever. Also the ban of Smash Bros. So we're just running it right back to PS2. perfectly even between both these players. That has been dead even between not just the sets, but really just the adjustment game. Noku kind of understood how to handle Sharp at the ledge after that point. And I think we'll still be seeing the ZSS here in this next game, as we will be seeing. But if Noku is able to take another W out, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the switch.
Yeah, I definitely think Sharp is one of the best at adapting, though. So I would not be surprised if he's able to pull back in this game. What I saw from early is that Sharp, like I said, I pointed out, he was using the F tilt, and then as the game went on, even though it worked for most of the early game, he just stopped relying on it. You see him relying on it again in this early game, but it really helps to keep the Squirtle at bay. So I wonder if he'll keep using it to try to keep Squirtle at bay. You see the jab war going on real quick.
The blessings of good jabs. Both players are kind of boxing each other out. And I think one of the big things that Noku's been able to adjust around, even though this has been like very even percent, is he's not letting the positional aerials be anything that stresses him out. When you're playing as a ZSS, you always have to worry about those short hop forward airs and the F tilt, like you said, because they're gonna just put it out there. It's gonna beat you on approach 90% of the time. And it really hasn't worked as much, but right now, dead even game, Sharp just looking for one of these answers, possibly at the ledge. Has been able to force already over to the switch on the Charizard, but we saw in the last game, the Charizard's really what put in a lot of the work.
He was expecting that low recovery there and goes to cover it, not going to find it. And although this is an even game, it feels like Sharp's been in control of this the entire minute so far. It doesn't really feel like he ever lost control of this match. It's kind of been in the ball is in Noku's court right now to make something happen, and it's so difficult when he's putting out these airs at the consistent height, and that's just going to be a paralyzer and a boost kick. That's going to take the first stock only at 88%. ZSS not the heaviest, but can kind of play around with mobility.
Excellent call right there. There's a lot. I mean, pretty much every single time you see ZSS go to the ledge, they're almost always going to flip kick upwards and out. But that time going for a higher recovery, and Noku just putting the coverage option out, not letting it get too far out of hand. Because Sharp, in that last stock, was pretty much saying, come at me. Prove to me you can open me up, and it wasn't able to be found. But Noku not wasting any time answering right back. I am loving this set so far.
Yeah, and Sharp's just going right back to that come at me game we were talking about. It was just he got caught out while he was on high percent by the Ivysaur up air, but Noku so far can't seem to even touch Sharp on the stock. As I said, it finally finds the forward air, but looking rough.
Yeah, the kind of shades of game one. One of the things that was successful with Sharp is that every time Sharp gets a lead, it seems that Sharp kind of understands the approach game of Noku, kind of understands what he really wants to fish for to get his damage on. And it's just been stressful since. But you have that Charizard already getting another air answer right there. You also have that early kill power. Looking for that back air, though. And they answer one more time for the high recovery with that side B. That Flare Blitz is slowly just coming off the table as an option for Noku.
Yeah, it's like we said, works one time. Gonna get these down tilts on ledge right now, but it feels like he's getting a little desperate at this point. Going for the down smash, the up smash, and not entirely working.
Here we go, get the back throw, get stage position. Trying to go for the early down air on the tether. I like the idea because the last few times you've gone for the Razor Leaf off the stage to catch the early jump. So you expect Sharp to go low there. Oh, deep off stage, looking for possibly his own footstool or maybe a down air, and just gonna get met back by Noku getting the footstool himself. Now all of a sudden we're looking at a dead even game.
Yeah, this is one Squirtle combo away. Although from what we've seen so far, Noku doesn't really have the level of Squirtle combos, but able to get a nice little 2-hit string there. He's kind of more 1-2 nickel and dime, He'll get a couple hits here and there, but he's not going to go for these crazy combos we see with Squirtle.
Yeah, you can afford to do so even with the smaller characters like that. It's basically Diddy without a banana. Just get those short hop forwarders in, annoy them, keep them on the ground, get that damage up until you can bring Ivy in. Now, though, the Ivysaur has been able to find KOs, but it hasn't been able to rack up the damage, and that's why I'm not too surprised, even at kill percent, that we see the switch. However, this is still a stressful spot. We're borderline even here between not only the Charizard coming in, that Flare Blitz going to finally find its way to ledge, but that back air is live, and there is the side B that's going to take the take the game. So Sharp going up 2-1 currently on Noku. Definitely the closest between these two so far.
Yeah, no, that was definitely down to the wire. I think part of that has to do with Sharp's interesting off-stage play in his second stock, but still, Noku's in a position where he can take this to a game 5. Just a couple of things need to tighten up. I think he needs to try to extend his advantage with Squirt a little bit more. He's finding these neutral interactions, but he's not really pushing his advantage too hard. He'll get a nice 19, 20%, and then he'll reset. He needs to go for these strings. Squirtle fully capable of these 0 to 40, 0 to 60 combos. He's not getting a lot of opportunities to open Sharp up. Sharp's doing so well in the defense, especially with Zair, Nair, forward air. So when he gets those opportunities, he needs to extend them.
I think this game might be the most defensive game we see out of both players so far. We saw there was shades of it in the last game where it's like, okay, they're starting to play the clock a little bit. It looks like it might start to slow down. Then they just went back at it. But Noku can't afford to give up a lot of those situations now. So I think we're going to see more of a defensive-styled Noku going here into Game 4, not let Sharp find a lot of those free hits from the retreating aerials, and force those ledge traps that worked for Noku so well in game number 2. Running it right back to PS2, those bands were exactly the same. There's no point in switching them up. And actually, we're going to see a switch over to Cloud here into game number 4.
Yeah. And interesting pick. I know Sharp definitely is a Cloud, especially when the Final Fantasy VII Remake came out. He was big on the Cloud for a little bit. He used in quite a few tournaments. I wonder what he wants to do here. I think maybe he's hoping that those backers will contest more space. Also, maybe he's looking to use it to neutralize the Charizard a bit more. Charizard obviously going to have a hard time landing when you have those up airs and up tilts threatening you so much. But
yeah, also another thing to point out too is Noku actually decided to start off the game as Charizard this time, not the Squirtle. So I wonder if that had anything to do with the pick over the Cloud. Not sure if it did, but it could have possibly switched things up for Sharp. Either way, that down smash is not going to do it just yet, but Noku holding on to his jumps, very smart. Not going to get caught by the F tilt. the one true mix-up that all Clouds have: F tilt to back air, back air to F tilt. But it's easy to get caught by it. Speaking of that F tilt, if you poke your head above the stage, it's going to get eaten up by Charizard.
Yeah, probably looking for your fist smash attack there, getting that dash attack coming in. A lot of times Clouds that percent, you're going to be looking for a dash attack. Maybe you're going to be looking for an up smash on reaction to something unsafe. But has limit right now, is just kind of playing around with it, not really forcing anything, just kind of using it. And I think that's something that's underrated among Cloud players. I feel like sometimes, a lot of times, they're like, okay, I only have 15 seconds, I gotta get this out. But you can play around with the speed and mix up so well.
Yeah, resource management is so key amongst so many characters, but really Cloud just being one of them. Everybody loves to expend that limit so early and just causes them to lose so much pressure. I do like the fact, though, that Noku's staying on this Charizard. It's not only going to work in terms of kill power, but just the ledge traps are the biggest part, and the edge guards going deep. Even after you got to hold to that limit, it doesn't matter. Noku wasting no time to get that back air.
Yeah, Sharp only at 59 before the hit, so definitely that's going to be an early stock from him. That's what Noku needs to keep on doing. These edge guards against Cloud are going to be so brutal. We'll see what Sharp can find in the ledge trap, but yeah, able to find that dash attack again, so that's going to be 2 kills, 2 dash attacks.
Yeah, closing it out immediately. I like the fact that instead of just switching right over like the last stock, you hold off going with Squirtle because you know that it's possible Sharp might be looking for it, and getting a quick cross slash in there, get up to 41%, but Cloud is at kill percent at pretty much all times. We saw how the early KO happened in the last one. It's going to be on Sharp to hold this ledge, to avoid getting off stage because Noku can go ahead and take a victory.
Yeah, definitely. Sharp doing well in this neutral right now, though. Just needs to seal it out, but Noku can take you at any point. His Charizard's advantage is shown to be impressive, but, Sharp is trying to wall out with back air right now. Juggle a little bit, and yeah.
There you go. That when you're in a situation like that, as a big body, it's hard to land against those up airs. And there was just pretty much no reason for Sharp not to go up there. You got 40 some odd percent. Every trade that happens with you there is perfectly fine to get set back down the stage. You're not at kill percent. But if you get one of those trades up top, Zard is done. Great job from Sharp. Going to take it in a 3-1 fashion after the switch over to Cloud. But that was excellently played by Noku as well, keeping it as close as they could. That was definitely one of the best sets that we've seen really of the tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was such a difference in the advantage of Noku Squirtle and the advantage of his Charizard. Mm-hmm. In his Squirtle, he would nickel and dime you, okay, I'll get a hit here, I'll get a hit here. With his Charizard, he kind of just held forward and went for these crazy punishes. I think that might be the biggest thing that I noticed. I think if you had that consistency and confidence with those characters, especially in the advantage, I think this might have been a very different set because those openings were few and far between. Good stuff, though, coming out from Sharp. I think that puts him in top 8 of the event, if I'm not mistaken, because he did get a DQ round 1.
That puts Sharp as the first qualifier of winners semis for this top 16 qualifier. So Sharp will be moving up to that, waiting for the winner of Mars and Zamba. Sharp and Mars have a bit of a history playing each other as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sheik or the Joker come out on that. Most likely the Joker for that matchup. And then on the other end of winner's side, you got Pokélame versus Wadi and Leon versus Miles currently. Trying to find their way into winners. And then on the loser side of things, we don't have any eliminations just yet. There is a game 5 set going on between Super Pie and Raffy. That's We Fit versus Rob. I'm personally interested. I don't know how much chat is interested in seeing that, but I'm personally interested, just wondering how that turns out. But we'll be getting into another match upcoming for you in a second. But this has been an excellent top 16 qualifier. It's just top tier talent through and through, and this is just only part of the talent that the Northeast has to offer.
Oh yeah, no, Northeast definitely a stacked region. Something I want to mention real quick. We were talking earlier about how I think this might have been before his stream came on, but we were talking about DeBuzz's Steve versus Pokelam's Villager. We were wondering how that would work out, and that worked out with a nice 3-1 upset coming out from Pokelam to knock off that Steve from DeBuzz.
Yep.
So that's definitely going to be interesting.
Mars has given me that look before. It's such a look of just disdain. It's just, you should know, so bad. He's just staring into the chat soul. Stop it. All right, but I agree though. Something we were talking about off stream before this. Like, I wonder how the interaction of the Villager versus Steve matchup will go, because I have yet to see that amongst everything I've been trying to study for Steve. DeBuzz's Steve, really, Steve is just a character for DeBuzz. Like, everything about it, the mining aspect, the resource management, the trap setups, and the defensive gameplay is just so good. But it worked out in a 3-1 favor for Pokélame. Going to be fighting Wadi on the other side, but we have what could be a mauling or could be a major upset because we have Mars versus Zamba. Mars is pretty happy to see a Rob at any time with how much he has faced Raffy. And I feel like Raffy actually feels okay not having to fight Mars next in but we'll see. Going into game number 1, I think we'll probably it wouldn't be surprised if we see something different out of Zamba instead of going the Rob off game 1. And no, we're actually going to see the Rob.
Yeah, if we don't see the Rob, I could see him switching to the Roy, because if I'm not mistaken, that's a pretty bad matchup for ZSS historically.
Correct. Definitely one of the worst matchups for ZSS, especially if ZSS doesn't have many platforms to escape to. It's just like ZSS is just so good at punishing those aggro approaches, but then Roy just deletes that. And speaking of punishing very hard, Mars eats those recoveries alive, going off stage and catching with the back air, only taking 3% here in stock number 1.
Yeah, no, definitely a strong start, and I think that's what you're talking about mauling. Playing Mars is different, especially someone who Mars has been playing a lot of, Wi-Fi events. Zamba does not seem ready for the advantage right now. We'll see what he can find, but Mars is doing such a good job right now, kind of bullying him off to the right side of the stage. He can't really get anything started, and this ledge trap versus edge guard situation is just going insane for Mars.
Yeah, and Zamba's doing the best that he can, just trying to find the landing in. It's just so hard as a big body character, especially with one who doesn't have all the best landing options outside of just Nair, to box with ZSS. And we're already seeing that Mars is consistently punishing that over and over and over again. It's really just... It's going to be, oh my god, just going all the way up top there, not even giving a single opportunity to get back down with that boost kick.
Yeah, makes it back to ledge there as well. Just the pure confidence coming up from Mars right now against the Rob from Zamba, I think shows you how much confidence he has against his character. What can Zamba really do in this situation?
Really, just the big thing is just consistently catching when Mars wants to land. That's the only way that you deal with this matchup. Finding when Mars wants to find his way in, because you can't afford to box at Mars. He's gonna get jabbed like so. You're gonna get retreating hits like that. So you have to find when Mars wants to approach. But when you're behind two stocks like this, it's hard. And Mars is answering right back with the down air. This is looking really rough for Zombo so far here in game one. It looks like it's probably the end, not just off that up smash.
Yeah, not gonna take it off the up smash there, but you know, it's gonna take something massive from Zombo. You're really just thinking about, okay, how can I combat this in game 2 at this point? Because there's not much. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. Gonna get grounded to up B for the last stock of game 1, and you're talking about what to expect to go into this game. Will it be a mauling or will it be an upset?
Just look at that disgruntled face. It's like just disappointment from Mars there. But it's just look, I know I like to go over a lot of post-game notes and like what could be done a little differently. What I think needs to be done is you take your controller, you hover it over Rob, and then you pick up your player 2 tab and you move it to a different character. Even though Zombo's Rob is extremely talented, unless you get a hold of maybe FD, which Mars isn't going to give to you, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Roy you were talking about before, as we see the bans immediately, the same as Sharp, both FD and Kalos. You don't ever let those intentionally stay open as a ZSS.
Yeah. So you see the same bans. I think we saw the same ones from Sharp in that last set when he was playing the ZSS. Yeah, I would really expect we get a counter pick here. Could try to stick on the Rob, but I don't know how well that would work out.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I mean, granted, you have a smaller stage, but even so, that's a little bit more room to work with in terms of getting combo. What do we see here? Oh, we're actually all right. So I haven't seen this one in a while. We're gonna see Zomba's Link instead.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen Zomba's Link. I know he did have a pretty prolific Link, so we'll see how you know, active it is. I think he's already probably put on more percent than he did in last stock.
Yeah,
first stock last game. So
one of the good things, at least, is you have a landing option. You have Nair. that is one of the best Nairs in the business, and it's already dead even percent. Zomba has had a Link for quite some time. It's just much more known, obviously, for that Rob. It's one of the best characters that we've seen out of him in recent history. But the Link, definitely an obscure option. I don't know if Mars was prepped for it, but there you go. Going to be using the up B to back him off just a little bit, and I'm already much more agreeing with this switch over.
Oh yeah. He's at least able to find some stuff in neutral. He's not getting, you know, big advantage strings, but he's able to find his way in on the neutral. Gonna not get that up B there to ledge, but, you know, still in a position where he can take a stock with a nice ledge trap situation, going for the bomb to try to really trap Mars. And gonna find the up B. That's gonna take the stock, and we're dead even.
I like the idea of that right there. You put out the F tilt to make it look like you had a laggy option at the ledge, so you probably back off looking for what would be a flip kick from there, look for up smash. That's pretty much what most people will flowchart there. Instead, decided to go for the charged up B because he was baiting out the jump from ledge from Mars. So great call from Zomba.
Yeah, no, Zomba playing well in this game. We'll see if he can continue it, but he's just going to get Nair flip kicked.
Honestly, that's the simplest way to put it. One of the things that ZSS always has is Nair flip kick, whether it be a kill off the side or a spike on the bottom.
There's not much to say there. Like, he was playing well, but then you kind of just got Nair flip kicked, and, you know, it happens.
Mars said himself, my character cheats, even though it'll say repeatedly his character sucks. But that Nair flip kick is always a possibility. I like a little bit reckless, but the idea of going for that up B and center stage there, it was a half decent anti-air option because Mars did go for a flip kick.
Yeah, and he was going for what most consider the Mars pattern combo there as well. You know, that up air chain into the flip kick spike instead of the up B as people would expect. But you know, Zomba needs to find a way to take the stock. I think he needs to be playing around with bomb a little bit more. You know, obviously ZS can get on you very effectively.
That's a jump. Oh my god, that's a jump. You don't really have anything you can do here. There it is. Mars missed the flip kick and was able to get back just in time. And there's the out of shield up B. So really, I agree with the bomb mix-ups, but at the same time, Mars has just been so on the go, they haven't worked so well. But the out of shield game has been just enough. However, the early air dodge, there is no other way you could get around that other than a jump, and you are still in the air dodge animation at the end of that. So great coverage by Mars, and a much better switch from Zomba onto the Link in game 2.
Yeah, Mars might miss the punish off stage once. He's not going to miss it twice. Able to find that side B off the side. We got 2 games, 2 characters. I wonder if he's going to stick with the Link. It definitely looked better than the Rob. But I wonder still if he's going to try to go for the Roy at this point, or if he's just going to stick with the Link and try to really ride it out.
I seriously am just gonna I'm gonna take a picture of Mars there. I'm gonna put it on my fridge so that way at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm going to get a snack out of there, he's just staring at me like, "Do you really need that? Do you really need that? No, you don't. Put it away. Close that fridge." Just it's so mean. All right, so I don't think we're switching over to the Roy. We're gonna stick with the Link. I agree. I would like to see the Roy just because in terms of matchup, but it's not like the Link wasn't working in the last game. It was actually working pretty solid. It's just that Mars is able to capitalize on the edge guards so well. Once you jump or once you air dodge very early against Mars, you best believe it becomes a heat-seeking missile that just goes out there immediately because he has infinite resources to edge guard you and then still make it back to stage.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like part of the issue with Link is he's having a hard time getting these bomb kind of games set up. And that's a lot of times what you want to do with Link in Ultimate. You want to set up these bombs. If you're not using it to outright threaten your opponent, you want to use it to kind of distill at least the fear in your opponent. But F Smash definitely going to put the fear into your opponent. That's going to take the first stock. And this is the first stock lead that Zamba's had all set long.
Yes, the first time we've seen a set lead, and also just being able to capitalize on the ledge trap and just looking for the faults right there. Zamba is starting to turn it up a bit, and if he got the falling up there right there, that would have continued that pressure at the ledge. Mars finally having to answer, but unfortunately the boost kick falls out, and Zamba continuing with all this pressure right now.
Yeah, few and far between, but Mars doesn't really care too much. Just gonna go out deep for that, the edge guard. But I do like that Zamba's able to set up these bomb games a little bit more, you know, whether not being the neutral, but he's also able to get these extensions in the advantage.
Exactly. Now, big thing here is that Mars is so good at the comebacks. We already see Mars just starting to get the pressure on. It's going to be on Zamba to make sure he shuts it down early. Keep the ledge trap in your favor. Force Mars to not be comfortable with flip kicks from the ledge. As you see, he's just putting the boomerang out at a high percent to cover that jump.
Yeah, gonna get the down tilt, nothing fine off of it, but you know, Mars only had about a 50% disadvantage here. It's definitely still able to make it back in this game. You know, 1 paralyzer and that might be the stock, but gotta find the up smash. 2 stocks, 2 smash stacks. He's just going for these reads, and then able to take it, but that's gonna be a boost kick. Probably won't take it just yet though.
Yeah, even with the cross-up going back in, Zamba prepared, but the back air is going to take it out that time. So even after Zamba was able to finally get himself a lead, Mars answers right back, which very much expect to do so. Now, Mars has been behind on these stocks so far here in this game number 3 because Zamba has really just been conditioning a lot of the out-of-shield game. Can he consistently do that? It's not looking too good so far. Mars really starting to turn things up.
Yeah, no, that he's controlling his advantage so well, and Zamba doesn't really know what to do. Getting overwhelmed, and that up B is definitely going to take it. That's going to be the set for Mars. That's going to be a 3-0. Zamba made some nice adaptations as we went through games 2 and 3, but still just was not able to contend with the impressive advantage play coming out from Mars.
Yeah, the ledge trap game really just turned it up a notch at the end there. Started recognizing that Zamba was getting really aggressive from the ledge because obviously you're down on your last stock in the last game and you were playing so well throughout the whole thing. You trying to get that back. And how do you get that back? But
yeah, definitely.
When you start getting really aggressive from the ledge, it starts to get a little bit predictable, and Mars started to recognize where those jumps were coming in and just consistently was able to just catch him over and over again, closing that out. Very impressive Link play, though. We haven't seen it in quite some time, and I'm happy to see it again here in this bracket. That's going to be Mars moving on 3-0 over and going to be facing the other any local Sharp in with his semis.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see what Mars is able to what the 2 players are able to do against each other. As we talked about, they played time and time again. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that next one. We are going to be streaming both winner semis. I do want to mention, though, that in the losers round 1, we have a few updates. Super Pie was able to take it over Rafi X. Icy Mist was able to take it over to Buzz. Looks like he went see both games. And we are in a game 4 scenario here, Mystery versus Jen. Jen up 2-1 over Mystery at this point. Pokelam also up 2-0 over Wadi, and it's 1-0 Miles over Leon.
Yeah, a lot of still great sets going on in the background there. As we said before, the Buzz sticking with the Steve throughout, trying to just consistently work on the Steve. It's really just one of the best ones we've seen so far. But as the game, it's only been a week out, so we're starting to learn some of the windows where you can punish that character and how to adjust around it. So Villager and Samus definitely don't seem like a good time because one of the problems with fighting Steve in a game where you're not really beneficial and constantly holding forward against good defensive players, you have to chase Steve. You can't let Steve stay still. But those characters don't have to do that much.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the Sharp Mars. I'm most interested in seeing what character Sharp decides to go here, because in my mind, there's no way he decides his ZSS instead of Mars. So it'll be interesting to see who he decides to choose. Pokelam taking it 3 over Wadi, actually. Pokelam kind of on a tear today.
Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes until our next match. Looks like we're going to be seeing Mars Sharp for our next set.
Yep, it will be coming up in a few moments. But before we go anywhere, make sure you hit that follow button if you found the stream. Show some support. Keep an eye out. This is going to be going on all day. We're going to a quick momentary break. Do not step away. We got a lot more good matches coming up for you up next.
We'll be right back.
Hello again and welcome back everybody to GOML's online qualifiers for the northeast portion of the USA. We are getting right into winter semis up next. After that short break we just had, we have Mars versus Sharp. How are you feeling about this, Greg?
This is New England at its finest. That's all I have to say about this. So I'm excited about this next match. I'm particularly excited to see which character Sharp decides to go.
Yeah.
I was thinking a bit of a break, and I know Sharp thinks that Wolf is bad for ZSS. Some people think it's one of ZSS' worst matchups. Some people think it's even, but I know Sharp is in the camp where he thinks Wolf does well, so I think we're going to see Wolf coming out in this next one.
Okay.
So I think the name of the game is mobility. How are the two going to focus around their mobility? How are they going to use their movement to be able to create opportunities in the advantage? So we'll see how that ends up working out. But first, we have the most exciting part of the match. We'll see. We got a Mars from that one. We'll see what Sharp ends up being in this next thing.
Yeah, we got, like you were just saying a second ago, we got the stare down from Mars again. The ZSS versus potentially the Wolf or the Joker coming from Sharp. I think those are the two best bets we see out of that. Obviously, historically wise, Joker has been a bit of a thorn in the side of Mars, particularly in the hands of the MK Leo. So Sharp also another prominent player in that regard. Sharp also has been getting a lot of advice in playing with Leo of recent too in the Wi-Fi realm, because Leo sees the potential that Sharp has. So it's I'm very much interested to see how this goes. Obviously, historically, it's been in the favor of Mars in terms of offline play, but we are in a different realm of things. Sharp has been non-stop grinding through and through. I know Mars regularly streams as well. And likes to troll with Cheeto fingers. Oh my god, what?
I think you're...
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of Sharp emotes in chat after this. That is my guess. We're seeing the Sharp Bear.
I was not expecting that at all.
Coming out in full form.
Well, honestly,
we got two formidable... They're both, they have such menacing auras, both pictures. So, definitely leads us in for a strong match. This is going to be our first winter semis match of the night. So let's hop right into it.
Oh, actually, we're going to see the ZSS Ditto instead. So, looks like we're not going to be seeing the other switch-ups. We're going to be seeing, Sharp decided to play his hand in the ZSS Ditto. Both of them already doing exactly what we expect. Let's be real. There's a lot of mashing up next to each other. You got to box with each other, with those F-tilts, with those jabs, and a lot of short hop forward. It's going to be about who can play that out shield game better and the ledge trap game. Mars already looking for an early edge guard attempt from Sharp. Mars being the red one and Sharp being the one in blue.
Yeah, Sharp being the dead one on that early stock. Gonna find the boost kick, Marses. And try to even it up just like that. Not able to find it quite yet, but just trying to keep this close enough. I think it's kind of crazy that Sharp has the confidence in ZSS Ditto Mars.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things, like, you know what, let me pull out something that's going to be interesting to say the least. Mars is anticipating those other matchups, so he understands how to approach and fight them. He hasn't, I don't know how much Mars has played against Sharp ZSS. Obviously, Mars is approaching the matchup exactly how you should, but it's still a good idea to pull out and give it a shot.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how it works. Gonna find that boost kick. Not gonna take it yet, though. Obviously, the tall vertical blast zones and having Stro finding this kill. ZSS on 146.
Yeah, good DI coming in multiple times from Mars there, avoiding 2 KOs, but the whiff grab right there, that is one of the windows of opportunity you get to punish a ZSS, and now up smash is going to take it.
Yeah, definitely that run up smash. Okay, just going to go for a boost kick. We are seeing boost kicks galore coming out of this game.
Oh yeah, you touch my shield, you're going for a ride. Doesn't matter which side the Io's player has. Big thing so far is just that Mars has been able to win at ledge consistently, and but I mean, granted, it's still the ZSS mirror. Like, if you get caught with a nair flip kick at the ledge, even at 40%, Shark could just take the lead as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to Shark right now, doing a decent job of following up on this flip kick, which is something that's so difficult to do, but definitely both have the experience to do that. And we're about even. It's next boost kick takes the stock pretty much. That's what we're looking at here.
This is like as backyard brawl as you get. I don't think I've seen one of them choose a defensive option in a while. But there it is, finally. Mars looking for the side B, and Sharp finding his way in there with that back air, and now for getting a stock lead.
Yeah, they're definitely just swinging on each other. So far, it's in Sharp's favor, but I mean, yeah. Exactly where I was going with that. One hit, and that's going to be the stock. And Mars for the hit.
Yeah, don't give it too much of a window where there is going to be a KO coming in. Both, like we said before, both these players just swinging a lot, finding the nair, the up smash, getting that consistent damage, straight to 34%, but also Sharp finding a few of these tech chase situations. Mars looking for that nair at the ledge. Luckily for Sharp, able to dip off stage before anything became a problem.
Yeah, needs to be so careful with these nairs. As you were saying, they convert into the flip jump kick, so needs to be careful. One thing I do like from Sharp so far is his run-up smashes have been very consistently just grab each other across the stage real quick. But his run-up smashes have been so good for catching Mars so far. Gonna get caught by that though, and yeah, that side B is gonna take the
and it was not gonna take it just yet. Again, yes, that sucks. No, I'm just kidding. But like, it's just it's good DI from both players. Mars recognizing where that air dodge is. It's what we pointed out before. When you use those jumps or air dodges off stage early, you're gonna get punished hard. But this is so even so far here in this first game. I did not honestly expect this, but Sharp just keeping it so well played, still living another throw. But gets caught at the ledge, almost getting caught possibly there into a flip boost kick, but just gonna avoid that Zair.
Yeah, they're just kind of spacing around each other right now, looking for the next hit. Like we were talking about Mash at the beginning, this is ultimate. This is ultimate, baby.
There it is, finally getting up to 167%. Only an untechable situation was able to give Mars the W. That was every single question you might have had about the potential of ZSS picking the ZSS pick in this Ditto, throw it in the trash because Sharp played that so well. Mars able to clutch it out, but I honestly wouldn't even be surprised to see the run back. That was extremely well played by Sharp.
Yeah, I think part of Sharp he wanted to see, okay, can this work? And then he got his answer. Can work. It'll be interesting to see if he thinks it's worth it or if he thinks a different character would do the job better. We were talking about going into the match, we were talking about mobility was the issue. And you saw it in that match, regardless of it was a Ditto, they were trying to space around each other so consistently. Mars got the win in the end, but they were pretty evenly matched in the neutral. They were going hit for hit most of the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll be interested to see how this works out in game 2 going forward.
Yeah, upcoming next. We didn't see the picks just yet. It happened pretty quick though, so I'm pretty sure that we're still seeing the ZSS here. Yes, we are. It's going to be the run back of the Ditto once again. I honestly don't disagree with this whatsoever. It was so close. Sharp played so well. Really was able to meet Mars head-to-head in majority of the situations and box toe-to-toe, which is a huge key because if you can't anticipate the air-to-airs where you need to in this matchup, Mars is going to eat you alive.
He's just doing such a good job at pressuring shield right now, but Sharp getting that nice little extension, looking to go all the way with the flip kick, but gonna get a nice little punish, and we'll see if Mars can make it past ledge here.
Mars just avoiding what was a very solid edgeguard attempt from Sharp, but not able to close it out with that flip kick that we were looking for before. These combos looking so, like, we've seen the combo game out of Sharp before, but there's that Zair, the boost kick we were looking for in the last game, but that time it's going to be able to be connected, and Mars taking the first lead. I wouldn't be surprised if that disappears pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. Looking for that boost kick right on ledge, and this is who can boost kick each other first and who can do it better. They're both doing a pretty phenomenal job of boost kicking so far, taking both of those early stocks with it.
Yeah, it really is just a mini game of race to boost kick, isn't it? Just trying to just get kill percent, find one of the others who make a mistake on shield, get that boost kick at ledge. But
hit that shiny up B button right there.
It's so tempting. It's just always there.
It's just so tempting.
I could either fight you, or I can
hit the big red button.
Win. Go ahead, come here. Mars started to take a lead, looking for a tech in. Good job by Sharp running away. You got to recognize where the damage is necessary in those points. But after 2 rolls away, it could be a boost kick soon. Doesn't mean you need it though. Gets the grounded hitbox out of that flip kick and able to find the KO.
Yeah, just doing such a good job in the neutral right now. It feels like Mars is starting to adapt to Sharp's habits. Especially a lot of this game isn't even really being played at center stage. It's one side's getting pushed to the left or right side of the stage, and then they're pressuring. And then now we pressure this side. It's center stage isn't really something that's being held at the moment. So this ledge play is being threatened at any given moment.
Yeah, and this type of matchup is something, Mars has an extreme history against fighting a matchup that requires a whole lot of being in your face. Previously offline, facing light almost every month. So you're used to this type of aggressive offensive play, especially from somebody who's trying to do that with your own character. Mars looking for the B reverse, trying to find a little bit of a stall from Sharp on the recovery. Not able to get it, but Mars has gotten much more defensive over this game, is really kind of just shut down. But there we go, gonna find the taser into the boost kick. Finally is Sharp getting it back to 1 stock apiece.
Yeah, 85% though, but we've seen how explosive these two players have been so far, so that really isn't that much. Though he has to play careful. He has to be careful with that flip kick, and he has to be careful of getting boost kicked into oblivion.
Exactly. You really can't make any mistakes here. Granted, you do have the ultimate cheat option. You have that nair to flip kick at the ledge. I know we've brought it up a few times, but really that's a great equalizer. That's what it forces Mars to have to be careful at the ledge. However, 132 though, that boost kick is online. You see Mars just looking for a mistake, trying to look for a jump away from ledge right there with the up smash. Not going to get it just yet, but also conditioned Sharp into shield because of that, because he went for the up smash before it gets some grab damage.
Yeah, and the other thing Mars can start looking for is if Sharp keeps jumping as much as he does, Mars can go for a run-up smash. Though he's going to get that back air. Sharp looking for it all, but not able to find it, but still going to be able to recover to ledge. Yeah, we're in a last hit situation.
That was almost Sharp stealing the game. That's just with the capabilities of ZSS, able to go so far off stage. Now you're in straight hit territory. It's not just about boost kick anymore. It's about getting potentially back aired if you're Sharp. And you see Mars just trying to play safe because he knows as well if he makes a mistake at the ledge, it could also be a boost kick KO. We're at an even point. Both players have to play so defensive now.
Yeah, no, certainly. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if they can find it. Sharp managed to claw his way back into this game. Mars is having a lot of trouble finding the kill. Not able to get these. Not able to really anti-air Sharp at all. Very rarely even going for it. And it's gonna get side beat. Not going to take it quite yet, but...
Yeah, good DI, but there's the whip grab, and Sharp is going to get a game on the board in the ZSS Ditto against Mars, and the Sharp Bear coming through. Oh my, honestly, I cannot say enough how impressed I am by the way that Sharp is playing. Not only is Sharp able to go toe-to-toe in terms of playing in these air situations, in these out-of-shield games where Mars thrives. He's such a good predictor on bad defensive habits, and Sharp's not letting those happen too often. Even after being down over 100% in what could have just been a game over, Sharp kept his head in the game and brought it to one game apiece, forcing Mars into some very peculiar spots where he could not find a KO.
Yeah, and one of those things that, I think is general knowledge when in ZSS is you're trying to condition ZSS a lot of times to go for these grabs because the grab has a lot of lag on it. It's very punishable, and Mars falls victim to that right there. Going for the grab and then getting punished by the up smash. I didn't see a lot of up smash out of Mars in that last game. He could have been able to use that to be able to anti-air Sharp more effectively. Sharp was kind of jumping around him for free a lot of the times.
Well, he did use the up smash a few times, but it mostly conditioned Sharp into the ground because Sharp was not really moving in those spots. Like, okay, he understands I'm going for up smash here, so I'm going to look for the grab. And that ended up leading to a spot where Sharp recognized that Mars was going to go for the grab there. But just Sharp has been able to dip around those up smashes a lot. I agree, he could definitely be used more. But there we go, getting the jump off ledge with the down air, and that is a free fall you wish you didn't have to take, but Mars taking game one. Excuse me, stock one.
Yeah, Mars able to get the down air and also not lose the stock. Great usage of that move, and he has an early lead for himself now. Sharp can definitely bring it back, as we saw in that last game, has the comeback potential at any given moment, but has a lot of room to play with now and can play how he wants.
Also, I just realized the stage music is perfect. It just took me a second to realize we have retro music playing around in the background here for this Ditto.
Amazing.
But, Mars has been consistently able to get the early percent and lead, but Sharp has been able to bring it back all the way at the end so far in these last two games and get a closeout. Mars wants to get a nice... There we go. That could be potentially another stock right there. There it is. Now up 3 stocks to 1. Now you have much more room to play with and go for trades in situations where you wouldn't before because you can afford to do so.
Yeah, definitely. And Sharp really just needs to look for kind of a back air near ledge. Maybe if he can get a boost kick, but he just needs to play the safe right now. Yeah, it should be a free punish. Actually misses the punish with the nair there.
Yeah, missing opportunities is last thing we want right here. Mars already starting to answer. Like I said before, you saw a lot of defense out of Mars in the previous game. But now, because he's up 3 stocks to 1, he's going in a lot more. It's like, okay, every trade is beneficial for me. But the missed tech and the wait attempt is actually going to get covered by Sharp with that side B. Very good call.
Yeah, good call there, but we'll see if Sharp can make it back. He needs he needs a crazy stock here. Make it clear. He needs something crazy here. And Mars can just play patient right now. Like you said, every hit he gets is so beneficial for him.
Honestly, there's like
boost kick.
Exactly, like a boost kick or a nair flip kick. It's just one of those things in this matchup. Now Mars is obviously going to be avoiding that situation as often as possible, because it could just be a free KO equalizer. But 88% in catching the aggressive option off the side of the stage, and this looks exactly like game 2. Mars had a near 100% lead on Sharp and couldn't find the KO. Can Sharp replicate that here in game 3?
Yeah, Mars definitely going to be playing it a lot safer here. Don't think he'll be going for many grabs on the ground just to avoid what happened last time, but probably looking for a back air, an up smash, a boost kick. Actually not able to contest that because he just jabs right out of it. Starting to look a little bit scary for Mars, though.
Yeah, Sharp catching on the landing with the up air, also dropping down, looking for that short hop forward air off the side of the stage to possibly catch an early recovery. But Mars getting back on stage finally. Is Mars able to find the back air to flip kick? No, Sharp able to find his way back in and also avoid the back air. This is all of a sudden getting once again so close between these two.
Yeah, just Sharp playing so well. This is, like you said, this is an exact repeat of last game. Sharp just looking to punish it, does not able to get the boost kick out of it. Mars just gonna boost kick and hope it works, and it does.
Even, you can't get yourself out of position right there to go to the other side to possibly go for boost kick, so you have to go for the boost kick right there and hope that it'll KO at that point. Mars able to take it on, finally, a whiffed attempt on shield from Sharp. This nail biter through and through. The last hit scenarios very similar to what happened last time. Mars wasn't able to find a KO right away at the ledge, so Sharp was able to run it back. But this time, Mars able to take it and put himself in a 2-1 lead, and what is not a very comfortable 2-1 lead. This has been extremely close.
Yeah, I think you look at, obviously Sharp a very prolific player, but you look at these two players both playing ZSS, and you're like, okay, this should be Mars easily, just because everyone sees him as the ZSS. But great. But Sharp definitely also has a ZSS, and he's able to pull out a lot in this game. We'll see if he can stop. I feel like he keeps digging himself a huge hole where he needs to make these crazy plays.
Well,
he
even
needs to play measured from the beginning.
I was going to point out another thing that happened was that early down air that killed at 34%.
Yeah,
Sharp was able to run that all the way back. Mars had a massive lead, up 3 stocks to 1, and Sharp ran it all the way back. Just Sharp's clutch factor continues to improve. Mars has been playing so spectacular as well, but it's just it's the last stock. It's where it's been trouble. But the early edgeguard attempt side B, good GI from Sharp once again, able to avoid that. It's just you can never be comfortable on stage or off stage between these two.
Yeah, no, definitely. The thing about trying to edgeguard ZSS is you have to take away one of those resources. Namely, you want to bait out the flip kick before you can go for any real edgeguard attempt, because you have so much distance that you can cover. Sharp going to be looking probably for a paralyzer into some type of boost kick here, but he actually able to get that side B off the side there. That's going to take the first stock and put him in, one of his first leads of the set. I feel like he's been fighting from behind the entire time.
Yeah, now it's on Sharp to play the same way Mars was before. You have to try and get a stock lead or get at least big damage out here. You want to get to a point where you can afford the trade as often as you want, because otherwise you're in that scenario at the end where both people are looking for that answer, but the out of shield boost kick is not going to do it just yet. A little bit too far, and that down air looking for a challenge option, but Mars able to bait and keep Sharp in shield just long enough to find that throw kill.
Yeah, and we're back to 0-0. The nice little up smash coming out, but actually gets contested on the forward air. Mars obviously ready for that. The patented ZSS combo that he probably patented himself.
You wanted a little bit more up smash out of Mars. There you go. Trying to look for some movement out of Sharp on the platform, but Sharp holding his ground very well, and also not giving up a spot dodge in that situation. A lot of people would be afraid because Mars consistently grabbed you there. So good defense by Sharp once again. Also good tech roll away from Mars, not trying to get caught by anything in center stage. Really, both of them just kind of fishing for that nair right now to try and find some big damage.
Yeah, definitely. Sharp currently getting the better of in these neutral interactions, waiting for the landing option, not ready for the down air. Going for that boost kick there. I'm sorry, not the boost kick, the flip kick.
Boost kick going to end up in favor of Sharp there at the other side of the stage. Both of them running in. Just when you have frame one jabs and grabs stuff, pretty much shut down everything in a scramble situation. But looks like Sharp looking for the ledge trap, not going to get it with the side B, but recognizing the jump, however, doesn't get it. And Mars currently trying to find a some extra damage, hopefully find a stock to get a lead here.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna look for the F tilt, and yeah, I was looking for the high recovery there. I was looking for the back air, maybe just hit him out of it, but that's probably the stock. Yeah, no, that's gonna take the stock, and Mars able to steal that lead right back there from Sharp. You know, one solid hit still gonna take him, but Mars in a good position in the last stock. We are gonna be even here. 0-0. We'll see if Sharp can extend this to a Game 5 scenario, or if Mars is able to take a 3-1. They're doing the synchronized up smashes. It's like synchronized swimming, but a little more mashing.
Oh my god. Look, all right, like, there's been news before about how, like, low-level players just smashing, mid-level players studying everything, and then high-level players just smashing. It's really just putting it in the right positions. And you see both these players looking for the same options. They have the same exact like flowchart they're looking for, trying to find the option in and trying to commit to the up B just to get some big damage. And then Mars also going for the same thing. Can Mars get by? Oh, Mars doesn't have a jump available, trying to avoid the edge guard situation, but Sharp just backing off, doesn't really have anything to do with there. And we're looking at, once again, just a dead even last stock.
Yeah, they be hitting buttons right now. That's they're definitely throwing out constant options, just trying to catch these landings, trying to catch this horizontal movement, these jump ins. But so far, it's a lot of bait and punish. Okay, you throw out an option for a read. I bait that, now I punish it. And that's kind of how this game's going. Gonna find the ground there, but falls out of the boost kick.
Got the immediate mash of Mars, and then you don't neutral get up in front of Mars. That has been just historically a bad choice. But
it's not good for your health.
Finally, Mars was able to find the KO at the ledge that he's been sniping for so long, trying to find an answer, and able to take it 3-1 in what was an incredible ditto between these two. Sharp made it look so close and played that ZSS as crisp as you have ever seen a player play it. I am extremely impressed. No Game 5. I was honestly looking forward to one because of how hyped that set was, but Mars is going to be the first one to move into winners finals of the qualifier.
Yeah, I was honestly really hoping for a Game 5 as well. As you're saying, neutral get up into Mars is bad for your health, but I do like how Sharp was able to maneuver throughout that set. He was able to find these neutral interactions, but his come from behind play, his clutch factor was just so key. A lot of people, when they get so far behind, especially against a player like Mars, they start to play scared. They start to go for these overzealous reads. They're looking for everything with one play, but Sharp didn't do that. He looked for his openings. He got everything he could out of it, and we're gonna see some more of that as we get into the first Red Bull replay of the night.
Yeah, you know, one of the greatest strengths of Mars is not only his incredible advantage state control, but his defense. And that right there was as the graces that you could get from the Smash developers in that spike, trying to find a KO. But just how even these two were. And Mars able to find that Zair, the boost kick that he was looking for before. But just the consistency between these two, they keep it so even. Sharp shutting down that strong defensive play like you said before. Usually able to avoid a bunch of these situations and somehow get it to Game 4, almost to Game 5, is just incredible.
Yeah, every game felt close. You know, people were kind of surprised by the ZSS pick coming out, but as I've mentioned time and time again in the set, Sharp proved that he had what it took in the matchup. And just being able to play the ZSS Ditto at probably one of the highest levels. You see that early spike that that Sharp nearly made it back from.
That situation right there, going for the downer and getting a KO that early, and then still able to get it back to last hit on last stock is incredible. Like, most people in that situation, like, all right, I might be looking at a loss right here, because when you get super far behind against Mars, things do not go your way. But luckily for Mars, able to get the coast-to-coast up B out of shield and find that KO in that situation. And then here, just missing the mash coming up from Mars to shut that down. And then Mars able to bait the neutral get up finally with that flip kick, able to shut it down after Sharp could have possibly taken the game. again, these are the high-level matches we expect to see out of the talent of the Northeast. There's so many other strong players who have already qualified, ready and waiting for the Northeast qualifier, and we have so many potential candidates that can make their way there. But Mars pushing his way in to be potentially the first one to try and get towards grand finals.
Yeah, whoever ends up getting there from the Northeast is definitely going to be battle-hardened from this event. Crazy stacked. It hit the cap of 256 players, and good stuff from Mars coming out in that set. I do think Sharp is I do think he has a very strong chance of making it back to Mars in that grand finals.
Honestly, anybody playing Sharp in losers needs to be afraid.
The power. To be honest, he was playing incredible that set, and it's just not. He was doing well in the neutral, but he would sometimes just get outplayed a little bit by Mars, but he would always find his way back in. And I don't think that can be undersold how terrifying that is to play against Sharp.
Yes. There are not many players who can say I shut down Mars's advantage state. It's just it's not common. It's so hard to do because you're constantly being juggled. We saw it against Zomba with the Rob. There was next to no time where Zomba was able to find room to play the game. And then the switch over to the Link helped because of the nairs. But the switch to the ZSS where Mars is, completely understands that matchup, just how quick Mars was able to stay on the go and avoid all those situations, and yet still be put in a situation where they were at last stock apiece. Sharp, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sharp just run it through with ZSS through the rest of this bracket. It was so good. Yeah, definitely. We saw 2 sets out of ZSS so far. I almost wonder if that first ZSS set we saw from Sharp, he just went ZSS to warm it up for Mars because this was his plan all along. Possibly.
Not a bad idea. We saw it work out here. The thing I saw a lot of from Sharp and Mars is they were just trying so hard to control that space in the neutral, and they both did such a good job swapping. I really just felt that Mars in general was able to get off to a strong early lead, and it requires so much mental energy from Sharp to be able to claw his way back. That wears you down over the course of a set, especially when you're playing at such a high level of play. I'm not sure which set we're going to be seeing next. I wouldn't be surprised if we threw it over to the other winner's semis match.
It looks like potentially we could be having the other side of loser semis. We'll get notice of that momentarily, which would be PokeLame versus. All right, hold on. Look, chat, hang it with me here, okay, for a second. I promise you, it's gonna be a good set. Love you. I promise you that Yoshi versus Villager is going to be amazing because that's what we got coming up next. we got PokeLane versus Miles. Miles, one of the prominent Yoshis of the game nowadays. Really just been putting in work in the Northeast area and the tri-state area prior to coming up to Massachusetts for quite some time. But also Villager, PokeLame actually put in quite some work yesterday, taking out Ling along the way amongst a couple of other players in what was an incredibly tight set. So I am very much looking forward to see how that goes. One of the things that Villager succeeds so well in is baiting people on jumping a lot, forcing them into uncomfortable spots. But you have that armored jump from Yoshi, and you avoid getting shield poke, which is going to make it a little bit more stressful. It's going to probably cause PokeLame to have to approach a bit more than they were probably anticipating on doing. But we're going to be moving into game number 1. What is your opinion on this matchup?
I think this is going to be really entertaining. I think PokeLame, this is going to come as a shock. He's one of my favorite players to watch online. His punish game and the mix-ups he does is kind of ridiculous at times. Like, his axe play in general is something to be terrified of, even with a heavier character like Yoshi. I just think it'll be interesting to see how PokeLame's able to catch Yoshi's aerial drifts, and we were talking about the double jump armor as well. I think it's going to be difficult for him to deal with that. But I do think PokeLame is one of the strongest players in Wi-Fi in general. People just don't know what to do against his Villager.
I'm very glad that you pointed out the axe as well, because I think you hit the nail right on the head with that one. You want to get access to the axe so you can deal with when Yoshi wants to use Nair out of shield, because then it gives you the opportunity to have a fast not only kill option, but a strong punish tool against Yoshi, because you got your own Nair out of shield, but it doesn't do as much. But if you can get access to the axe, that'll force Miles to have to play a little bit more reserved in the option of trying to do something out of shield by comparison to before.
You know, Pokelam already taking this this aggressive stance, trying to push Miles across the stage and kind of put him in that zone where Pokelam can start to Pokelam, you know, where he gets these crazy trap situations in the corner, and yeah, that's going to be an early stock there coming out for Pokelam. Already taking a nice lead here. Has to be careful with this axe play, Miles, is even at 0%.
I like how Miles just kind of like put himself in his own wall against the tree. It's like, all right, you're forced to take this F-tilt from me as you come up. But that bowling ball is so huge. And you see, Miles is going to consistently be doing that. Because you got no hitbox on your recovery, you have one of two options. You either rise with an up air to try and box me out, or you try to navigate around me with that up B. And Miles is going to be staying in the face of Pokelame consistently off stage like so to look for a potential early edge guard.
Yeah, definitely. Pokelam gonna do his best to keep mixing that up, though. Getting the Nair out, and we'll see what Miles can find. Just kind of drifting with the down air and shield. I like his usage, just trying to play safe around it, but he's getting put in a bad position, but he's actually just gonna take the up there.
Yeah, and actually not dying to that just yet either. And the air dodge has been expended, but unfortunately Miles had to go back to stage, but there you go. Pokelame trying to find its way under the stage, hopefully to run around, but that forward air is going to demolish that stock.
Yeah, this kind of throws out that big head right there and able to take the stock. Yoshi, a character that definitely has a lot of comp potential at these early percents, so we'll see if Miles can find it. Usually probably looking for F tilt or an up tilt. Not dying to that at 118%, so you're getting some rage on the table in this equation as well.
And also good idea, go for that back to get stage positioning. And the trade-off, it looks like the animation from the up B actually forced Yoshi to be in it a little bit longer before he could snap the ledge and getting caught by the tree. So what an answer from Pokelame, who has been really controlling the entirety of this first game.
Yeah, he's just doing such a good well. He's kind of controlling this like vertical area. Yoshi a lot of times with the double jump obviously goes up very high, then tries to drift down with the incredible drift that Yoshi has. Pokelame always ready for that, able to get these anti-airs and just gonna take it there. Looks like that was a back air. Yeah, that's gonna take the first game, and like I was talking about, Pokelame, not your typical villager is what I would call him.
Yeah, you know, Pokelame also on a tear right now, going 3-1 over the Buzz, 3-0 over Wadi, and taking game one here against Miles, who just 3-0'd Leon a second ago. This is... And Miles also took a 3-0 on Jen as well. So both these players on terrific runs, but Pokelame able to put the brakes on for Miles finally, and really just kind of he forced Miles into situations where when Miles wanted to jump, he had to respect too many aerial options, and because of that, Pokelame was able to take the first game.
Yeah, good first game coming out. We'll see how Miles can adapt as the set goes on. Not sure if these two players have played. You know, they're both pretty active and going for that immediate forward air. Not going to find anything off of it yet, though.
Interesting. I never thought about this idea in the matchup that the balloons would actually be an anti-ledge trap tool against Yoshi. The balloons actually get in the way of the egg, which is so commonly used as a 2-frame option to get a forward air. So that's actually, I think that's why Mile went for the up B the other way, to just kind of force an early get-up option off of Pokelame. But so far, pretty dead even, looking much better for Miles in this situation, and you need to find that punish on those side Bs, which Pokelame really hasn't been doing too often. It hasn't really left that window open for Miles to do so.
Yeah, you know, he's definitely a little conservative with his going just by the down B. Yoshi's like to use that move in the most creative way. It can be used for recovering, he uses the punish option, and I like that stall from Pokelame out there. You know, trying to stall the, trying to stall the egg coming out from Yoshi. But we'll just see it out. Let's see if he can get past the ledge trap situation.
Yeah, you see Miles is looking there for the early start of that side B again to hopefully maybe catch a low recovery for that forward air. But still, you got to be careful with that jump in. Pokelame has consistently caught those landing options over and over and over again. And yeah, definitely was anticipating that. That happened in the last stock where just kind of ran up spot dodge into down smash. Miles baiting at that time, understanding what was going to happen and finding the up smash.
Yeah, definitely a nice response from Miles after a pretty dominant game one coming out from Pokelame. Not finding a lot of these Lloyd Rockets now. We were talking about his Lloyd Rocket usage was, you know, decently conservative earlier, but now he's not really getting a whole lot off of it, either in, you know, positioning and conditioning or actually hitting it, but gonna find that berry into the up smash. That's gonna take it. We're about even here.
Yeah, dead even percent. Great job by Pokélane, able to not take too much damage off of that last stock. It's very easy to let things get out of hand when you fight against a good Yoshi, because the combo game, as you mentioned at the very beginning, here it is right here. It's so quick. It's so many consistent bread and butters, and once again, that egg just really gets shut down by the balloons, and you can't get one of your best ledge drop options there because of it.
Yeah. Oh, looking for the shield break setup there. Not gonna find it, but still gets a nice little bit of damage, and he's just doing so well right now at keeping Pokélane in the disadvantage. It doesn't feel like Pokelane's really able to control the pace or get what he wants started at all. Using those B reverses there, able to get a little bit of a combo game going, but still, Miles doing a good job in this game too.
Yeah, it's
gotta
solid job.
find that nice little conversion.
Yeah, finding the stall before avoiding the up smash, but the F tilt is going to lead to a KO there, and Miles just running away as fast as possible. Reduce that invincibility. Don't try and trade with Pokélane as much as possible.
Yeah, able to find these up airs. Yeah, just continuing his advantage strength. Used the throw armor to avoid the Lloyd Rocket. Great usage of that.
Here we go. Here's that axe online. Now Miles has to be careful. Oh, there it is, though. Just finding the jab tech situation. Didn't even need to go for an air-to-air situation out of shield. Just finding the kill raw with it. Very solid job of Pokélane and getting back another lead. Excuse me, even it back up.
Yeah, definitely very prolific with that axe. Always knows exactly what to do. And we're back even here. Was able to just even it up just with his nice little villager combos coming out. And he's taking a bit of a lead. Starting to really gain control of the momentum of this match and starts to be able to kind of exert his presence in the neutral here.
The interesting facts is just about that situation there is like, not only does Pokélane get to just completely shut down any type of approach that Miles had, but he was able to reset in a position that allowed him to look for those jumps, because Miles can't approach that tree right there. But Miles looking for hopefully a ledge guard hit situation. Here's a forward air, not going to be able to KO just yet with the up air, but the frame trap into the back air. Can Miles find a KO? Digging deep off stage, but had to back off. Wasn't feeling comfortable enough with the rising nair to go for the kill.
Yeah, Miles spacing that back air so well, though. Has a lot of safe shield pressure. If he continues that, he could be eventually looking for some type of shield break setup, but he honestly doesn't need to at this point. He's just kind of dancing around Pokelane's shield, probably looking for something to confirm into an up air or maybe a raw smash attack.
Yeah, at this point, just trying to find like a solid anti-air, maybe looking for an answer, but now Pokélane looking to follow the side B and bait Miles the jump. Usually you look for a forward air in those situations, but instead just staying protected underneath the side B so that way you could get in. The Lloyd Rocket coming through clutch to help find that up smash, and Pokélane going up 2-0 currently on Miles.
Yeah, able to find an anti-air of his own. As we were talking about Miles' anti-air, that strong up smash is going to end up taking the stock. We'll see if Miles can, change some things up and find the reverse 3-0. I definitely think that game was an improvement. Went last hit. It felt like he was starting to actually play his game in the neutral. He actually got a chance to do what he wanted to do. We are going to be seeing those two bands coming out. It looks like we're going to go to town here for this game 3 scenario.
Moving things over to town and city. Not only you get the flat stage available, but you have a few more combos available to you with those platforms. Obviously, I'm pretty sure what we just saw, PS2. No, actually, PS2 was not banned, so Miles feeling more comfortable here. But you said it well at the end of that last one. Miles made a lot of good adjustments. Just barely missing the KOs in the situations where it mattered, though, was the key. And if he's able to find that in this game, we could be seeing a complete reversal on Miles, because it definitely looks like he's still playing very solid here in this set.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like he's able to figure out what to do. This pick is a little confusing to me, though, because you give Pokélane more room to set up his Pokélane at the end of the day, I don't feel like he's fully zoning you. He's trying to set up these traps to kind of sneak you in, but you're giving him more room, more space to set that up. Yep. So far it's working out, though, because it's giving Miles more room to maneuver around. Able to take that stock there. Only at 40%, so he has so much room to work with, trying to get these early percent combos on deck again.
The key factors, can he replicate that this time? Probably going for a dash attack at the ledge is an answer. But the last game as well, Miles is able to take the first stock, but Pokélane was able to shut down anything that Miles went for afterwards, so he wasn't really able to get a lot out of it. We're seeing, though, you see Miles is willing to play back a bit more now with the stock up. Like, don't go in. Oh, no.
Yeah.
My hands are ready for E for everybody. Just scrapping with Miles up against the tree. It couldn't really do much about it. Unfortunately, not the up air is looking for, but still, that's the jump. What's Miles able to do? Gets caught in the air dodge as well. Is he able to get back? No, the coverage from there once again. And that's it. Getting caught 2 times in there, no jump available, and very excellently played stock by Pokélame.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking for these eggs right now. I do like Mile playing more patient though. I think that's kind of what he needs to do. It gives him time to think about what his options in the neutral are gonna be instead of just these involuntary mix-ups. Let's see what he goes for a ledge trap situation. It feels like he's getting on his ledge trap. He's mostly looking for these grabs, but he's able to find that there. Looks like it was an up air. That's going to take the stock, and he has I think this is a pretty hefty lead. We are seeing that circle in the bottom right corner.
Hoping nothing. Oh, okay. So
and
unfortunate situation that just occurred. We had a DC, so we're going to see exactly what happens with the TOs off the side to find out what happened there. Get some damage control on hand. But so I mean, that matchup was looking extremely good for Miles. Miles was like you said, playing a lot more defensive, able to make some adjustments, really shut some things down that we saw Pokélame was going for. He wasn't really getting hit by a lot of those aerial trades that villagers looking for all the time, especially with the Nair out of shield. And if we could see that replicated, then we might see some good gameplay in the next one. But we got to find out first what happened. So while we wait for that, obviously this set has been going extremely well. Let's take a quick update to see what's going on off of that. On losers, we got Sharp waiting on the other side of losers quarters. Leon versus Super Pie is still going on. Super Pie taking that 3-0 over Wadi as well in losers. And then on the other side of that, you got Icy Mist and Jen. That is 1-1. Icy Mist is a very strong Samus we've seen come back in this tournament. And Jen always super consistent with his Palutena. And both of those sets are actually 1 game apiece right now, trying to find their way to see who they'll fight. The winner of Icy Mist versus Jen will fight the loser of this set, and the winner of Leon and Superbye will have to face Sharp.
Yeah, definitely a lot of killers in this bracket. While we wait to see what the outcome is this, I want to talk about how Miles was playing with so much more confidence. And that's kind of what was the factor. In the early games, he would get hit once in the neutral, and then he'd kind of get bullied off stage. He'd get pushed across the stage, and then he would get put in a bad position where he has to kind of get to the ledge trap. And that's where Pokélame excels. He can go for all these traps when he's ledge trapping you. He can get these tree mix-ups, just do normal Lloyd Rocket mix-ups, back air, forward air. And, Miles, when he starts to play with more confidence and he starts to kind of accept that those could happen, just be okay, but I still need to play my game. He started to do so much better in the neutral, and he was able to extend that. His advantage strings started to get a lot more prolific. These 50, 60% early strings, able to find the kills easily. And I think that change in confidence is really what Miles needed. I'd like to see him continue that if we are able to get back into the match, but we're still waiting to see what is going on here.
Yeah, so according to chat, it was looking like potentially Miles Router might have shut off, so we're waiting to see what the full confirm is on what happens there. Pokélame is making the decision on what is going to happen now. Quick shout out to chat. I see a lot of people in there. I see Dark Wizzy floating around, getting the Yoshi emotes spamming. I'll see the mod extraordinaire pretty much in every single tournament. Helvet floating around in there, and a bunch of other people that and Yes, big fan of Yes's icon. So there's a lot of good people chilling in the chat right now, as we are currently waiting to see with 663 viewers. So once we find out what happens, please make sure that you share out the stream, let everybody know what's going on, so we can let more people see the rest of this qualifier. We still have a lot of great matches for you upcoming, and we're going to continue things. I see Hindsight as well throwing out in there.
The Beast Swordsman menace.
Hey, you know what, man? We may be stuck at home with everything right now, but this, I'm loving this. It's like it's reminding me of the joy of going to majors. I like just obviously we have to wait a while before everything gets back to normal, but just the fact that we have the consistent support of teams like Even Matchup Gaming, and just Red Bull coming through with the assistance, just giving us something to look forward to and having fun with. Regardless of your view on Wi-Fi, it's still a way to help keep the scene alive and going, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Mm-hmm. And I saw a message in chat from EMG. It looks like we are going to be replaying this game 3. So we are not getting a DQ to end the set. So luckily we have some more gameplay for you coming up. We'll see if that confidence that we were talking about from Miles, if he's able to continue that in this next game.
Yeah, good guy Pokélame coming through with not taking any W's there, running it right in. I mean, Pokélame has been playing so good. It looks like they're gonna probably even the stocks back up to where they were. I was sticking it. I like this. I like just reset it back to where it was. It was a technical issue. It happens. Reset the percent as well. And like I was saying a second ago, it's not like Pokélame has been doing well. He's currently up 2-1 in the set. So 2-0 in the set. So why just take that W at that point, earn the way through? So running it right back through. Everything that you said before offset was very much on point. Miles, defense really picking up, playing a bit slower. Do you see how Pokélame adjusts around that going into the end of this game?
Yeah, I think he needs to start. A lot of times with Pokélame, what he wants to do is he wants to just throw out these projectiles, frustrate his opponent, and then use that frustration to find these big punishes. I think he needs to start playing more of a bait and punish style. He needs to be weaving it in and out a lot more. He needs to be using that Lloyd Rocket, just kind of push it in, bait his opponent's shield out a little bit, wait for something unsafe from Miles, and then capitalize. I think that's the best way you can do it in this one, because Miles has so much maneuverability with his air, but he doesn't care about maneuverability when you have down smashes like that.
So you know what's funny? Like exactly what you were just pointing out. You like talk about looking for those out of shield options, and Miles actually baited around that. Did that forward air fade away to bait the grab, which led to that situation off stage and able to find that down smash. And Miles hasn't gone for that down smash all set. He's been consistently going for the uppies at ledge, which just keep getting met by the balloons. So it looks like, okay, does it really have a ledge trap option? And then just runs up and closes it out with a down smash. So it's good multi-game conditioning right there from Miles, and able to get himself finally on the board. I'm very interested to see where this progresses from here, because Miles really made a lot of solid adjustments in the set.
Yeah, no, most certainly. We're seeing those two bans come out. Miles not wanting to go to Battlefield or FD. We'll see what the counter pick is here. I wouldn't be surprised if we stuck to Town and City. I think it's definitely a decent pick here coming out from Pokélame. We could also see something like Kalos, maybe, where you want that big stage, you want that extra room to really play with. But I think that Pokélame can still, adjust his, not even his spacing, but he needs to adjust kind of his drift on his moves, where he decides to place them. But I think those adjustments we saw from Miles definitely coming out strong, playing with I say it again and again, but it's for a reason. He's playing with such confidence in this game 3. Yeah, go to Kalos.
Okay, so we're going to a wider stage. This is definitely a favorable stage in terms of a villager being able to play the clock. You get a lot more room to work with. You get a few more situations where not only do you have an extra escape option with that higher platform, but the egg isn't really going to be as viable in terms of, the egg wasn't really viable before with the balloons, but it really kind of changes things up. And you can hug the wall a bit more and not worry about having to go under stage and having to deal with an edge guard attempt from Miles by comparison to before, as well as these wider blast zones.
Yeah, definitely. That early air dodge, and just going to use the balloons. Yeah, we'll see how it works out here. Definitely, we're going to see a slower kind of game plan from Pokélame coming out, most certainly. That's what you're looking for on the stage. You're looking for that extra room to give you a cushion, to give you time to set up.
Agreed, yeah, and it's a big key factor is, can Mile get a large lead? Because if you're going to have somebody who plays the clock on you and Kalos, you can also do the same thing. I don't think we'll see that as so much early game because they're both willing to just kind of go in, but if Miles can get this early stock, it's going to force a full screen game where Pokélane can't just short hop fair. He can stand towards the other end and not get caught by it. So it's going to make Pokelane's approach game a bit different. I think we're seeing Pokelane's willing to reset a bunch more here on the stage. So that seems to be what he's going for.
Yeah, definitely playing slower. He's playing towards that ledge. He wants to get that tree stuff set up. Getting that nice down smash into the forward air there. And, you know, he's starting to even it up a little bit. Oh, going for the bowling ball, the lingering hitbox on that, and we're at 100-100 right here.
Yeah, borderline dead even percent. Both of them looking for an option. Miles just trying to cover a short hop fair probably with that down air right there. But and there is exactly what Pokelane's been able to use so many times over, just running up with the Lloyd Rocket and going for an up smash. But that time, Miles not fighting. And there it is, the forward air finally at the ledge, catching the neutral get up, and Miles once again taking a lead.
Yeah. And Miles, we'll see if he can extend it here. Probably looking for a nice little combo. I can get these extensions on this side platform and also use it to shark pretty well. And I think you're going to see the game plan slow down for Miles. I think he's going to start to use a lot more eggs. Going to get caught, though, with a down smash into the up smash.
Yeah, running in with that nair, trying to find a little bit more pressure. Miles trying to bury as much damage as he can as quickly, but Pokélane answering right back with the fair ride, just continuously throwing them out there, going all the way across stage. But a nair out of shield answer of his own. Pokélane starting to shut down the aggressive approach from Miles, but good gap window finding that grab. Unfortunately, not really able to get too much else out of it.
Yeah, definitely not. But just kind of spacing each other out. Okay, yeah, let's just throw things across the stage at each other.
Something about the interaction just made me laugh so much. Like, they have a game where people have plasma rockets, C4, thunder, and then these two just throw an egg and a piece of wood at each other. But the drop down axe is going to cover that. Is such a fast option and a really good idea, because when you're dropping down from there, most of the time people are looking for an anti-air, and Pokélane answered right back.
Pokélane starting to take control of this game a little bit. Miles needs to be looking for these big advantage strings right now. Gonna start it with the forward air. Just looking to keep him in the corner with that nair. You know, lingering hitbox, and yeah, able to find the up air. Not taking any extra damage, just kind of keeping this pressure on so far. But Pokelane's gonna be able to reset to the neutral there with that nair and just kind of keep it going.
Yeah, I like the fact that Pokélane, instead of trying to just push the initiative and go in, you set up your resources, you put the balloon out, and that is it. 79% from the forward smash, catching the air dodge up, and Pokélane is going to take it 3-1 over Mile in this winner's semi. He's going to be moving on to fight Mars on the other side of that, and that is going to be quite a ridiculous cat and mouse game they're going to be seeing. But Miles is going to be moving down into losers.
We were talking about baiting and punishing. That's all we're going to see in that next set. There it is going to be. Mars is going to be looking for a way to poke his way in, probably with a lot of nairs and up airs, maybe fair. And then Pokelane's going to try to get the hell away from Mars if he can.
Yes, run fast. They just constantly try to answer every single short hop aerial, every single retreating Zair inside B from Mars. So it's all about keeping Mars grounded, which is very hard to do. And also one of the beneficial things that ZSS has is that ZSS can go off stage and challenge that recovery from Villager, which is going to be super stressful for Pokélane to have to fight against. Very intrigued and interested to see how that goes, because Pokélane has shut down a couple of zoning based matchups in these past few ones, a little bit more in the Brawl archetype in that one with the Yoshi by comparison, but hasn't really had to fight somebody who has that rush down capability that Mars has with the ZSS yet. So very much looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for Pokélane in that set. He's going to have to constantly mix up his Lloyd Rocket heights and timings. You're going to be able to catch a lot from ZSS, but you're also going to have to try to contend with the Zair. So if you're too predictable with the heights that you're throwing at your Lloyd Rocket and the distances you're launching them at, you're not going to be able to use it effectively in the matchup. Same thing with how he uses forward and back air. Going to have to constantly be mixing up the heights and the distance from where he's shooting it. I don't know if we're going straight to winners finals or if we're going to swap over to losers. So we are going to go straight to winners finals. We are going to be seeing Mars versus Pokélane. Pokélane has had a hell of a run so far to get to this point.
Yeah, like we said before,
I don't think we can understate that.
Running through the Buzz, Wadi, Miles, and now having to face the ultimate wall at the end of the road, that is Mars. We were just talking about how hard it's going to be for Pokélame to open up Mars consistently, because majority of the time what you want to do is just go for air-to-air trades on people who want to jump. But the frame data on DZSS is going to beat you out most of the time. So how do you properly deal with that? How do you properly keep ZSS grounded? And that is really the key factor in if Pokélame can get the W. And of course, you have that bowling ball at ledge if Mars decides to dip a little bit too low for one of those recoveries, instead of going for a flip kick, going for a boost kick.
Yeah, definitely. Has to be on point in his ledge trapping game, and needs to constantly mix up. Not even, I was talking about his Ferris Bears side Bs, but he has to constantly mix up literally everything he's doing. That's what it's going to take, because this is, as we said, very bait and punish. If he starts to get too predictable, it's not going to turn out well for him. And we're going to be seeing that set up next. Quick shout out to our sponsors, Red Bull Canada and Red Bull Gaming, powering this event. Obviously, we've seen the Red Bull replays. Really appreciate them helping us, giving us wings. So thank you to them. We're going to be seeing our next set coming out here shortly.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a incredible potential set coming up next. The way that Pokélame has been playing all day, obviously, you know, one of the things when you see Villager, as I was joking about before with chat, is most of the time you see a very campy defensive playstyle, because that's the way the toolkit works for that character. But Pokélame has been able to find ways to have that comfortable mix between both that oppressive defensive play and also knowing when to go in. And after what we saw with the way that Mars had to fight against Sharp, it's proven that the shield can crack in that defense. However, Mars has got to be feeling some type of way after how close that last set was, so you can't forget that Mars might be looking to steamroll this W. We saw what happened before with the zoning-based character with Rob. We'll see if it happens to happen again here with the zoning-based character in Villager. Getting ready to get into game one, the first game of winners finals here of the GOML Northeast Open qualifier, the last qualifier of the GOML circuit, and this is the potential first player to move into grand finals coming up right now.
Yeah, Mars definitely the player to beat this event. He's just, his biggest test was that Sharp match, but he still looked solid in it.
And here we go into game one, already coming right off stage, immediately answering with an up smash. You're seeing Pokélame going for those retreating hits, but also staying just enough in to answer back with some hits of his own. And that's going to be key, utilizing Near Out of Shield properly and some of these other answers. And also consistently teching, but you can't tech that one. You tech one, you tech another. It does not matter. The flip kick is going to send you straight to the blast zone.
On top of that, as you would expect from him. Already off to a good lead, doing a good job opening up Pokélame where he needs to. And Pokélame going for the S smash there, maybe trying to catch that jump in from Mars, but Mars is just starting to get ready. Again, he's ready for these Lloyd Rockets. He's ready for the heights of these forward airs and back airs. He needs to mix it up more if he wants to open up Mars consistently, which he needs to do.
And here, these situations are the most stressful, of course. Just trying to fight against a ZSS when you have a hitboxless recovery. Outside of that side B, like you said, you have to continuously mix it up and make your adjustments. You saw Mars was looking for either an air dodge there or an early side B to potentially go for the back air on that Lloyd Rocket. But because Pokélame went high, he couldn't really close it out. But that time looking for the low one, however, the Lloyd Rocket coming in just in time to get the trade and shut that down.
Yeah, great usage there, the Lloyd Rocket, to kind of cover him. That's what he needs to do. Looking for that grab, and you know, you're probably not going to find it very often on ZS. It's a very mobile character, and that grab being one of the worst of the game in terms of speed. So, able to find it there, though, as I say that. We'll see what the options are. Just up B straight to ledge, and he's going to get that nice little, he got the nice little axe on deck.
Yeah, I like the fact of that idea right there. You put the tree out, so you automatically assume, you know, most players are, all right, they're probably going to roll here, but Mars deciding to jump, and Pokélame saw through it. And just barely missed with that back throw kill before, but doesn't matter. However, digging deep with your option, good answers with the aggressive approach from the forward air. That's going to allow Pokélame to take a slightly extended detour to the death realm, but unfortunately now he is existing in Minecraft as his canon.
Yeah, existing, he is no more. I think detour was a good way to put it.
Just a momentary lapse, like, all right, look, we're just going to take an extra street, but we're still finding our way to the end of this.
It's going to be so hard, but I love his usage of these Lloyd Rockets off stage. He places them just right. Oh, looking for the hard roll in. You're not going to get it against someone like Mars, though.
Yeah, if you happen to catch that right there, 50% with that charge, I don't know if that would have KO'd because Mars has been consistently avoiding high-level KOs, but still.
Well, I just mean he wasn't going to catch Mars specifically with it.
Oh, somehow avoiding a neutral get-up call from Mars with flip kick. Not too often that you see that happen, but Pokélame still in it for a little bit longer, trying to find one of these KOs. We've seen, we saw it with Sharp, was able to get it to last stock even after being far behind and almost take the game. Can Pokélame replicate that? You got to be very careful on these recoveries at the ledge.
Yeah, looking for the up tilt. Maybe I think he was expecting a jump in. He's reading a lot of jumps right now. He's reading a lot of rolls, but it's not quite working out. Mars doing such a good job boxing right now, whether he's using that up smash to anti-air or whether he's using that jab to kind of just keep Pokélame out. But Pokelame's going for consistently high recoveries, and Mars has not caught on to it yet.
Yeah, that was the best recovery he could have possibly taken right there. But with Mars, that's not going to work too often. However, just the consistency of Pokélame to avoid those is a testament to itself. Looking for the grab, not going to be it just yet.
And gonna get F tilted there. Yeah, has no option but to recover low there, and that's gonna be an untuckable. So that's gonna take game one. That looked very convincing.
Yeah, finding that attackable window, and it was just going to get worse and worse from that point too. Even if you got yourself all the way up to 180, 200%, if you found that kill, you still had to worry because every single potential edge guard could be a stage spike, and at those percents, you're in a bad spot. So Mars able to take it 2 stocks up. Pokélame was doing a solid job at the very beginning of getting the air-to-air trades, keeping the percent even, but it went to the window where things get rough against ZSS. Once you're forced to try and retreat with Lloyd Rockets more often, Mars is going to put his face right at the startup where the window is available to punish every single time because he can afford to take that trade. He has the stock up, and there's not much you could do there. We're going to see a change of scenery, though. The band's always the same with the FD and Kalos. No reason to go there, especially against a zoning type character like that, running into PS2.
Yeah, certainly. And I think this is going to be interesting because a lot of times what you would see is Pokélame was trying to play around the platforms. He would go for these S smashes off platforms to try to catch Mars sharking him. And he wasn't too successful, so it'll be interesting to see how he adapts his platform play coming out in this next match. Like, he's going to have to change it up a little bit because obviously those reads weren't really working, but it's getting the nice F smash, but he's finding these solid hits, but he's having a hard time converting into big strings right now, like I'm used to seeing from Pokélame. But yeah, not going to convert off that. Mars will, though. Gonna find that nice flip kick.
Yeah, finding that near the flip kick at the ledge, so consistent of a KO option. But, and unfortunate for Mars. Oh, wait. Darn, Mars looking for the wall jump, hopefully, to try and get himself back up. But that is a graces of early Christmas right there in favor to Pokélame because Mars giving up that stock. I think the big thing, though, you were mentioning a second ago, when it comes to Pokélame not able to find those combo extensions, it's just because ZSS can stay on the move so well. This game is so nimble, so quick. It's kind of similar to how we saw Noku playing the Squirtle earlier against Sharp. You want to get a couple hits, back off, couple hits, and frustrate the player. And I think we're seeing Pokélame trying to find that window, and hopefully can find it here in the second stock.
Yeah, just kind of crawling underneath that. And yeah, it's Pokélame just trying to keep Mars kind of at bay right now. Mars is consistently moving around so well. He'll take that trade every day of the week, getting the Void Rocket hit, but gonna hit it with a nice back air.
Yep,
gotta
100%.
do it for the one time.
You can always catch them right at the very startup of that Lloyd Rocket and get a hit in, and Mars will always be right there. And every single time, that Lloyd Rocket's not KOing unless it's plus 150 or so. Here's that down smash into up smash finally, though, and we're back to even stocks. You gotta take that early stock from Mars and run with it here.
Got the wood chip on deck. Not gonna find much out of it though, but we'll see what you can find. Yeah, I think he might have been looking for an op air to keep sharking Mars, but Mars always finds a way to shark, whether it be through just his drift or it be through his flip kick.
Yeah, Mars also kind of making Pokélame have to second guess those options there too. The mash out from the down smash and then the aggressive trade with the down air. That's a kill option for Pokélame, so it makes him have to second guess it for a second. Is Mars going to swing here? Do I have to hold shield instead? And does Mars get a free recovery out of that because of that? Just being able to flip kick away.
Yeah, definitely. just kind of safely pressuring Shielder now, and Pokemon doesn't really have an option for it, because that's gonna be so safe with Zair, Nair, and just has to kind of deal with it. But Mars just sharking, juggling in this advantage, but gonna whiff the boost kick there, but no real punish, so it doesn't even matter.
Here we go, the drop down back air through. Now this is still a very stressful situation in terms of if Pokélane can get Mars off stage. That bowling ball will kill around this window, especially at 60 now. So Mars has to be careful in not giving up stage position. As you see Pokélane trying to find one of these aerials to hopefully force off stage, looking for an aggressive approach, probably from a flip kick from platform. But no bite from Mars. And speaking of that flip kick, that's gonna be it. Gonna be 2 up at the moment over Pokélane. Pokélane looking much better in that second game, but Mars still playing that matchup perfectly.
Yeah, it felt like he had more of a handle, and when he was able to find his way in advantage, he was able to find these solid kill options. It still feels like he's playing Mars's game in the neutral. It feels like anything he gets, it's because Mars said it was okay. Not because he's actually creating these genuine openings for himself. And when you're playing that reactive game where you're always trying to react to what your opponent is doing, and you can never really set your own kind of agenda, you're really at your opponent's mercy. He needs to do a better job at creating these openings themselves in the neutral if he wants to make a comeback in this set and win, the next 3 games. Obviously, Mars is just going to continue his game, keep pushing you out with his Zair, Nair, and then when he gets an advantage, just completely blow you up for it.
Yeah, and I think one of those things, it's just so much easier said than done. It's just like you want to find those openings, but even just taking a quick relook at the stream delay on Twitch, I saw that not only was that first attempt from that forward smash looking for the platform read from the flip kick before, but he was looking for another one again, and Mars still beat him to it.
Yeah.
So Pokélane knew what was coming, but Mars also had the idea it was coming too, and that's gonna win on that trade every time. So very, very annoying thing. But we're gonna see the switch over to the Isabelle instead from Pokélane. Slightly change up in the matchup style, but we're going to be seeing a different character nonetheless.
Yeah, I've not seen much of Pokélane's Isabelle. I've only heard tales of it. It is a beast from what I understand. We are going to go to Smashville though.
Yeah, running it onto Smashville, smaller stage this time. Not as much room to go for the retreating gameplay, but it didn't really work in the previous hits. It's like, okay, I'll just go for more of these, the up tilts and such. Go for anti-air options because you have a bit more, not so, a huge one, but you have a bit more of a combo game option at least, and a better out shield options for Isabelle here.
Yeah, and one thing Isabelle does well is that he sets up these kind of kill zones, because you have those rockets, they go up vertically, so your opponent really has to be wary of them, because you can confirm so much off of the rockets. You can just kind of go for a double jump up air a lot of times. Finally, the up smash to take the stock, but it's a completely different play style to deal with when it has to do with the rocket. So I'll be interested to see how Pokélane is able to effectively use that in this game. Already with some nice up tilts.
I'm already happy the way to see that Pokélane has adjusted in terms of looking for the early gimp with that side B. That would have been a very nice lead in favor. But Pokélane held his ground before with that up smash. Didn't wait, waited until the final movement option from Mars to pull the trigger on that up smash. If we could see more of that, a bit better defensive gameplay in terms of pulling out reads. That jab is not going to beat that boost kick though. What's a mallet to a rocket? And unfortunately for Isabelle, not going to be enough.
I don't know if that infinite, I think that infinite was patched out, but Mars is kind of gonna, I mean, that's one of the Mars classics, right?
I mean, occasionally the rockets, malfunction, and Mars giving another early stock right there, but this time in favor of a lead for Pokélane. Now, is Pokélane able to make something out of this? So far, this damage has been completely unanswered, and Mars looking to completely negate that down air.
Yeah, definitely negate it. You can't. Still able to make it back though. You can't really contend with ZSS's boxing a lot of times, so that's what Mars is starting to rely on. He's starting to use a lot of jabs in general because it's such a fast option. But gonna just drift to ledge there, and Pokélane, I think he was expecting some inward drift. Mars really hasn't taken much percent, and that's going to be a really clean stock to negate that SD as you're talking about.
yeah, regardless of the, no Lloyd rocking in the way, Mars is still going to go off stage and catch that nonetheless. And now you're in one of the scariest positions in the world. Even though you're just now at 21%, Mars consistently naring on neutral get up at ledge, making you afraid and forcing the shield hold. The sledge trap is working perfectly for Mars so far, and Pokélane finally able to find his way out of there.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to continue that, and Mars is just extending his advantage so well. Pokemon found his way out of there for the momentary time and waiting on that. That's going to be the stock.
Yeah, no, you were correct. Pokélane found his way out of there for sure. Getting directly up into the down smash,
yeah,
and Mars taking it. Yeah, just punching the ticket for that ride that he was not wanting to take. Mars going to take a 3-0 in winners finals. Very solid switch to the Isabel. It definitely was working in terms of getting a few anti-air options. But even after that SD, Mars was just able to capitalize on any time a landing was coming and a majority of the punish game situations compared to Pokélane. And really just, it was kind of what we were expecting. It's hard for a zoner to win against Mars in most aspects.
Great showing though from Pokélane. In the set, he was able to contend with Mars in certain situations. Great showing from him throughout this tournament so far. He's going to be sitting in losers finals. He's a beast for someone to have to take out to try to have their attempt at beating Mars. But
yes, speaking of who's left, matchups that could work in terms of Villager, you have Sharp versus Leon waiting on losers quarters, and Miles versus Jen on the other side of that. So there's a couple potential ones. I think one of the few that definitely doesn't want to see is either Sharp or Jen being at Palutena, or the roulette that is Sharp. But if you could get a hold of the big bodies or another rematch against Miles, the way we saw that winner semis match go, could see a run right back into grands. But Mars currently sitting there a little bit comfortable after the closest set definitely being against Sharp.
Yeah, and he still looked pretty solid in that set, obviously taking out, but had a lot of great moments, just adapted well overall. That being said, Mars is going to be sitting in Winterside Grands, and that's going to be actually the last set of our block today. So
we're going to be switching things off. You got Max Ketchum and Dre Charles coming up next. Make sure you do not go anywhere. We're going to be switching just momentarily. If you happen to like our commentary, we are down below. Of course, you can see us there. And make sure before we do the switch, while you can, hit that little heart at the bottom of the screen to follow Even Matchup Gaming. And also make sure you go take a look at the Twitters of Red Bull Canada and Red Bull Gaming for providing the support throughout this tournament all day. We will not be gone for long. I had a great time, Gray. I had a great time with you over these last 2 days.
A lot of great matches, a lot of funny moments. It was a great time. That's going to be it from us here. My name is Gorilla. I'm signing off, and this was me and Ajax.
What is good, gamers? We're back with the GOML Northeast Qualifier. Now in the playoff stage and in the top 6 of the bracket. So we've only got a few heads left, and only one of them is going to make it to the circuit finale in the first weekend of November. Here to take you through it, my name's Max Ketchum.
And I'm Dre Charles. Yeah, out here fighting for that qualification. That scary finals day we've broken into. We see a lot of top talent here today, really breaking it out. People that have come out through Wi-Fi and people that have come out through offline as well. Mars, I believe, sitting in Grands currently, but we see players like Pokelam and Sharp doing incredibly well, who've been seeing most of their results through Wi-Fi as of late. And it's very nice to see everybody coming through and shining. We also have Leon and Jen in this top cut as well. So some very good stuff. Very exciting gameplay here for you guys today.
Everybody shining and not one spacey left in the bracket. Actually, that's debatable. Sharp might go Wolf, but if I had a guess for the Leon set, he's probably going to start Sheik.
Yeah, I would imagine Sheik or Joker is the move, because I know Wolf struggles a lot versus Bowser on the ledge and ends up just getting blown up for getting tapped once around 30%. Just because that meaty F-tilt can prove to be a huge problem for Wolf at the ledge, and Flame Breath as well, just to force a low option that Bowser can F-tilt on reaction. Very scary stuff there.
Yeah, Bowser just a demon at the ledge for sure. And yeah, we'll see what Sharp has up his sleeve. This guy is like one of the, I'd say, premier multi-character specialists of Ultimate at this point. It's got very deep pockets. So we'll see who it's going to be. I was just, the banter in chat. They were talking about Sheik, and I have to agree. I'm inclined to agree with the Twitch monsters on this one. Usually you guys have no idea what you're talking about, but today I agree with that call.
Yeah, Sheik makes a lot of sense. Always a character that's given Bowser a pretty decent amount of trouble. And I mean, she is going to blow up on hit, which Bowser always wants to see as a character who's going to outlive most of the cast. But as we see the optimization of some of these Sheik routes, characters like Bowser and DK slowly become way more scared of her.
Right, we'll just see if in an online environment, Sharp is able to have the precision necessary to win a matchup like that. I feel like I'd be extra scared going in with the very light Sheik on online play, but hey, here it is, Sheik, but it's Banjo from Leon. Very interesting. Maybe a deliberate pick to avoid Bowser vs. Sheik.
Nonetheless, a smart potential counter pick going into game 1 here. I like to see it, and holding 87% and a full stage. Leon's making it look like a very good pick.
Clever way to get off the edge. One grenade on the shield, gives it right back to him for a second attempt back to the stage, and it works out. So you've got Sheik knocking on death's door at this point, honestly. I mean, Wonder Wing will certainly do it, but Banjo has some other pretty high kill power moves could come into play.
Yeah, very scary setups as well. Potentially could use Bomb Bear or Bomb Wonder Wing to find one of these early stocks. And this is before even looking at the egg gun confirms, the close-up egg gun ladder confirms that Leon might actually have.
Yeah, I've never seen his Banjo. Didn't know this was in his repertoire at all. But Leon definitely known for having some wacky character choices. I mean, Bowser, Game & Watch, already kind of a weird duo. I saw him debut his junior, I think at Glitch it was, just before COVID hit. So, yeah, not surprised to see him pick something super unconventional like this. But either way, Sharp gonna close it out. Bouncing Fish off the stage, clean air dodge read, and now all that percent he took early on doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, incredibly precise corner pressure coming out there, just gonna seal things up very quickly. Leon searching a little bit hard for the kill now, burning 2 Wonder Wings very early on.
Yeah, just gotta maintain those resources, or rather manage the resources and not spend them in advance of that even stock count if he manages to peel this one back in time.
Yeah,
of course, Wonder Wing, a move that's... Go ahead.
Go on. Yeah.
I was going to say, you typically use that move pretty sparingly anyway, but, it's still nice to know that you have all 5 available to you, even if you're probably not going to spend them all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just want to have use of all of them for when they're definitely going to even things up or put you in a firm lead. See Sharp holding a half stage or more a lot of the time here, just because needles do tend to be better than a lot of Banjo's zoning tools, just because they're very slow. They don't move as fast as you'd like them to.
Oh, the drag down there right into a grab. Not a true combo, but still very scary. You want to hold shield typically when you get dragged down to avoid a lot of follow-ups. So it's going to work out for Leon there. But Sharp all over these options out of disadvantage. Trying to stick some platform pressure in there.
Leon
ooh, the
slowly...
late nair. I like it.
Very nice trap on the berry there.
Ah, and he caught it. A little bit of charge just to ensure the kill, and we see Leon working with a stock lead now. Sharp took the first one, but now we'll see if Banjo's weight can come into play, and also his good zoning tools could be a lot of extra credit in the works.
Alright, Sharp now trying to use these bombs to find the confirm, but hasn't found anything quite yet. Leon cheesing a little bit of damage because Sharp gets hit with bomb in hand.
Yeah, he went out there and grabbed it, didn't throw it away, but then Leon got the next hit and then just guaranteed that it would hit Sharp instead. Okay, he's got the Blicky on deck. Ooh, no confirm though.
Blicky ladders almost on deck, but we see the two shots and the potential. We see the potential.
They're just going to opt for back throw, take some stage control on the raw damage rather than trying to risk a follow-up on down throw.
That's very interesting. Bouncing Fish got stalled on the small egg, so the bomb had time to land in and hit Sheik. Very nice stuff for Leon there. Almost finding the conversion, but just the landing trap with the up smash. Not very many places she can go there. Having one of the worst air dodges in terms of distance. She really doesn't go that far.
It's the fast faller curse.
Yeah.
Starts sinking a little bit too early. I know that all too well from trying to air dodge to the ledge as Wolf and just dying a bunch of times when it looks like there's no way it would miss. All right, so Banjo from Leon taking that surprise game one. I mean, I certainly did not expect that. Have you heard or seen anything of Leon's Banjo ever?
I've seen him talking about Banjo. I know he loves the character and wants buffs. But I didn't know he's been playing Banjo seriously, and to see that he maybe sees some potential in the character is very interesting to me.
I think it's a very risky pick here because Sharp has so many characters that he could just bust out at any time, right? And while the Banjo might have been a good call for Sheik, anticipating that to be Sharp's game one character, yeah, something like Lucina could just come out and make it really difficult. I think this matchup's pretty bad for Banjo. But I'm not sure. I mean, Leon, probably better than almost any Banjo I've ever crossed paths with.
Alright, we see that beat stick coming out pretty early, proving to be a bit of a problem, but Leon finds the ledge and immediately begins to make it pretty hard for Sharp.
Catches the grenade, yeah, interrupt the Wonder Wing. Oh, and again, if you catch that in the first few frames, you're not going to get any armor, and there we go. Sharp turning that into a full edge guard, completes the stock, and now he's pretty healthy.
That was an incredibly nasty stock, too. Finding, I believe it was the forward air to catch the grenade and then confirming off the grenade. Incredibly scary stuff from Sharp. Getting caught on that initial dash, going to make it a little bit hard to find the extra credit Sharp is looking for.
All right, Leon in a position where he's got to take the stock real quick. We'll see if he gets a grenade combo or if he just waits patiently for the roll, and that throw is so strong, man. Even a couple steps away from the ledge is going to take care of him. Now back to a pretty even game.
Yeah, Leon laying these traps at very different points to make you think that certain options are safe and killing you for the options that you perceive as safe. Catching that roll there, very good stuff. But Sharp at ledge has just been so deadly this game, finding so much damage and pressure.
I'm shocked that that didn't break his shield. Probably the smallest surviving shield I've ever seen in this game. Now we've got Leon with another chance here on the second stock. How is he going to be able to close 120% lead, though? I don't know. Banjo not the best equipped for that. Although it could be a matter of just getting him to 70 and landing a good Wonder Wing read.
Yeah, but Sharp kind of floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee here, just avoiding everything as much as possible and then cutting in with these fast, very big swings.
Oh, the roll ending just in time to be able to block that forward smash. Okay, Leon getting him stuck on the platform, but yeah, one Wonder Wing left, and he's got to make it count. Does exactly the opposite of that, but I understand why you do it.
Yeah. No, Wonder Wing is going to make it really hard to recover there versus Lucina as well.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. He loses the recovery tool, too. Yeah, you always got to keep one in the back pocket just in case. Slipping right underneath that grenade. And trying to air-to-air Lucina is just not a good look. I mean, Banjo has some decent range, especially with that Kazooie back air, but Lucina doesn't even have to commit to going that far into the range of it.
Yeah, and Sharp is just shown to be that he's so aware of where Leon's trying to position here at all times that he's just kind of getting away with catching these bigger swings. Yeah, that fair now consistently proving to be a problem. Nothing in Banjo's kit really able to outrange it, except for perhaps a well-placed back air, but even that's going to require incredibly precise spacing from Leon, and this game is sort of slipping away here. Big fair.
Just like we were talking about before. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Yeah, so the deep pockets of Sharp proving to be the answer to this Banjo here. I mean, Lucina, I'd say probably isn't even in his like top 3 or 4 characters, but it's just such a good choice for the matchup. Yeah, nice tech chase. A lot of players like to roll in against Lucina because if she wants to go for the deep tech chase for the roll out, she can't usually get back there in time. So very smart using the scoop hitbox of the up smash. Closed out a very convincing game too and tying up the set.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharp, incredibly precise that game, really not missing many swings at all. Just kind of always finding Banjo in his bubble and immediately punishing when necessary.
Yeah, his lack of good scrapping options really cost him against the sword characters. So now we're going to see this counterpick war, right? Where Leon's probably going to go Bowser, assuming that Sharp stays Lucina. And I don't see why he wouldn't after that game, right? Because, like, you know, if he switches, then Leon could just stay Banjo or maybe, like, bust out Game & Watch, who has a lot of very polarizing matchups. But we'll see.
Ooh. Oh. Staying on Banjo, a bit scary. But I kind of respect it because I think if Leon is able to put Sharp on ledge often, things can get pretty scary because Leon's just been showing that he's got great coverage, right? And he's been punishing the right options with kills when necessary. But I just think neutral is going to be so hard here. I mean, what does Banjo do to air Lucina's forward air?
Exactly, and oftentimes doesn't have the burst necessary to get in on a landing aerial, which is really like what determines if you beat Lucina or not. And I mean, he has to spend Wonder Wing to do it, or just get really precise with the dash attack. Oh, and no tech. Power of 69 giving him that blessing.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I think DIing so as to not have to tech at all, and then getting a much later tech opportunity. Ooh. These games and this set almost slipping away by the second here. Leon is going to have to find signs of life quickly.
Okay, drag down Naren to grab. Goes for forward throw. Yeah, using the grenade to keep him safe. Oh, and just goes right back in there, but cross stage, even the likes of Wonder Wing won't take Lucina out just yet. Oh, Leon stuck on the platform, getting what I can only assume to be an unintentional roll. And now Sharp is just keeping him up there.
Yeah, the juggle situations in neutral just proving to be so difficult for Banjo here. Netting Sharp fat damage and the fattest lead we've seen so far in the set, but a Wonder Wing can very quickly bring things closer to even.
Leon with no qualms about spending those resources right now.
It's just scary because now if Leon gets put off map incorrectly, Sharp has a much higher chance of finding this kill.
Exactly. I think
so
he's got
risky play.
I think he has
we gotta
one
see.
left?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's one or two.
Max out here, regardless.
Okay, the bear, Banjo, chunky boy is not going to die to that quite yet.
Those eggs as coverage back to the stage is some good stuff coming from Leon.
Just trying to throw those eggs out, but not enough protection. Very linear path that travels in and on a pretty thin hitbox vertically. So Lucina, of course, is going to be very able to get in there with her wide arcing slashes. and Sharp just not putting himself at the angle for recovery that will get blown up by grenade. Always making sure to slip right under it.
Yeah, Sharp's positioning has been absolutely fantastic. Just kind of always staying in a spot that's low risk.
Okay, Whiff punishes the up tilt, but still not enough. Gonna need a little bit more damage or just a better position on the stage to see it kill that early.
Ooh, almost catches that confirm off the bomb again. Big pressure at the ledge here. Ooh, wow. Sneaks in with that F smash though.
Yeah, roll to F smash. I'm surprised he even found the time to do something of that nature, but either way, even stocks. If Leon can win this game and get it in Sharp's head that Lucina might not be the answer to Banjo, then I think we can see a very different set.
Absolutely, and we see 2 Wonder Wings still in the bag. Leon in a position to kind of max out here. A lot of big pressure from center stage, finding the juggles.
Oh, the grenade trade, or not even trade, just detonating right in his face, and now we are definitely in near kill territory for Wonder Wing. Again, depending on stage position. So Leon just having those 2 ready to go, it's going to be huge. 2 quick ones.
Leon using a lot of roll through now, realizing that Sharp has been committing to try and swing at Leon for escaping shield with jump, and these cross-up rolls have been proving to give Leon a lot of stage.
Okay, goes for the quick dash attack, not even wanting to risk it on a grab, because sometimes dash grabs could be a little sus. Oh no, an SD from Sharp!
That's super unfortunate.
Now,
but regardless, a very well-played last stock from Leon, cleaning a lot of that up, putting the pressure on very tight.
if I'm Leon, I'm making the switch to Bowser now. I think it's...
Yeah, right?
Yeah, just, like, even if you think he's going to go Sheik, it's worth the gamble, just because I really think Lucina's just so good against Banjo, and Sharp was doing a great job playing the matchup just until the bitter end right there. Leon started to get some momentum, and, you know, SD aside, it still looked like things were going his way.
This actually compels me to look and see through the bracket if Leon has played any more Banjo.
Yeah, I actually was going to do the same. I have it up right here, but it seems to be all Bowser.
Huh.
Yeah, so this
Very
is...
smart counter pick.
This is for Sharp, specifically.
I feel like it kind of makes sense in terms of playstyle, right? Because people that really enjoy precision characters like, you know, your Sheiks, your Jokers, and even to some degree your Lucinas, are sometimes going to struggle with characters that just feel like they throw themselves at you with a big swing and zone you out if they're not doing that. And Banjo definitely is either in your face, swinging forward there, swinging back air at you, trying to get those drag down nairs, or you're getting zoned from a full stage.
Yeah, he's definitely a kookster character for sure, and I feel like Leon is the type to thrive off of those. Oh no! Going the wrong way, but I feel like Sharp may have had enough time to get up and block. Ooh!
Wondering placements this game better than they have been the other couple.
Aside from that first one.
See, yeah. That was a little weird.
We'll just drop the lowest test grade, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a college classic. Ooh, unfortunate trade there on that first hit of up smash from Leon. Could have sealed the stock out early.
Very smart set play, knowing the grenade was going to blow up if Sharp tried to punish him. Just keeping himself safe. Oh, grenade in hand, but just not close. Yeah.
Grenade positioning from Leon has been amazing. Just letting it bounce to cover a lot of these scarier end lag situations. Just Wonder Winging into it or up smashing when it's bouncing into him in such a way that it'll blow up to punish Sharp for trying to get the punish, but it also is slow enough that Leon can roll out of the way in the event that it doesn't blow up.
I'm starting to think that these Wonder Wings the wrong direction are supposed to be B-reverse grenades. And that is super unfortunate. He's now down to just 1 for his first stock, but of course, he's already accomplished what he needs to. He's got the stock lead, he's got some fat damage, so I mean, maybe he could just throw it out for some cheese, just raw percent. Or if he keeps working this lead, might be what he needs to take the second stock, and then it doesn't matter if he dies early off stage or something.
Yeah, originally losing a lot of the set to air-to-airs is now actually catching Sharp, landing it on shield a lot.
Look at all that business at the edge there. Sharp just not feeling comfortable there. Oh, the no mash to avoid up tilt. Very smart by Sharp.
The pressure here from Leon, though, just relentless.
Oh, and he is definitely dead to the next back throw if it's anywhere near the edge. Wow, still clinging to life. 140. That's that patch that made Lucina's pair a little weaker in action.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, the
tough.
Big swing off the platform, too. Yeah, gonna seal up a full stock lead. Sharp is gonna have to make things work quickly.
Popping the grenade out. I'm loving how Leon will just stick that out when he's looking for landing traps as like a very low commitment way to try to, beat a swing. Just because Banjo doesn't really have the range.
Yeah, he's putting it in place of where he was trying to air Lucina previously, and we're seeing it work so much more.
Oh, the grenade. Wow, excellent spacing from Leon and almost a shield break. Good lord.
Yeah, we're seeing an M&M on the end of Sharp here.
Great spacing, though. Just waiting out the Wonder Wing, rolling to its max distance. Oh, Leon blowing himself up, though. I feel like there's a chance for momentum to start swinging in Sharp's favor here. Oh, okay. Drag down into jab. Smart stuff by Leon. Hedging his bets. Not going to risk it on the, I believe, fake combo of Nair to grab.
Yeah. All this extra credit is getting much scarier for Sharp than you'd think, though, because Banjo's going to come off that platform with 5 new Wonder Wings.
Yep. And he could just start throwing them very wildly and... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if he gets a shield break, like just when I was saying there was a chance for the momentum to switch, yeah, Leon a little bit on guard when it comes to, just wanting to put a shield up and let the lead work for itself. But of course, Lucina has that almost pseudo comeback factor with shield breaker.
Yeah, very good stuff from Sharp, just recognizing Leon was getting a lot of punishes on landing aerials and looking for even more of them. Ooh, big corner pressure from Leon, though. I like the placement of the eggs. The neutral B eggs,
okay.
not
Right. Those are just shaped like eggs by pure coincidence. Oh, he's... Okay, I was gonna say, if he died to that, I'd be shocked. I'm surprised they even gave a kill screen.
Chipping out Sharp for so much damage here in the corner. I think back throw might actually kill pretty much anywhere on the map at this point.
Yeah, might even kill off the top, straight up.
Yeah. Straight up.
Oh, but this is getting a little scary because shield break at the ledge will still probably spell death for Banjo here. Oh, and he gets the read. That should do it. 182. No! What?
Oh, whoa! It's so much weaker than I thought. Buff Banjo? Question mark?
Oh, you know what it is? It's that it throws at a low angle, so from far away you won't get the kill off the top like a lot of other back throws would.
That last back air is going to seal it out, though. Leon making some very good adjustments there across the set.
Yeah, that was super clutch. The Banjo, man, I really did not expect that. Making it happen the whole time, like 3-1, right? So not even a Game 5 situation, not forced into picking Bowser at all. And what started as a counter pick, presumably to avoid Sheik, ended up forcing Sharp off Sheik, and he stuck with it anyway. Like, kept the same answer to the answer.
Yeah, very good stuff. Choosing to make the adjustments with Banjo as opposed to making the switch to Bowser. And you have to wonder if it's because maybe Leon thinks that Bowser might have suffered against more of Sharp's character pool, or if it's because he's just that confident in the Banjo pick.
Yeah, I'm, again, just super shocked. Like you said, you've only seen him just talk about it on Twitter a little bit. Like, I very, very surprised to see in like such a high stakes situation with 1,000 on the line right now and then a potential 5,000 later that he would actually risk it. But it worked out. So props to Leon. Conviction and bravery can get you a lot farther in bracket than you think.
Yeah, very nice stuff. Just sticking to the guns really, because the thing is, while Sharp was playing very properly against Banjo, there were adjustments that Leon made that almost made Banjo look like a better character than he is. Just kind of realizing, okay, I'm not allowed to air Lucina, right? Pretty much at all. So I'm putting Bomb there. I'm just going to let him trade with Bomb literally every single time and take the damage I can from that. Okay, ledge is pretty hard. I can't really put a swing here. I'm just going to put 2 eggs and grenade here and watch what happens, right? And over time, all that chip damage ended up resulting in so many quicker stocks.
Yeah, a lot of great set play at the ledge on Leon's part. It just was so dangerous for him to come up, and also, because the eggs last so long, Banjo's actionable behind that, and he can get into a better position to punish whatever you do to avoid the projectiles he's putting out. So props to Leon, making it through now to loser semifinal. So guaranteed a spot in the top 4. Not quite qualified for the circuit finale yet, but definitely taking home a fatter chunk of change. And he will be playing against the winner of our next set, which is a run back from winners Miles versus Jen. But first, a quick Red Bull replay. Let's take a look at some of the best moments of this set.
Yeah, there was honestly some really, really nasty stuff from both players. From Sharp, I think that one edge guard was so good with the grenade.
Gives you Wonder Wings, baby. And a couple in the wrong direction.
Yeah, just a few, right? You have to wonder. Yeah, I think you're right that those were all B-reverse eggs that just didn't work out. That's super unfortunate because that means Leon's neutral was way more concrete than we thought. And it was just a couple missed inputs.
Yeah, I think only the backward ones, really. But, like, he still was going a little buck wild with it, but it doesn't matter. He was able to get it done 3-1. This is the game that Sharp takes here. You can see in the replay, pretty dominant fashion, honestly. The switch to Lucina looked like it was going to be something that Leon would have to adjust to on the character select screen, but nope. He just stuck it out with Banjo, even after that sick tech chase. Very clean stuff.
Yeah, getting 2-stuck by Lucina, too. You'd think maybe he was like, maybe I should just run Bowser. It's a character that inherently is said to do pretty well against Lucina, but just kind of sees the holes in Sharp's game plan.
Yeah, Banjo, just a character that I can't imagine many people are well equipped to fight experience-wise. I know there's a very strong New England Bowser named Exiled that Sharp has probably crossed paths with more than once. So maybe Leon had in his head, like, you know what? He probably knows the Bowser matchup really well. He's got answers in his character pool. So we'll just rock the Banjo. And maybe if we saw him go down 2-1, or maybe if we saw it go to game 5, it could have been different and Leon would have switched. But either way, I would love to see more of this Banjo online, offline, whatever it is, deeper in this bracket.
Oh, yeah. Definitely very solid with the character, honestly. We see a lot of stuff that people aren't doing too often as well. Just the placement of the eggs to protect his pretty awful end lag in situations like dealing with Wonder Wing or trying to up smash a pretty ambiguous landing. So I really like stuff like that, and just making a character who's relatively unsafe as safe as possible with these built-in tools. I love to see stuff like that.
Yeah, Banjo definitely create a character kind of vibe where, his ceiling is quite high if you're able to play according to each scenario. But, like, overall his performance and results and, like, in theory, he's kind of middling, but he can get it done in a variety of ways. And I think that really contributed to how Leon was able to pull that setback after getting 2-stocked from the counterpick. But yeah, it's going to be Miles and Jen coming up real quick.
All right, some Yoshi Palutena action. A very scary matchup because Palutena doesn't have the most amazing disadvantage in the cast. She does have great aerials, and if she catches you lacking and not actually punishing her properly, it's going to be easy for her to escape. But Yoshi has one of the scariest advantage states in the game with that down air, that up air, that forward air, all just incredibly strong pressure tools that are going to allow him to extend combos and net fat damage. And Palu has a very hard time dealing with cross-ups as is, and Yoshi's cross-up up air is a combo starter and an incredible landing tool.
Yeah, he shrinks down too, so Nair out of shield might actually just go over his head if you're not at, like, the perfect part of the hitbox. So definitely some tricks up the sleeve of Yoshi in a matchup that I would say he otherwise probably suffers in. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, surprisingly, Miles 3-0'd Jen in the winner's bracket here, which at the very least I would have expected to be like some numbers on the board for Gen, but I don't know. He's definitely got a new fire within him. He's actually, here at our house. Me, Dre, and Jen are all in the same house. For those of you guys who don't know,
we're big chilling.
Yeah, no commentary coaching. He's in your room. Actually, no.
You gotta blow me up like that.
No, he's downstairs in the living room, right, guys?
Yep.
But anyway, yeah. I was surprised to see that original result, but Jen has been on a tear in losers bracket. Definitely woke up since then, tearing through Mr. E 3-1, Noku 3-0, Icy Miss 3-2, and now this is his shot at finding an opportunity to fight against Leon in loser semis for top 4.
Yeah, that's always a good sign, right? Is to get upset in winners and then go into losers and immediately take out someone on the upper end of PR.
Right. Okay, the Nair party starter, but Yoshi, of course, uniquely able to get out of a lot of combos that other characters couldn't just because of the jump armor.
Yeah, and that's going to prove kind of hard for a character like Palutena, whose advantage tools are multi-hits.
Yeah, pretty much with the sole exception of back air. I don't think any of her hits are strong enough to overcome the knockback reduction from Yoshi's double jump. Ooh, but you could just catch him in any other animation, like egg, and then it's just normal.
Alright, Jen catching Miles running off these platforms a little bit early, trying to get things started.
Alright, back air. Oh, but they're going to trade. Makes it a little harder for Jen to set up. And both of them just passing each other by with a couple attempts.
Yeah, ooh, seemingly big parry, but actually just ends up getting Miles out of the pressure situation. Both of them just kind of running the nooch here. Show me your nooches.
They haven't hit each other for quite some time. All right, there we go. Back throw from Miles. Gonna use the eggs to set up the ledge, and Jen pick and jump. He was all over that. Yoshi's so chunky, though.
Using that explosive flame to cover the ledge. Ends up finding the hit once again. Egg's gonna prove to be a bit of a problem for Palutena. She has to place herself very precisely, and Yoshi's able to throw so many eggs back to the stage that she's not really going to be able to put herself in the right spot if there's an egg there.
Ooh, the DI in, though, on the down throw. Yoshi usually unable to turn that into a follow-up, but of course, if you're holding in out of fear, then it can work out really well. I mean, Palutena has the same advantage, but she actually is supposed to get follow-ups off of her throws. All right, the air-to-airs from Jen on point.
Yeah, gonna prove to be very, very huge for Palutena in this matchup, seeing as how Yoshi doesn't have very disjointed aerials at all.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of the calling card for characters that are good against him. Oh, the explosive flame just a little too low to catch him. I think Jen had the right idea there. And not giving him the jump that he was looking for. Miles hanging on, still staying smart out of disadvantage.
Yeah, I actually think that was a forced tech, so a tech chase potentially could have resulted in the end of things there, but Miles taking advantage back, making things very scary for Jen here.
Okay, gets the back throw. Jen gonna play this game of chicken till the bitter end. Ooh, oh no! All right,
Big.
stock lead going to Miles.
Very relentless. One of the best qualities of Yoshi, really just that ability to keep putting out threatening swings at the ledge.
Yeah, and just in general, due to his insane air drift and the pretty good frame data on all his aerials too. All right, we'll see how Jen's able to fight back from the stock lead Miles has right now. Wow, counters the egg roll and it actually kills. I've never seen Palutena's counter look so strong.
Yeah, that was quite the interaction. An egg roll from the one egg roll from Yoshi and the one counter from Palutena.
Yeah, I think he whiffed a counter actually on a whiffed egg roll from before, but it's just that delayed gratification, man. Zoomers wouldn't understand.
Very good stuff, though, making things a little bit more even. Miles finding some of these grabs out of the corner makes a lot of sense, right? You chase Yoshi into the corner, you expect that he's going to swing back every time, and you put up that block trying to be as safe as possible, he's just going to snatch you right up.
Oh, all right, and game 1 is going to go to Miles. Man, that was looking quite good for Jen for most of the match, but you just saw after that second stock got taken with the spike, things started to swing into his favor. Yoshi's a very hard character to take a lead back from. He's got a lot of weight, a lot of evasive maneuvers to just get away from your kill moves, and he has a pretty decent projectile that can, force the fight into his hands all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a character with respectable movement data, Yoshi doesn't have to worry as much about moves like Palutena's forward air or auto reticle as some of the slower characters in the cast do, because he can just kind of drift his way around it and occasionally double jump to get through it at worst.
Yeah, he's so sneaky with the way he can get out of things that feel so guaranteed on everybody else, or at least a pretty surefire shot of working. But yeah, just looking at this replay, see that spike? And then the missed up air off the fair. I thought he was certainly going to kill him that way. But either way, Jen down another game. That's 4 straight from Miles. Let's see what his answer is. I know he was talking about earlier today, debating a counterpick to Roy if Palutena wasn't working out, but I think that match was, still close enough that he has no reason to switch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just a couple of missed interactions. There were some missed grabs that were pretty essential, some missed anti-airs that were pretty essential.
Okay, so far a very strong start from Jen, up about 55%. But now that Miles has found his way back to the stage. Oh, nope, never mind. I was going to say, let's see what the ledge pressure looks like, but Palutena has a lot of sneaky ways back on with her multi-hit aerials.
Yeah, and holding a lead is the name of the game versus Yoshi. We see this character finding so many trades so often that you just want to make sure you're not finding yourself ahead of Yoshi as you're trading.
Excellent spacing from Miles, making sure not to fall into the explosive flame on his way back up. Oh, but sniped out by that pillar. The up smash going to take the first stock for Jen. Let's see how he's able to play with the lead this time.
Oh yeah, and Yoshi's hurt box extending well before the hitbox comes out is actually going to result in that move hitting from a little bit further away.
That's the curse of non-weaponry related characters. Unless you're Terry.
Yeah, Terry does not care. Terry just keets swinging.
Oh, what am I
Terry's
saying? He has arm, dude. Yeah.
Leg and arm are a sword and a lance.
It's too true. All right, we got this little cat and mouse game here with Jen in center stage. Miles saying, hey, I'm in the corner, come get me. But of course, Yoshi, pretty mobile. He can get out of stuff like that and, just bait you to come to him and then uses superior drift. But man, another DI in on the down throw is going to cost Jen his first stock here.
Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Really have to be careful with that DI, but holds a pretty good amount of extra credit and then finds the stock early, so things aren't looking as bad as they'd seem.
One thing I gotta say is when Jen is upset, he's angry, this man turns into a totally different player and he gets 10 times scarier.
Oh yeah,
I think
turns
he's
it
been
up.
successfully angered by that first game. Catching him with the very end of that up air.
Yeah, not getting mixed up as much by the random Yoshi movement and just kind of pinpointing some of these jumps and aerials.
Yeah, if you have a good sense of where he's actually going to be able to drift to, Yoshi is a bit of a punching bag. But wow, we see the pivot forward smash, sensing that Miles wanted to come in, take center stage back, maybe land aggressively even, and
That
Jen
last
close
stock,
it out.
that last stock was oppression. Oppression.
Honestly, the
That's
last
what
stock
you
and a
want to
half.
see. Yeah. That is what you want to see done to Yoshi if you are not a Yoshi fan.
And I believe most people that don't play the character fall into that category.
Oh yeah. Not a well-liked character, I'll say that much.
Yeah. Definitely one that's just very unintuitive to fight. You've got to adjust your game plan accordingly. And most people don't want to have to shift gears in their brain. So I definitely understand why Yoshi frustrates people. And we're back to PS2, 3 in a row.
Ooh. these egg rolls not proving to do very much on the positive end for Miles, actually losing a lot for every single egg roll so far. I think getting countered twice now and getting nared twice.
Could be a good old misinput on the wave bounce / B reverse neutral B. Egg lay, of course, an actually good move against shield, so maybe that's what he's looking for, but of course it's a little tricky, especially with the added stress of playing online and your inputs not normally coming out the way you want them to.
We're seeing this full stage game being played by Gen. While Yoshi does have good scrapping and good trades, the character's approaches are slightly lacking. So if you can just hold that full stage away from Yoshi and just wait, you really just take your time, it becomes so much easier to actually deal with this character. Alright, finally finding the first hint of extra credit, and it's going to be 33 on the board and more landing traps. 39 now. Things are looking very, very good for Gen going into this third game.
And that curse of the slow grab from Yoshi just makes it a lot harder to mix up against shields. Even though you have an aerial command grab, still just not super devastating, not super threatening, and a lot of time to react and just throw a defensive option out to get away from it. Great spacing there from Miles, but this time Gen has learned from his mistakes. Yoshi's forward throw will probably never kill you, maybe at like 200. But we're going to see the up tilt up air, a classic confirmed for Yoshi, sealing the deal on that stock, and now Miles is back in it. If he gets some good stuff cooking right now, he could even this up.
Ooh, catches the multi-hit of that back air and almost extends off of it off stage, but finds himself getting caught by the nair at the ledge. The quick reversal. Gen actually missing that grab-off roll, walks a little bit too far ahead.
That ambiguous cross-up, and look, the slow grab hurting Yoshi so badly there. Gen had enough time to roll right into Miles' blatant read and actually just grab it first. Oh, excellent call out.
But yeah, the great anti-air coming out. Another stock lead here, 68 mate, as we're waiting to see what goes on for extra credit here. Miles finding that first interaction off the platform.
Oh, sorry, but did he kill him with F-tilt up air? The feed kind of chopped for me for a second, so I know both.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was up tilt.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was up tilt, yeah. I could be wrong there.
Because, yeah, we just saw him open up with the forward tilt conversion on this stock, and it reminded me that that's a thing, too.
They're very similar looking moves now.
Ooh, edge
the
cancel
very
to fair.
nasty edge cancel. Big pressure coming out here, too.
And a confident Gen is a very scary Gen.
Nice spacing on that dash dance from Miles, just kind of taking his time, not being overzealous to find that stock, but you're going to have to find it at some point, just kind of getting snatched up by the explosive flame for a quick game 3. Gen looking much better now than game 1. An incredibly threatening presence here with two stocks back to back.
This is such an intense set, just knowing that there is a 3-0 in winner's bracket and then it's a run back, and you know, the way that Gen gets when he loses, the fire that gets lit within him just makes this all the more exciting to watch. But of course, Mile, very cool player to watch as well. One of the schmixiest Yoshis in the business. I mean, his Twitter is @MilesMoves for a reason.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely be grooving on him and moving on him.
Tri-State definitely breeds some real saucy players, and these two are no exception.
I mean, you can't be from New York without drip. A little bit of drip in your play style.
That's true.
You know, just the slightest bit. Even the most dripless people in New York have more drip than people in most states.
All right, we'll see. No stage change going to game number 4 here. Gen on game point, could be about to advance into top 4, but I don't know. Miles, of course, this guy definitely does not want to go out here after a killer run to, I believe, winner semifinals.
Yeah, it would hurt to get hit by the 0-2 in top 8 by the person that you beat, by the biggest upset that you made to get to that top 8 placement.
And the winner of this, of course, goes on to fight Leon, who we just saw. That's going to be a great set too, man.
Yeah, it's going to lead into winner of this fighting Leon, and then winner of that set fighting Pokelam.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to the rest of this bracket, man. Only Chad's left. I mean, only Chad's walked in the first place, so that's just what you get when you play in the Northeast. Wow, DIing in on down throw. Miles getting a taste of his own medicine right there. Palutena's forward throw also not very likely to kill you ever. You just want to hold out pretty much whenever you get hit by any setup-based move.
Yeah, it's just it's a check on a lot of people because they see Palutena miss 1 or 2 confirms on the down throw for DIN and they think to themselves, oh, I can just do this whenever I want. But she has so many kill confirms off of down throw if you DIN up until like, I think 150 or so, that you really shouldn't ever do it.
Damn, it works for that long. That's actually kind of insane.
Because she can always double jump up air you, right? The move's huge. And if she can't double jump up air you and you're at the ledge, she can definitely back air you. We're seeing big corner pressure here coming out from Miles.
Okay, F tilt starting some stuff up, but couldn't get the second up air. Doesn't matter. Still going to pick up the read on the platform. A lot of players favor shielding in that situation, of course, because most characters can't grab you from the air.
Yeah,
Yoshi can.
Miles really pinpointing some of these aggressive movements from Jen.
Falling just short. Both of them repeatedly throwing moves out. But it's going to be Miles still holding on to the stage control. And now the up tilt up air. Yeah, putting himself at a stock lead. One more to even up the set. Let's see what Jen's got.
A very tit-for-tat neutral up until that point. I could see things turning around very quickly here.
Oh, and
just
the
like
deep chase with the up air. Very smart.
Ooh, we
Can't fear or respect Yoshi too much. Oh, sending a message here. Oh, and no turnaround on that grab. That actually just cost him so much. He could have been like plus 20 damage, but instead he's going to go like minus 30.
Big pressure, very common spot dodge there when people get hit by the back air at 0. Things are getting a lot scarier, much more even looking game for Jen here, but Miles finding a couple taps in important spots.
Oh, that up tilt almost connecting. That could have been everything for Miles. Gonna see Jen go right to the edge. Oh, and the chase waits the spot dodge out, or did he roll into that, actually?
I believe that was a roll.
Yeah. I saw a white flash and a couple pixels stuttering for a sec, but yeah, excellent stuff by Miles. Tying the set up. The fire is not dead within him. These guys, they're going back and forth. I'm loving a set like this every time.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic adjustments from both players. Really just scrapping it up in neutral. Miles making the necessary adjustments, realizing that Jen pushes a bit when in advantage, even with a stock deficit. And sometimes you can't push too hard there because a character like Yoshi with that frame 3 nair and a forward air that really contorts him a lot, right?
Yeah, and jump armor.
He just kind of bends all the way back and then swings out at you. It's going to be a little bit hard to chase him if you're not on point all the time.
Okay, here it is. Miles versus Jen. 2 New York Titans going at it. It's game number 5. You're going to see a little bit of a projectile war to start things off, but Miles quickly realizing that he's not in, it's not in his favor when the game is being played that way. So he's going to start trying to make some action happen.
Absolutely not. Yeah, those auto reticles proving to be a big problem for Yoshi, just kind of blowing the egg up right in his face and then sending the other 2 in.
And also kind of nullifying the fact that he's got such good air drift just because auto reticle tracks very well in this game. Oh, that could have been a stock right there, but Jen, the wherewithal to space just outside of it, punished with the dash attack, and these guys are pretty much dead even at this point.
Yeah, very ballsy stuff so far from both of them, but no one finding a confirm quite too huge. We're getting to a scary point, though.
Gets the F-tilt on the platform, definitely looking for drop-through fair.
Yeah, and an unfortunate whiff on the up smash from Miles as well there on any other platform, I believe, or any shorter platform that would have worked out.
Oh, goes for the ground. Very greedy there by Jen, not even looking for the edge. And I think that just threw Miles off center, but wow, the trade gonna result in a kill for Miles.
Looks for the immediate ledge trap, but doesn't quite find it. 36 of extra credit on the board for Miles. Things looking a little bit scary for Jen here.
Nice punish on the whipped explosive flame too, coming down with egg lay. That way, even if Jen threw out a panic shield, it still would have caught him. Oh, and this juggle, this advantage state lasting so long here for Yoshi.
All right, that's going to be a pretty important grab, but no kill found off of it.
There we go. Waits out the stars just perfectly.
Oh yeah, big whip there from Miles, and 114 not undoable for Palutena.
Yeah, still a lot of ground to make up, but... Oh, again, DIing in on the down throw. That has been fatal for Jen this entire set, and I didn't see their first one, but I could imagine that may have come into play at some point.
And Jen getting caught off the platform, both second and third stock here. It's going to result in a lot of damage for Miles.
Jen needs to tighten everything up right now if he wants to take this. Percent starting to climb, but still, Yoshi, a lot of durability on this guy.
Oh yeah, relatively heavy character. Almost finds that F smash at the ledge that definitely would have been in even at 66, but Jen making it off.
Okay, it's do or die right now. Down tilt fair, yep, with the armor. Oh, and just barely avoiding the down smash. And now that Miles...
Zero conversions.
Miles keenly aware of the fact that he can't DI in on this Paulo down throw, and I don't think we're going to see a kill happen off that again.
Big grab, 114 on the board for Miles. Things looking very scary. That back throw is definitely going to do it, though.
All right, it's got to be nothing but immaculate play on the part of Jen for the rest of this game.
Almost catches that landing trap with the up smash, but Miles now taking a couple too many hits. Looking for this almost haymaker ending. Oh, finds the down throw. Is going to end up taking it. Good stuff to Miles there. Moving forward to fight Leon in losers semifinals.
Man, you hate to see it. One of the boys going down, but excellently played by Miles. I mean, just consistently landing that down throw to up air. Jen, I think, not able to react and DI on the fly super well on Wi-Fi. I'm not exactly sure why that was happening so consistently, and that's something that's like in the Palutena player's wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel like he wouldn't be caught off guard by that so much as it would be maybe just a failure to react in time. But wow, Miles on the run of his life right now, guaranteed himself a spot in top 4. And I think Yoshi is favored against Bowser. I mean, he's just really good against the big bodies in general. He's hard to combo. So we'll see how this one is going to play out. And Leon, as we've seen, is already willing to pick other characters. We saw the Banjo come out, though I don't think that would fare much better than Bowser in this matchup.
Yeah, I know that Yoshi does kind of combo Bowser indefinitely, so maybe we'll see Banjo just because it'll be a bit more interactive, you know? Like, I feel like Yoshi's gonna hit Bowser with auto cancel down air, and we probably won't see Bowser play that stock.
Right.
But we're gonna be looking right back at a Red Bull replay for that last set. Seen some very good stuff on both ends, very good adjustments.
This was just so savage.
Yeah, relentless ledge pressure.
And the counter on egg roll. When do you ever see that?
Yeah, I feel like both of those moves are so rarely used.
Exactly. It's like the perfect storm right there. And here we see Jen taking his first game in the process of doing so, at least. Going for some really deadly back air chases off the stage and sensing that Miles wanted to land aggressively. And again, just running into a smash. Man, Jen had a lot of momentum in the set. It's crazy that Miles was able to whip this one back into his favor.
Yeah, especially that game 3 and the beginning of game 4 were both looking really scary, but Miles was able to just kind of find those hits he was missing in neutral. Yeah, we see the back air, air to air, very good stuff.
fact that Yoshi is so hard to pin down in one spot and land with the big finishers is really something that works in his favor against a character like Palutena, who, you know, she has really good kill moves, but you have to just like get that one clutch read, you know, once the down air percent or down throw percents are not working for you anymore. But man,
yeah, exactly.
Able to pull it back.
And we see down throw nerfs from patches ago hitting Palu there for sure. A character like Yoshi, who's already got a pretty weird weight fall speed combination. Now, after this move gets nerfed to kind of body conversions, we saw Miles just consistently getting away from it at pretty much any percent past 95 just for holding out. And normally that's fine because Palutena is a character who can really hound you, but Yoshi has such good escape tools that it's still so ambiguous for Palutena at that point that it becomes much, much more of a guessing game than one would like.
Exactly. That's just really Yoshi's passive buff. He's got like one usage of double team on deck all the time. He can just get out of stuff, even though he's really heavy, or I guess in addition to him being really heavy, he can just slip out of stuff. And we saw that in action quite a few times there, aside from the one down throw that he poorly DI'd on. But props to Miles, and we're going to be seeing him coming up real soon against Leon. Of course, they're the next match in the queue, the only match in the queue. And then trying to book themselves a trip to Losers Finals against Pokelam, and then Mars waiting in Grants.
Yeah, I think regardless of who wins this, it's going to be a pretty tough Losers Finals, as Villager on Wi-Fi tends to be a bit more of a threat than offline, but I could see it proving to be a threat for both Yoshi and Bowser, for sure.
All right, Town and City is going to be the first stage for this set, so very short side boundaries. I think that's going to work in Leon's favor if he does pick Bowser, but Yoshi, you know, he kills off the top mostly, so I'm not sure if this is a great stage for him. Surprised it wasn't struck.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. I do feel Yoshi will be able to air camp Bowser, though, in the event that we see the reverse battlefield transformation.
Yeah, Yoshi with a lot of options to just float, ambiguously land or not land on that platform, and just make himself even harder to track than normal. But here it is, Bowser coming back out. My man, Doug.
Oh yeah, as we see that auto-cancel down air, but we actually see Leon doing up air to escape combo, and finding quite a lot of damage. Oof, so many up airs.
Alright, gonna see the command grab.
Yep. And command grab actually allowing Bowser. Oh my god, that was so beady. It actually hit normal get up. That's insane. Very nice stuff there. Big trap coming out from Leon.
Alright, such a tight game. I mean, what Yoshi has in combos, Bowser has in raw output and power. So even though it looks like Miles is landing 10 hits to Leon's 1, it's still keeping the pace. Oh, but not there. Wow, 4% only on this stock. Kind of brutal start.
Oh man, that last hit landing there, almost leading into so much damage. Getting a little bit overzealous with that up B combo extension though. Some pretty fat damage coming out here, but a big whiffed grab is going to result in Leon finding stage again.
Okay, I'm going to just toss him off stage. What's the setup going to be? I like how Leon knows to just catch him with up smash if he tries to go for the high arc jump over him, but man, at this point it's looking like Miles is out of answers and out of stocks. Moving on to game number 2.
Ugh. Grizzly game 1 there from Leon. Really just... I don't even know if a lot of them are reads, but they were very willing trades.
Yeah,
putting
exactly.
Those up smashes, those back airs in place where it was just like, all right, Yoshi's going to die, or I'm maybe going to take 15%, question mark. Like, I'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, the cool thing about Bowser is that he doesn't necessarily have to make a hard read. He can just make well-calculated risk-reward decisions and often it's going to pay off for him. He's so heavy. He hits so hard. Most of the time, the right answer is to just throw that hitbox out and hope it catches.
Oh, yeah. You can't afford to try to be too precise versus Yoshi, because that's when they start making you guess often, and that's when they start kind of seeing the holes in where you want to catch them. But Leon was just like, nah, I'm just gonna swing directly at Yoshi. I don't care.
Yeah, you got to call his bluffs, because oftentimes they are just that. And if you start getting a little too complicated with the stuff you're going for, like you said, it'll mix you up trying to be smart. So yeah, I like the style that Leon's employing for this set so far, and it's been working out. Of course, only one game, and not a very long game either, so we'll see if Miles is able to make some adaptations with more game time.
Carlos counter pick. I have to wonder, is it for platform layout or survivability?
I think probably a mixture of both. Yoshi can get from one side of the stage to the other and make himself a little harder to follow on the way down, but it doesn't even matter. Boundaries being as big as this stage, you're still going to die to Bowser.
Yeah, thing is, it's normally so scary to be on the receiving end of Yoshi leaving ledge, right? Because the double jump armor lasts for such a long time that he's normally coming right out of the armor with a swing, but Bowser's back air does not care about Yoshi's double jump armor. That move's too damn strong.
It's true. Alright, forward smash for Yoshi, a very strong move as well, setting up for the edge guard, but Miles just unable to land it. Now we see Leon back at center stage, very smart. Playing a command grab character himself, he knows Yoshi's going to be looking for you to shield when he's on his way down. And instead of just trying to, hope he doesn't go for the grab, just disengaging the situation entirely with the back roll.
The F tilt not resulting in a full stock, but we've seen a lot of extra credit on the end of Miles, and although he's been finding Chip, it's just so hard to kill Bowser here. And a straight hit character like Yoshi is constantly at risk of trading with something like Bowser's back air or F smash, but that weak forward air is actually going to end up sealing it out. Very good stuff from Miles, good placement there, and off the platform actually finds the first hit.
Oh, but unfortunately a little too late on that egg lay. We're going to see Miles stuck to the ledge once again. Leon covering so much space with that gigantic forward air. And just resetting the situation. You got to make your way back to center stage again, and the claw is waiting for you.
Oh, yeah. And it's scary because Leon can opt to do one of two things at ledge. You either see the forward air, which is going to be grab armor, but it's giant and it's not going to completely blow Yoshi away, or the slightly more precise back air that's going to kill Yoshi at 75%.
Oh, going for get up attack, hoping to catch Miles, looking for a greedy setup, but he just outspaced it with dash, and wow, falls to his death.
A Yoshi SD? The Yoshi SD? I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm not going to hold you.
All right, Leon, two very solid games back-to-back here. Miles facing elimination after a killer bracket run. See if the Cinderella story could have a couple more chapters, or if Leon's just going to, capture the princess as his character is so known for.
I don't know if Yoshi's going to be the one to stop Bowser today. Things are looking quite scary for Miles here, but we did see good adjustments in the last set, so I don't think Miles is shy to making these comebacks across the set.
Looks like Leon's going to run it right back to, Miles is going to run it right back to Carlos. So not blaming the stage for his lack of success in that last match. Just going to, as my boy Hazmat would say, change the game plan, not the floor plan here. Oh, the last hit of Dare actually tagging Leon, and he's still got the up B out, so it became an aerial one. Pretty easy punish there, but of course Bowser so tanky that it's not really going to cost him all that much in the long run. Another DI in on down throw. Yo, Miles getting the casino level luck today.
Yeah, everyone just opting to DI in on that throw, accepting this fake kill confirm from Yoshi. And I think this is actually the best start that we've seen so far during the set from Miles. So very good signs of life walking into
and again, Leon clearly did not watch the last set. All right, punish on the Bowser bomb.
Pretty overzealous landing there from Leon.
Yeah, I think he sensed the fear, saw the shield go up, but he only caught the outer hitbox of it, so not really all that dangerous.
Ooh, that drift from Miles was genius, putting himself on the platform with that second egg.
Ooh, all right, forward air at the ledge, so dangerous, covers a lot of options. Can even catch cross-up rolls because it swings behind him for some reason. Oh, yeah. That was crazy!
A big snatch. Yeah, Bowser can grab you in the air out of shield. One of the most threatening things about this character by far, and also the fact that it's frame 3 if he inputs it perfectly, which is 1 frame faster than every grab out of shield.
Oh, here it comes, the pivot grab from Miles, pushing this advantage, pushing the stage control, and wow, the fear from Leon getting opened up by Yoshi's grab. That generally means they're shook.
Up throw, not gonna net a conversion off of it, but a lot of corner pressure here coming out from Leon. He can find the stock before losing his. Things get very scary because Bowser with Rage is just a huge threat. Any small tap is going to be very threatening off that platform.
Goes for down throw, presumably trying to keep his forward throw fresh because it can kill a while from now, but Miles ready for it. The Executioner.
Going deep there.
Dropping the guillotine on him. Oh, and that landing up air, so sneaky. I feel like he could have got a lot more damage off of that, but it didn't even look like he was very sure that that was going to work.
The whole movement sequence was incredibly sneaky, starting it with egg roll hit to roll off the stage.
This guy's a madman. Both of these guys are. I mean, just thinking back to Leon's run at Defend the North in 2019.
Leon hit him with 40 damage, bro, with Flame Breath. Oh,
that move is absurd. I don't know who thought that was okay. Oh, Jesus! The up smash, but only the head hitbox. Not strong enough to take care of Yoshi just yet. What's the tech chase going to be? Ooh, Miles second-guessing himself. Backs off a little bit.
I think I've seen Miles hit more grabs than most Yoshis, honestly. He actively looks for it in some situations, and I feel like that's pretty rare. Most of them will accept the egg lay, but Miles is actually just unfortunately going to lose that set. Very nice flying slam from Leon. Just pretty clean play across the entire set. Losing a little bit there at the beginning of game 3, but very quickly turning it back around.
Yeah, Leon really turning it up after he lost his first stock in that match, maybe waking him back up after 2 really dominant games. But yeah, all right, that's Leon booking himself a trip to top 3, now in the losers finals, and potentially gonna meet his worst matchup of the day, believe it or not, against Pokelam's Villager. I mean, you wouldn't really expect a character so low on the tier list to be possibly the most dangerous thing that he's encountered all day, especially in a bracket full of like Zero Suits and Sheiks and all kinds of stuff. But it looks like the way that Pokelam plays is just really dangerous against heavies. The guy seems untouchable sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And is willing to hold half a stage or more at all times with the lead. And that's going to be a big problem for someone like Leon, who really likes to play in your face. And speaking of playing in your face, we're going to have a quick Red Bull replay, show you guys some of the meaty, scary interactions that we witnessed during that set.
Oh, and that hover time on Yoshi's double jump at the end of the dare when the hitbox wasn't quite touching Leon anymore. Easy up smash. That back air, man, it just makes it so hard for Yoshi to play the game he wants to in the air when there are these giant hitboxes that crush his double jump armor. And here, big punish.
Yeah, very good stuff. I think Leon sniffed that shield out too, but just a slight misspacing. Oh, this snatch, just the full hop nair. You think you're safe? You thought you were safe? Is that what you thought?
Yeah. Little bit of Lucina syndrome there, right? Where like that move has very low landing lag, but the character it's attached to is kind of floaty, and the whole animation of the move has to finish. So very good recognition there by Leon, seeing that he could take a stock, and then another flying slam to close the set. Really impressive. 3-0, especially on a player who's been on fire all day, and Miles. Leon putting on a great show, as always. And now we're going to see if he's able to overcome, I think, really the craziest success story of the day. I mean, Pokelam, we all know he's a good player.
Yeah.
And especially in the Wi-Fi era, this guy's been making head spin. But to make it to winners finals and now sitting in the losers finals of this tournament, I don't think most people would have expected that. He qualified through the Open yesterday.
Yeah, it's some incredibly hype stuff. I mean, the kid's been making such strides on Wi-Fi that it's really not too surprising, but it's very, very nice to see. I mean, just very dominant, making it straight to winners finals, only losing to Mars. I feel like it's a pretty good sign, but Leon's run thus far has been very, very good stuff, and we know Leon is just one of the more consistent threats out here, offline and online. So this is going to be a very interesting set. Matchup-wise, I think this is very hard for Leon walking in, regardless of who he picks, right? Because you're either going to see the Banjo, which I think could probably just get edge-guarded incredibly hard by Villager pressing A off stage, or we see Bowser, who just gets hit by fat conversions. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I think it's going to be on Leon to make a lot of very big clutch plays to net these games.
Fortunately, big clutch plays is his middle name, so we could see him still pull this one out despite the numbers disadvantage. You know, on paper, sure, Villager probably clapped Bowser, but we've seen Leon overcome worse odds before. And by the way, it cannot be understated that Pokelam's trip through this winner's bracket was through DeBuzz, Waddy, and then Miles. Like, this was crazy. You know, that's two extremely dominant players in their regions. DeBuzz rarely dropping events in New York. Waddy consistently #1 in MDVA. And then Miles just putting on a great show today, working with a lot of momentum. But he met his end at the hands of Pokelam and winners. So now we'll see. Both of these guys just knocked Miles out of the bracket. And only one of them can advance to the grand finals. Leon, by the way, worth mentioning, has not gotten a shot at Mars yet today.
Oh, and they have a set history, if I recall correctly. Pretty intense stuff. I believe Leon beat Mars back at Defend the North offline.
Yeah, I don't know if it was at that tourney, but he did beat him. Yep.
Yeah, so pretty scary stuff for Mars, even sitting in Grands, knowing that someone who's had your number in the past at one point or another can just kind of pull up. But Leon's going to have to make it through the wall that is Pokelam to get there, and we know that's going to be incredibly difficult.
So also worth mentioning, like you said, Pokelam has been on a tear throughout the Wi-Fi era, but you typically see him competing against other Wi-Fi warriors, not really the Tri-State offline Chads that are present in this bracket. So we'll see if he's able to make something happen against Leon. I mean, of course, he's already proven himself against 3 really strong offline players, and when tournaments can resume, I would love to see what this kid is capable of offline. I mean, we know that he's really good. Of course, Villager's probably a little better in this environment, but I don't think it's enough to make a huge difference in his performances.
Yeah, absolutely not that big of a difference. And I believe we saw him perform at a couple of Xeno events here and there before things had gone crazy. So I think he's got good signs for sure. And we see, oh my god, that wall jump into the B reverse axe to cut the tree down, find his way on stage. Very nasty stuff.
This stock is a clip, dude, and if that bowling ball connected, I mean, Bowser would survive, but still, it's really crazy stuff coming out, and the gyroid for protection, but Leon, no fear, just gonna drop the shell on him, take this first stock off. Finally, he's working with 80% of a deficit, but as long as he doesn't get hit by something too huge, he can make this right back up. Oh, a little slow on that grab.
Alright, finding a lot of big pressure here, not finding the F smash, but Bowser's up B so laggy that the up smash is guaranteed free there.
True checkmate right there, forcing him into the high recovery. Goddamn, 55-60 already!
That was so nasty, using the Nair in place to bait Leon to pick another option. Standing there, ends up getting the axe into the tree, falling down for a fat conversion. 60, now 70 damage on the end of Pokelam.
This is pretty insane, and he catches him with the flying slam, but not a kill. Villager, despite his small stature, has a decent weight value.
Alright, playing around with the wood chip now, but loses it pretty quickly. 85 on the board, though.
All right, solid lead here for Pokelam. He just needs to play very evasively. What? Oh, wow, he's alive, but not the second one. Yeah, Bowser really stuck in a bad position there, forced into the vertical recovery. And anytime any character's in that spot against Villager, you might as well just start rolling up your controller.
Yeah, that's always a very unfortunate thing, too, is Leon grabbed a little bit early and never went through the lag of F Smash, so ended up trading grab with F Smash after it had spawned, and that's how he ended up off stage there. Around, I think, like 75% or something nonsensical like that, he got the kill screen on F Smash off the platform. Pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, on the heaviest character in the game. That move is not to be trifled with.
Absolutely not.
All right, so very solid game one there from Pokelam. Let's see what he's able to do going forward. Leon potentially in a spot to switch characters and counterpick. I would be very surprised to see him only try it against Sharp's Sheik rather than a character like Villager, just a pure zoner who's also short, hard to hit, has a lot of setups. But man, this is a totally different story.
If he got that last hit air fair into the back air across the map, that would have been disgusting. But we've already got 115 on the board from Leon, showing that that game one is probably got him a little bit more angry than anything else. And finding that downer off the top platform, 10% before taking any more damage, seals that first stock out. Very nice stuff so far.
I like those ambiguous jumps there from Leon to try to get back down without being too predictable, but it doesn't matter. Pokelam just covering everything here. Whiff grab, but he gets away with it. Oh, wow, and he's just throwing him out. Villager with one of the most underwhelming grabs in the whole game, but god damn, that flower pot into slingshot. Green Moose Guava Juice. All right, the tree standing there very threateningly.
Yeah, using the pressure to just kind of zone Leon out, keep him on the top of the map or the other side.
Oh, man. Pokelam sensing the fear, too, after the first missed bowling ball when Leon caught the edge very quickly. A lot of players in that situation will just pick roll very hastily. Pokelam all over that. And all of a sudden,
Leon's got to be careful about how he's landing in on these gyroids. It's been resulting in a lot of damage for Pokelam across the first two games thus far.
melting the gyroid with Fire Breath, though. Very smart counterplay. Got a sapling, but you might not even get back on stage to water it. Oh, never mind. It just crushed through Bowser's down air. Ooh, clutch spot dodge, though. Leon showing some signs of life here in this game, too. I mean, the first stock was certainly a sign, but he's still keeping the momentum up a little bit.
Ooh, scary placement here for back airs from Pokelam, but Leon finds his way out of the corner. Big
Nice,
whiff
scouts
grab
out the grab. Wow, block strings. Forward smash into Nair.
It's kind of messed up.
Oh, and trying to catch the cross-up drift from Leon with back hit down smash. That may have resulted in some big damage, but instead, Pokelam now working with a stock deficit, and that's not where Villager wants to be.
Yeah,
all those tools he has to keep you out suddenly stop mattering when he wants to be out anyway. Getting a lot of grabs here.
Leon getting away with these vertical recoveries a lot more than earlier. Perhaps just picking better mash on that up B. Ooh, an unfortunate neutral B is going to result in an SD. Pretty huge stuff. Leon gonna have to close the stock out quickly. We've seen Pokelam bring these back before.
Alright, just gonna toss him. Very interesting to go for back throw. I feel like he was so much closer to the left edge, but not really mattering. And again, maybe trying to keep the forward throw fresh just as a finisher. Can't ledge hop aerial on Bowser though. Every single one of those is getting blown up by up B.
Oh yeah, you already know it.
Pokelam down to his last breath of this game here. Could be a huge difference in the flow of this set here. Ooh, the flying slam, and he manages to get him on the top platform just that much closer to the blast zone, and that's going to be an even set here. Leon coming back alive after getting shut out in game 1. Can never count this guy out.
And the battlefield pick proving to be a nice help for him. Just getting that flying slam pretty early. I think he landed at like 125, something around there, and that killed, which is pretty nice for a character like Villager.
Yeah, and on a big stage like Battlefield. Always like to see those low numbers when you get the kill. All right, it's going to be Kalos as Leon's counterpick. Pretty interesting. Miles counterpicked him here twice in a row. I think this is actually a great stage for Villager just overall, but especially when you're a zoner fighting a big body, having all this room to work with, especially with those platforms elevated at the edge, I think that just makes bowling ball so much more dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely.
I almost said dangerous-er.
Dangerous-er. We got vocab out here.
Austin Dangerous-er powers.
Oh my god, did the tree really just convert into forward air jab? That's insane. 62 damage on the board. Pokelamp's brain, absolutely massive.
And since there's such little ending lag on forward smash, I feel like Pokelamp can just throw them out from the platform. Even if he knows Leon isn't going to run into it, it's just like, all right, well, now you can't close the distance toward me because that bowling ball is still falling for all those frames it takes to reach the ground. And it just gives him a free escape from the corner.
That's a fat first stock coming out.
With the PH or not?
Fat, bro. Big PH.
Capital PH.
Oh, yeah.
All right, trying to toast him at the ledge a little bit, just build some damage, get him within that KO range for some of the big finishers Bowser has, but it's a matter of actually getting his hands on Pokemon that seems to be the trouble.
Alright, only 49 on deck on the second stock. It's going to be pretty nice for Leon. Making things pretty even already, 33, 35 in the corner.
Oh, almost a genius play on the part of Leon there. If he had managed to clear the gyroid, he would have been able to just get that fire breath out for free, but instead Pokemon hanging on to some momentum here. He's got the stage control, but it's not going to be enough. If he gets touched by Bowser just twice, it's pretty much even.
Alright, just kind of holding center stage with that tree, trying to use the pressure. I like these side Bs. That was incredibly smart, using the side B explosive off the tree, knowing that it won't put him in free fall. Pokelamp's brain truly is massive.
I feel like it's gotta be if you play this character, man. It's not for the faint of brain at all. Oh, the chase down beginning from Leon. He knows when Pokemon is in the corner there, he also gets the vertical boost from the platform, but it doesn't matter. He's just so content to keep dropping these bowling balls almost risk-free.
Yeah, he did such a good job of avoiding the first 3 bowling balls from that same position. Kind of a shame that the 4th one caught him. But we see Pokelamp really, really riding that lead out now. 45, just trying to hold the stock for as long as possible. It's snatched up.
Very slick there. Yeah, catching that cross-up roll. No freebies against Leon. His out-of-shield game is savage, whether it's up B, side B, or even just some of Bowser's really big and strong aerials. Don't want to touch this man on block.
Yeah, great landing traps from Pokelamp here, just kind of forcing Bowser to land in the same spot. The character doesn't have much variance if he's jumping into you, just because his aerial drift is not amazing.
All right, dangerous numbers on the board for both of these players. Even all the way behind Bowser, you've seen that Villager has some crazy raw kill power, and wow, the up smash catching him on his descent to the ground. Pokelamp on set point here, looking for that run back against Mars.
Yeah, just kind of consistently cutting off all the options possible for Bowser. Having such poor drift and acceleration, it's going to be really hard to land against a character like Villager who's setting up tree and then gyroid and then potentially up smash or F smash or just waiting for you. And things get really, really scary really fast because you can't decide if you're trying to swing on your way down, if you're trying to wait it out, and a character like Bowser who has a very cut and dry disadvantage, although it seems good at some points because, he has big meaty swings, they're all very obvious and he doesn't go very far at all.
Okay, moving into the fourth game. Leon facing elimination now. Did some serious work in this bracket. Would be a shame to see him go down now, one of Jersey's finest. But of course, Pokemon, the challenger, the up-and-comer, and certainly one of the most impressive runs in a bracket full of really broken players that mostly were all invited here. I mean, Leon, the last invitee in loser's bracket. Of course, Mars sitting pretty in grands, but this is really impressive to see. No more sleeping on this kid regionally, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely not. You see the great flame breath angling from Leon there, actually finding the punish. Stock looking pretty good so far. Counterpick working out. Oh my god, that back air off the corner. That Vertex is actually going to prove to be a huge problem if Pokemon can't tech there.
Oh, I think he was looking for the roll in and trying to blow it up with the bottom hitbox of Fair, but just a little bit off. Leon still off to a fantastic start here, though. Oh, jab locked on the platform by Slingshots. And Pokemon, excellent way around that Flame Breath. Just waiting it out with the stall on the gyroid. And I think it actually deteriorated enough that he could back up behind it. Okay, falling there, keeping himself safe, but that axe ready to go. I mean, the tree is dangerous enough on its own, but the fact that it opens up one of Villager's most devastating kill moves is also something that can't be ignored.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The way it works for Villager just ends up being pretty scary because he could use the move by itself, but he could also make it a little bit meatier on the tree. And the tree coming down in and of itself is such a threatening move that it's just this three-piece scary little surprise.
Dre, did you see how Pokemon took one missed up B? Leon looked for up B out of shield, I'm assuming, and got an aerial one, and then he turned that into a stock. And not
incredible conversions.
Yeah, like not even all combos or anything, just really great setups, good reads on the landing options. I mean, playing the matchup to a T for sure. And now he's got a fat lead. It's going to be so hard for Leon to close the gap here. Oh, I thought he was going to up smash there. It may have worked. Oh, and you see him just rushing into these gyroids and then plenty of hits to follow. Sapling is out.
Huge. Oh my god, this relentless pressure from Pokemon. And yeah, every time Leon finds a hit, it's just met with a gyroid trade. So this is becoming a much scarier lead by the second.
There's a reason we called this character Snake Jr. in the beginning of Smash 4. He can do very similar stuff with that gyroid as a trading tool. Oh, okay, the back air. Wow, I think because he was on the lower part of the slant, that actually caught the very short Villager at ground level.
Yep, exactly. Very smart positioning from Leon there, realizing that back air becomes a roll punish only on Yoshis or maps with slants like this.
Leon with balls of steel running right up to that tree, catching Pokemon and taking so much percent afterward. Oh man, that was almost everything. If that back air connected and he won off of that, that would have been insane. But instead, it's going to be an up smash, killing Leon, sending Pokemon with a 3-1 victory back into the grand finals for another shot at Mars.
Yeah, Leon fought as hard as he could to seal that game out, but that one unfortunate trade with the gyroid really halting all momentum.
Man, that was such a good set. I think you really got to see Leon show some of his strengths in fighting against bad matchups, but you really got to see Bowser's weaknesses exploited as well. I think Villager's got kind of the perfect answer to a lot of stuff for him. Not just annoying and neutral, but also devastating edge guards by way of the bowling ball. And tree is just so hard to avoid when you're that big, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw so many points where Pokemon would jump at the tree in such a way that that was meant to catch one particular landing, but then air dodge out would also get caught by falling tree in and of itself. So just the way he would set up these layered landing traps was so smart all the way through. I mean,
consistently netting such fat damage to the point where during that last game, like I said, every single time Leon found a hit out of disadvantage, it was met with a gyroid trade. Just because Pokeland was ready in the back of his mind for, okay, he manages to make it down this time, I know I'll just take this little bit of extra damage. And we're going to be looking back the Red Bull replay to check out some of those hot moments from that set.
Yeah, I mean, there's one big caveat when it comes to zoners. Everyone thinks they're all lame. I don't think so. I think the players definitely determine how hype the character can be, and Pokelam really fun to watch with Villager. He is constantly moving, throwing stuff out. Like, he's not an idle zoner who's just sitting there and waiting for you to do something stupid. He's very proactive in the way that he makes the screen so busy and prevents you from getting anywhere near him.
Yeah, it's very pressure oriented, just kind of forcing you into bad decisions consistently, and making sure that you're never quite comfortable with what you're picking.
That untechable back air. Leon was on fire toward the end of this game. It looked like he was about to bring it back, but I mean, just so many big swings. I think another really cool thing about Villager in this matchup is that he's got the heavy artillery to step to Bowser, you know what I'm saying? It's like he doesn't fall behind in the damage and knockback race super hard like other zoners would against a heavy of this nature.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that gets really scary when pretty much all of your projectiles will set up for an edge guard on this character who has a relatively obvious recovery, because Villagers punishes for Bowser, like F smash to catch him for going low, are so fast that in the event that Bowser goes high, if the mix-up isn't absolutely incredible, or if you're even the slightest bit on point, he's just going to get rocked the second he lands on that stage because he's still stuck in landing lag from up B.
Yeah, that Villager forward smash, it's like a Game & Watch smash attack, you know what I'm saying? It's got a little bit of startup to it, but once it's out, you're pretty much safe, even on whiff a lot of the time. And speaking of Game & Watch, very curious as to why Leon didn't at least attempt that character. I don't know how much he still plays Game & Watch in Ultimate, but he did have one in Smash 4, and I believe he's shown it a couple times in brackets before in this game. I think that's a much better matchup than Bowser to fight Villager with. I think it actually might even be a hard counter. But hey, that's the nature of playing a mid-tier, right? You're going to win some matchups really hard just for no reason because your character's very specialized, very min-maxed, and then you're going to suffer in others. So fortunately for Pokelam, he ran into pretty much one of the best players he could for his bracket run continuing in Leon.
Absolutely. Good stuff from all players thus far, though. I'd like to give a quick shout out to our streamers, Even Mashup Gaming, Twitch.tv. Thank you guys for joining us at the stream so far. Thank you so much, Red Bull Canada, for the quick support. Share the stream with your homies. Let them know we've got this hot action, the final qualifier before things get popping at the Open Finals event at the beginning of November. Get here, get hype as we're cracking into this final set.
And it could be a final 2 sets, depending on how well Pokelam is able to adjust his play from the winners finals. Of course, he's going up against Mars, who 3-0'd him and is, one of the top 5 players in the world. So the odds are certainly stacked against him. Winning twice is going to be very hard. I mean, of course, 1 set on Mars is difficult enough, but we could see a huge upset in terms of who's going to qualify for the circuit finale. Also, guys, just want to say, if you're in the stream, please consider dropping a subscription to Even Matchup Gaming. We've been supporting you guys in the Ultimate scene throughout quarantine, putting a lot of money, a lot of manpower behind these events. Would certainly love to see some of it come back our way. Drop that sub if you got the cash, if you got a prime, any primers, and we would definitely super appreciate that. So, if you're starving and you can't, don't totally understand. Don't blame you at all. But if you can spare it, would certainly love to see that. We've got a lot of cool things in the works in or out of quarantine for you guys.
All right, I think we're hearing a button check between these two players. Yeah, it seems these two are just real quick button checking, so things will be going in just a moment.
Oh, did they start? Yeah, all right. Impatient. God damn, and 2 stocks already gone for Pokelam. This is not looking good. I mean, we saw that bracket number, not telling any lies, 3-zip in the winner's side, but wow, 105 after the hit, and that killed. I knew 0 Suit was light, but god damn.
Ooh, gonna find that tree off the ledge, though. Very classic stuff. Love to see it. The universal landing lag buff actually proving to help ZSS quite a lot, because down air is just so much harder to punish in this game than it feels like it ever has been.
Yeah, and you know, such little landing lag on it now that it can actually be used as a combo starter, believe it or not. See Mars get a lot of mileage off of that occasionally. All right, speaking of, going the distance out there, crushing him from underneath the gyroid. I think that's one of the most important things to understand when you fight Villager, is that if you challenge him head on, you're going to take that trade / just straight up lose to the gyroid. But if you get underneath it with something like a ZSS bear or like a Samus bear that hits at that upward angle from underneath, then you're going to get some serious edge guards on him.
Oh yeah, and just great positioning there from Mars. We know Mars just very prone to chase people off map, and a character like Villager, who often is just going to very obvious places, is always going to be susceptible to the threat of Mars. Even if Pokélem had gone low, we probably just would have seen Mars fish for the down air to end things for both of them real quick.
Yeah, Mars not shy about pulling the trigger on that. This guy is an absolute killer when it comes to the stock trades, and very often when he's got one to spare, he's just going to bust it out. And Villager, one of those characters that's kind of hard to normally edge guard, right? He's got a lot of ways to stall and just switch up the way he's coming back. He can go under the stage, he can go above the stage. So many ways that he can make himself hard to track, but Mars just getting it done either way. A lot of Villagers have the tendency to throw the gyroid out on their way back just to get a second to breathe, and also occupy the screen with something coming the same way as him.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Villager has a lot of mix-up in terms of where he wants to go, his timing is absolutely terrible. It takes him forever to make it back unless he immediately commits to that, to riding the rocket, to riding the gyroid on the side B. I think that's the fastest way he can ever make it back. But Balloon's relatively slow, and if you're playing a character that can't punish it, then, you know, it proves to be a bit of a problem. But Mars is not scared to just put that back air out there and accept the fact that Pokélem might tech it, just to take that damage to the board and just to keep applying that pressure off stage. And he'll just keep hunting and hunting and hunting and hunting until he actually gets it done.
Yeah, the old adage goes, ultimate players can't edge guard, but Mars is certainly a notable exception to that rule. And I think it's just because he doesn't play with any fear in his heart, and he's got a character with killer recovery too. So it's not very rare to see him go all the way out there and look for something crazy.
Yeah, the scariest thing about Flip Kick is really that if she whiffs on you and you want to swing back at her, she has invincibility as she's moving back towards the stage. So she's going to beat you there. You're probably never, ever going to hit her for attempting the movement, and then you're getting ledge trapped again.
Yeah, she can reverse edge guard, which is pretty crazy. And one of the things that is almost unique to her, I'd say Sheik also has that, but of course, just much less of a common character in the game.
That would have been so disgusting, that back air into
running off there. The combo extension, but the Nair Flip Kick, a Smash 4 classic, gonna seal it out real quick. That spike just so strong.
Chat saying Mars has got shit to do, and he's certainly playing like it, man. I think this guy's got a date with Beyonce scheduled for after this set. I'd be in a rush too. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute.
Tell him.
Oh, I
Sean
love how
Carter.
Pokemon has been used.
Replaceable, bro. Replaceable, bro.
Don't get in any elevators, bro. Anyway.
Oh, man. All right. But we're seeing a pretty good start here from Pokélem, actually, holding a pretty decent lead to start things off.
Oh, the pivot grab. I just looked at the stream and saw that moment again. But here we go. Mars, so threatening as his opponent's returning back to the stage. And wow, a stage spike with the up air.
Grizzly, the B reverse fucking neutral B to get under there too. Oh, that's so nasty. Mars definitely has some shit to do, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't tech that either.
I definitely didn't tech that. Oh, off the wall. bands, baby.
Oh, I just had to,
as hard as possible.
I had to look back at the stream and watch that up air again. Damn, Mars absolutely on fire right now. The god of war himself. Ooh, down smash not going to save you from those pellets, but I don't think pellets are exactly the recipe for success here. Pokemon just down by so much. He's got to land some of those real big hits that he was getting on Leon. Up smash out of shield. All right.
Yeah, Mars getting a little too overzealous. Pokemon just realizing, calling it for what it is, really. Just getting that quick up smash out of shield. But
things are really scary here right now. That balloon not going to get punished.
Oh, wow. Still catching the up smash. Okay. Parry. Oh, Pokemon looking like there are some signs of life here in game 2, but it might be too little too late. It's going to go under the stage, but Mars, of course, using Zero Suit speed to full advantage, just getting right back over there and still attempting a ledge trap.
I'm liking these rising nairs off the ledge to alleviate pressure from Pokelam, but if it gets punished, things are going to get really scary really fast. 115 on the board. CSS really just looking for 1 or 2 tags.
Well, the up smash.
Yeah, gonna seal it out.
Good luck to whoever decides to challenge this character on the way down.
Oh yeah, you can't be doing that. And someone like Mars, who has such precise placement and positioning, is always going to be a consistent threat. And he saves that up smash. A lot of people will use it to combo early on, but he will save it for the early kill. And then we're going to look right back at that. Catch a fatty replay.
Again, thank you to Red Bull Gaming, Red Bull Canada, putting this event on wings, helping support EMG, help support you guys. So take another quick look at the footage here. Mars just already putting this man in the clips, even though the set's not even over.
Yeah, so much of that game was so grisly. I mean, flipping off the wall, almost catching the spike there. Yeah, that B reverse neutral B was just so nasty. Runs off, and then makes it back in time too. There was so much pressure you could have continued to apply there, because in the event of a neutral tech, you just got down aired because you had to start doing balloons again immediately. And it would have taken, I feel Pokemon probably could have just floated off to the other side of the map, but the way Mars was pressuring was just so on point.
Yeah, you know what? I think he actually was high enough that Downer would have caught him if he tech. Damn, that's crazy. All right, here we go. The third and potentially final game of this set and the whole tournament if Mars wins it. We'll see if Pokemon... Oh, no. No way.
Oh, man.
Falcon. We know what this means. I hate to say it, but this is a sign of disrespect, confidence, overconfidence perhaps. And if you ask me, this is not a great matchup for Captain Falcon, just based solely on my knowledge of Smash 4. But, I mean, I feel like in this game, both characters aren't as good as they used to be. We'll see, though, if Mars's Falcon has got the necessary sauce to make this happen.
I feel like it'd be a little bit hard, but it depends on how well Side B armors some of...
That did not kill, bro! What do you mean? What do you mean? They buffed that move again, by the way. Very cool.
Yeah, yep, totally necessary. Mars just absolutely relentless, man. Now that the stocks are even, though, we might see a bit more of a measured approach from him.
I like that Mars is just like, I can't combo the kid, combo the tree. He starts passing out on the tree.
Hey man, that kid is a homeowner. Oh, looking for the knee right there. Oh, and he went too high. What's the punish gonna be? Oh, stop F smash! Mars just always a treat to watch, and this set has been no exception. Captain
really
Falcon
putting on a show here.
looking for that easy spike with the balloon extension, but unfortunately Pokemon just grabbed the ledge in time. All right, making it ambiguous which side he's going to recover to, but the low hitbox of up air almost setting up brilliantly for an edge guard.
Doesn't get the rock punish there. Actually could have probably taken the lead very sneakily. But Pokemon a little bit shook here. So am I, to be honest.
Wow, and Nair 2 almost killing him cross stage. Move does have a solid amount of knockback in ultimate, but oh, he's looking for the IQ HQ. Another ultimate sign of disrespect. Roll behind to back throw. The tri-state twister. Oh, whoa! It's the fear in this man's heart.
I like that a lot. Chopping the tree once, immediately turning around with the F smash because you know the roll's coming. Great conditioning from Pokelam. We got an even game here. The disrespect maybe not working out just yet.
I feel like I won't get the full payoff for this unless Pokelam ends up beating the Zero Suit for at least one game and potentially even the set. You know, I love seeing stuff like this happen when the player just feels like they're so in the zone that they can do something like this. But either way, you know, it's cool to watch it not work too, because it's like, hey man, you really thought?
Yeah, put some respect on my son Pokelam's name, even though I probably pronounced it wrong. Put some respect on his.
My guess is that I think his first name's Elam and that it's Pokelam, but I don't know. That's just what I was reading in chat before, and I don't know if they were just shortening his name or that's his actual name.
Oh, we have no resources.
Oh, looking for the up B, but it's instead going to be the game. Wow, Villager's up smash is so strong.
Put some respect on that Villager, bro. Come on. Come on.
Nah, but Mars' Falcon was popping off there super hard. I think he just got lost in the sauce and was trying too hard to put a million clips in the same game.
Oh, and I'm just watching the stream again because I get that instant replay cam. When he missed the up B going in the wrong direction, that was super unfortunate. But either way, Pokelam managing to tighten up, not lose to the disrespect pick of Captain Falcon here. Not sure if Mars is going to play one more game out with this because, you know, he does have room to drop it. And even if he drops 2 in a row with Falcon or even one with Zero Suit afterward, he's still got a whole set.
Yeah, we were saying earlier it seems like he has stuff to do, but I'm thinking maybe, you know, the plans got canceled and that Falcon game is kind of the result of it. So we're going to see. We're going to see if the plans got canceled or if it's I might have to cancel. You know, the immediate switch to ZSS, very obvious sign of I might have to cancel. The Falcon counter pick stays. I think Mars is staying in for the night. Oh, yeah.
We'll see. It is Captain Falcon. But maybe not such blatant, silly play at the beginning of the match this time.
Yeah.
The try-hard Falcon
see
could
the
end
F
up doing
smash
it.
in usual at the beginning, so I mean... are you sure? Are you sure we're not silly?
Actually, I think Mars plays Smash Stick, so he might have been trying to do dash attack. But I'm not sure.
That would make a lot of sense.
Oh, almost with the dunk. If you manage to clear the gyroid and hit Villager in the head, that is clean.
Almost gets the bad game.
Oh, get up attack, fending off some of that pressure. And the axe is not going to be safe. Mars able to use his character's speed just to infiltrate. And whoa, the axe getting it done. All right, much better start from Pokelam now than we were seeing in the previous match.
I love the offstage movement from Pokelam when people are coming right off the platform.
Man, what is good with that up smash, bro?
I don't know what they were thinking. We're gonna see. Villager F smash though. Another what is good with this move
Yeah, especially against a character like Falcon who's just completely defenseless on the way up. All right, up air chains.
Big jugs. Big jugs.
Love them.
The big milky
Oh,
jugs.
Mars!
Ah!
Okay, gonna hit the jab, hit the fair afterward, and wow, just looking to stifle any kind of aggression from Mars, but he was ready for it. Picks up a knee. Is he gonna get the spike? Oh no, looking for a stage spike, but instead receives one from the neutral air, and he's gonna go down 2-2. Mars, are you throwing the set or are you throwing the games? I'm very curious. Will Zero Suit make her reappearance now?
I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? I'm thinking Beyonce canceled. That's all I gotta say.
I'm thinking she took Jay back.
Pretty crazy, I guess.
Oh.
Sean Carter truly is irreplaceable.
Oh man. Let's see how this one pans out. Is Mars gonna let him have a 5th game with Captain, or a 3rd game, I guess, with Captain Falcon? If it were any other matchup, I'd be less inclined to say that this was a blatant show of disrespect from Mars, because I think Villager actually just kind of claps him.
I was actually gonna say,
but that is
right?
Mars's secondary.
I feel like the Falcon counterpick works offline because there are a lot of people that just don't see Falcon very often at all, right? But these Wi-Fi kids definitely play quick play and see Falcon every other day. So they're ready.
All right. No nonsense anymore from Mars. Oh! He's not a businessman. He's a businessman.
Such a grisly 0 to death to start things off, and we already see fat damage coming. 27, now 42 on the board, and relentless corner pressure from Mars.
Okay, Pokemon with a chance to maybe hold some stage control here. Gets the tech chase with Nair, but wow, so difficult to space around that up smash. It covers so much air.
These grabs really working out for Mars here.
Goes backwards. This man's a genius. I can't believe Pokemon's alive after that. And a neutral get up.
Has Pokemon gotten off the ledge, like, at any point? I think that fair was the first sign of life. Yeah, this is Pokemon's first time back on stage in almost a minute and a half.
And you can just see how much matchups matter in fighting games as a result of the set. As soon as he switched off to Falcon, it was kind of a mop, or at least Game 4 was a mop, but, you know, it's the same player, same level of skill here, and it's not like his Falcon is unpolished or anything. I've seen him use the Falcon against MK Leo at CEO in Grand Finals. Like, it's not entirely a joke pick. Like, he is legitimately very good with the character, so this matchup just so much more polarizing than Falcon versus Villager.
Absolutely. I mean, it's nice to have a character that can more efficiently break Villager's space, because one of the things that makes Falcon Falcon, or had for years, is Falcon's burst speed, which he's now kind of lacking in this iteration of the game.
Exactly, yeah, especially against zoners, that's really important. But wow, we see Mars extend the hitbox of his side B off of the tree. Gonna blow up, a lot of get-up options with that. Oh, smart to throw away from Gyroid, and picking a very quick throw animation and back throw, maybe hoping to just get out of the way. But could have been better to just forward throw and cancel it out and then keep the momentum going. Either way, I'm not here to pick apart Mars' decisions.
I think you just pick the one with the most throw-in vulnerability, just because you know Gyroid is super slow as it's moving into you, and you can just wait it out and then try to combo later. But regardless, Mars' pressure has still been fantastic here, netting 72 now.
Well, let's not forget, though, that this is Game 5 of the first set. Oh, and he jumps right into it! That's gonna be the... Oh, no, it's not! Oh! I've been lied to!
Killscreenlies.com. Never listen to it.
Great on commentary, terrible on the sticks.
Yeah.
Could imagine Mars's heart rate is extremely high right now, maybe living with a bit of regret for those Falcon games. Like I said, I feel like I wouldn't get the full payoff without this! Oh no! Just a little bit off the mark!
Oh my god, and Pokemon could have won this earlier too. Mars had actually jumped out of a down smash and not gotten grounded, and now it's all kind of coming together for Mars once again. 124 on Pokemon and consistent aerial pressure.
Managed to find his way down, and that's one thing that's really tough for Zero Suit, is that short characters can get away from a lot of her punishes. Pokelam gonna take the first set by way of a berry into up smash.
That parry was godlike.
Yeah.
Shields the entire beginning of the move, only parries the last hit, immediately gets the punish. Good stuff from Pokelam. Mars, I don't know. You gotta stop fooling around, homie.
Villager's such a volatile character, man. Like, he could just take a stock at 50 sometimes, and we saw Pokemon doing a great job of that. Oh, man. This is too much for me. I can only imagine how these guys are feeling. I wouldn't doubt if Pokelam or Mars wants to take a little bit of a breather after this.
Both of them definitely sweating here as we move into the second set of Grands. I feel Mars is probably just going to start this by putting the pedal to the metal and just forcing ZSS and trying to really get Pokelam to lose confidence, because I know a set like that is definitely a feels good moment for Pokelam, especially ending it with something as precise as that parry punish on the up smash and just demonstrating good matchup knowledge. But those first two games were so scary and so fast from Mars. I'm wondering, are we going to see a repeat, or has Pokelam actually managed to adjust here?
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Mars definitely looked like he was playing with his food a little bit in the earlier part of that game, but you cannot afford such luxuries against Villager. It's just not going to happen. He will make some nonsense happen, steal a game away, and now, in this case, stealing the set. But you know what? I appreciate Mars throwing for content here, because now we get to keep the stream up more. We have surpassed 1,000 viewers. Thank you guys for tuning in so much. This is the largest GOML Open Qualifier in terms of numbers, and I'm not sure about viewership, but I wouldn't be surprised to see... Oh yeah, we're crushing the record. All right, thank you, Ben, on production, letting us know. This is the most viewed and most entered GOML Open Qualifier. All right, it's Battlefield for the first game. Great stage layout for Zero Suit, but Villager does have some dirty tricks here. I think platforms are really good for this character just because he can drop the bowling ball off of them and also throw his flower pots too. So just create some interesting angles of pressure that he normally wouldn't be able to. But we all know what Zero Suit can do with some platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that's actually serving to be a little bit of a detriment to Mars, not too crazy, is that he very often finds these flip kick berries in neutral or off the ledge, and Villager is a character that's so prone to being in the air that also has this other hurt box with Gyroid that he can use to keep ZSS away from that berry situation and kind of save those stocks a little bit more, because we very often see people get buried around 95 and that's just it, right? But I haven't seen Pokelam get buried once this set. Regardless, Mars's pressure this game has been absolutely fantastic, really taking advantage of this platform layout.
Yeah, he's definitely come back alive after that game. And I feel like he didn't even expect to lose that one, especially when he was doing stuff like that backwards up B, which somehow didn't kill him. Just felt like he was a little bit overconfident. And oh, with the tree behind him, that's actually so cheesy. Looking like the Inkling jab at the ledge.
Yeah, unfortunately, tree was placed a little bit too far away from ledge, so that didn't last as long as it should have. I know you can keep it going until the tree despawns with proper spacing.
Yeah, I guess he was just a little bit too far back when he started it up, but man, oh, that tree, anytime I see it fall, I get a little bit scared, but the back air ricocheting him right back off. And no, actually, Gyroid gonna take Mars' stock there, very interesting, but he's back with a vengeance, respawn invincibility, taking the stock, Pokelam down to 1.
Immediately lunges at the corner, says, I don't want this set to last any longer than it has to, even though I played those Falcon games, don't worry about those.
Okay, Mars on such a dominant run through this bracket, finally dropping a set, kind of by his own hand if I'm keeping it a stack, but still, he, I believe, dropped 1 game to Noku, 1 game to Sharp, 3-0'd Pokelam in winners, and now on the receiving end of a 3-2. So it looks like he's playing like himself from the first set again, and definitely like to see that. This guy's a top 3 player in the world for a reason.
Oh! God, this relentless pressure. We saw the late hang too with the side B, just kind of waiting Pokelam out. This pressure has been fantastic, but the jab lock, oh, nothing. Unfortunately, Villager can't actually punish off of jab lock. I think all the smashes are too slow with the exception of up smash. Oh, wait bounce side B? Hello? This pressure's nuts.
He's schmovin'. Schmars.
Schmars, for sure.
Oh, and the whiffed grab just going to get scooped by that foot hitbox of up smash, and Mars looking like his old self for sure right now. This is potentially incoming 3-0 if he doesn't switch characters, and I don't think he has any reason to believe that that's a good idea anymore.
I actually have to wonder to myself why Pokelam attempted that grab. Because the more I, like, it just doesn't make sense in my head. I don't think side B is actually punishable by grab, just because Villager's grab is so
Definitely
slow.
not.
Every single
It's
burst
definitely not.
option would have beat grab anyways. Dash attack would have, and then
Maybe just
waiting.
anticipating a run-up shield. I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows? A little bit unfortunate, though.
Could have just been an honest mistake, too. All right,
Well
here
played,
we go.
though,
Mars
by
getting rid of
Mars,
FD
for
and
sure.
Kalos. Well played on the ban screen, too.
Oh yeah, get rid of those very good villager maps quickly. The Animal Crossing maps do prove to be pretty good for this character, though. Yeah, villager able to prove to be pretty good for this character, though. Yeah, villager able to make use of the lack of space by appeasing Gyroid.
Yeah, it seems like everywhere you try to go, there's a projectile waiting for you on smaller stages. So don't be fooled. You know, of course, big stages are great for zoners, but they have a lot of tools on the little maps, too. Wow, Mars going all the way out and dying for it. Trying to take Pokelam with him, but not working out. All right, first stock. Going the way of Villager here.
Yeah, very overcommittal flip kick there.
Shooting to kill at this point.
He's just trying very, very hard to flex in some of these situations, and Pokelam is realizing it and just kind of taking the safe escape off the ledge.
Villager's definitely a character who can punish you for trying to be saucy, and I feel like Mars sometimes just can't fight that compulsion within him.
Oh yeah, being one of the top cut players in the world and being known for just being a flash monster. Yes, very hard to. Yo, Max just popped out to the bathroom real quick.
All
right, guys, we're
gamers.
back. Sorry about that. little known fact, if you're not from Canada, the internet in Canada is very unreliable. So please understand. Thank you for staying with us if you're still here. And we're going to do our best to get through the rest of the set and the rest of the tournament with no more hiccups. The players are going to replay from the point in the game that they were at.
Yeah, and a very intense set we were witnessing between Pokelem and Mars. Pokelem making some very important adjustments, perhaps on the way to qualifying for this top cut bracket. Very incredible stuff to be up against one of the best players in the world. I mean, regardless of the circumstance, you are up against one of the best and keeping it this close. So very good stuff to Pokelem so far. It's been a very intense set, and we are hopefully going to be running back into it immediately.
Yep, I can hear the arena noises. They're setting up. So again, thank you guys for sticking with us. Sorry about that. But hey, best we can do is just keep it rolling. We got just a couple more games, and then we'll determine our final circuit qualifier for the grand finale on, I believe, November 7th. Let me look at the calendar so I'm not wrong. Yeah, so the players are going to try to get to the stock and percent that they were at. So that's actually a super sportsman-like move by these guys. I mean, Mars could have just been like, hey, I was down a stock. Like, let's play it fresh. But,
let's run it back from the beginning. Yeah, pretty funny that that's the way this is playing out, considering he's going to jump.
Yeah. Oh man.
But well, let's not throw it back to that.
I don't think Mars is too wrong in that situation. You know, it's that there's a lot of nuance to it, but I could understand. Sure. You know, if I were in his shoes, I were as good as him, I would definitely I could envision myself doing the same thing. That good times, man. Simpler times.
Much simpler times for sure, when the most we had to worry about was Pasta versus Mars, battle of the century.
Didn't he end up winning that tournament too?
Yes, he did.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, he won it, yeah. Alright, but we're gonna be getting into the quick building of percent here. We're just trying to even things out a little bit.
Okay. Looks like they've pretty much got that down.
Alright.
Mars had a little damage on him too, so we're gonna take some jabs. Yo, props to Mars, honestly. Very sportsmanlike.
Alright. Is this fine? Are we... I think we're ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go.
I don't remember exactly where they were at.
Teabagging from a full stage is always a sign of readiness.
Yeah, very true. That's universally understood.
Yeah.
Go on Slippy, and if someone's AFK for a sec, like that's how you know when they come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. Looking like Pokelom still in a great position to take game 2 here and even up the set. But Mars certainly not afraid to make a comeback. I've seen him do crazier things in his time.
Alright, catching that side B at the ledge. We're really going to see Pokelem suffer at the ledge in some of these spots, just because Villager's escapes aren't nearly as good as Zero Suit Samus side B. Nice air pressure, almost catches that side B to kill and steal out the stock. Does catch it further on the other side of the map though, so that's not going to seal out the stock.
I like the up air that Pokelom threw out there on his way back, just trying to stay threatening even when recovering with a pretty defenseless character. And now Mars closes out the stock, even in terms of the little bubbles underneath their names, but of course those red numbers are not telling any lies. Villager with plenty of moves that can kill at 120, up smash, of course forward smash and tree and all the real big ones. Even like a close-up bear, and bear might be able to do the job right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 131 on a character who's not the heaviest in the cast versus someone with relatively strong kill power is definitely going to be scary. Even a trade with the Gyroid right now, if Mars were to back air the Gyroid incorrectly, he'd die. But a back throw from center stage is going to seal it out. Good stuff from Pokelem there. Kind of a weird situation, but I think that makes it 2-1 or
1-1.
1-1. Okay.
Yep, even set. All right, so going into this third game, I feel like now both players have kind of like had a great amount of time to get a feel for each other, figure out the game plan, and Pokemon hanging on to some of that momentum from the first set. Like as soon as set 2 started, Mars just blew him away. But now it's looking like he's still got a fighting chance. I mean, that opening before the stream crash on his first stock was insane. So if he could just come out the gate like that again, could be looking at a very different outcome.
All right, getting right into this game 3 of the grand finals reset. Very intense situation here. These two fighting for qualification in the finals. Who's gonna take it? The PGR member or the Wi-Fi Cinderella story?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Like Pokemon, I don't even think PR'd in, yeah, definitely not PR'd in New York. And stepping up against one of the best players in the entire world. Oh, wow! Still hangs on to his jump, and he's just going to drop it.
That's it. Yeah, that's going to be it. Very well played from Pokemon there. Holding this fat lead away from the wood chip. It doesn't get to abuse it.
Super smart from Pokemon to hold the charge all the way until he knew Mars had to come right in the path of that bowling ball, too. All right, the People's Champ, Pokemon, off to a great start in the second set, game number 3. But, of course, Mars, very wily man. Very hard to keep him in one spot and feel secure in a lead against him.
Absolutely. This situation keeps unfolding, though, where Mars misses a ledge trap and then grabs the ledge, and then Pokélam comes off ledge with neutral air, and Mars jumps into it. And it's happened like 4 or 5 times now across the entire set, and it doesn't seem like a lot of damage, but when you're not keeping the pressure in that situation, as someone like ZSS who needs to stop Villager from setting up at all, the game's gonna get really scary.
Absolutely, and Mars landing the down smash, takes a stock off of it. 64, not the end of the world here. I'm rounding up for the 0.5%. Oh, but never mind. If you're on the receiving end of a bowling ball, you could almost die. All right, nair up smash. Here it comes, keeping it going. Fair 2 not connecting. Very unfortunate, but that's a thing you got to know about if you play ZSS. 3 games in a row, that move does not work very well.
We're seeing big pressure here from Pokemon, holding the center stage very tight. Kind of sitting behind tree, ensuring that it keeps the center stage for him.
Ooh, the landing bear. Pokemon just not afraid to keep the button presses going, man. Villager not known for being an aggressive character by any means, but he's not afraid to get right up in there. As long as he sets up his wall, I feel like he doesn't mind pushing forward.
Ooh, that trade with the gyroid, yeah, you gotta be careful for those. It can net a lot of damage, and sometimes even the kill for Villager. Nasty frame trap there.
Yeah, that was a hell of a tech chase. Chops the tree down, makes him have to go to the right, and then pops him with the turnips. Oh, and that grab is just so trash. Wow, Zaire into back air. All right, Mars all the way back in it here. This is the rubber game here. Whoever wins this is going to have counterpick advantage for the rest of the set. Oh, a little bit off on that nair punish. And nice, using the throw invincibility / throw hitbox to disarm the gyroid there. And he wakes up.
Jab, cashing that normal get up.
Yeah, one of the best tools
Mars
in the game.
Finally pushing back. Yeah.
To blow that up.
So good to have it, just because like you really don't have to think very hard about your timing at all. You just hold it. You know you're gonna punish normal get up. If they attack, then you can hold shield.
Nice crawl there by Mars, keeping the pressure up while ducking the gyroid too. Uh-oh, things are starting to look real good for him though as he pushes him to the ledge. Wow, down air as the ledge get up punish.
Yeah, uses the meaty hit of it.
Oh my god. Every time I see a bowling ball, even if he's at 30, I'm still shitting bricks.
Terrifying move.
Ooh, the down smash
at the ledge.
It's like a free check. As long as you get the move out, pretty much not going to get punished for it. Oh, slingshots.
Again, I feel like some of these gyroids or even pre-plans can be punished by a berry, but Mars hasn't been pushing on it hard at all.
Pokelam staying so evasive here. Always on the move. Oh, blasting through the gyroid, and this could be the end of the game right here. He's going to burn some time underneath the stage. Throw Mars is timing off on the ledge trap. Oh my god, he got... Oh, but he got out! Oh, and he was looking for a repeat.
That last hit catches Pokelam leaving shield. Almost caught the same situation. Yeah, that ended that first set. A slugfest from these two so far.
Villager's so tiny. Oh my god, you do not have enough time to drop shield and axe, my good sir.
Yeah, I feel like Rising Axe would have been food, no?
Yeah, jump out of shield. Save yourself 8 frames. Okay, here comes the forward throw.
Continuing to chip out just for that unreactable up throw to potentially kill. Doesn't want to stale it. Yep, and
there we go. You spoke it into existence. The gyroid almost saving Pokelam's skin there, but Mars managing to get the throw out just in time. As you said, pretty much unreactable. It's a very quick throw animation. And even though Pokelam had the right DI, he just couldn't have the gyroid protect him because it was so fast.
Yeah, that little bit of chip from the additional F throw earlier as well, really helping out there.
All right, 2-1 lead for Mars here. Not a clean sweep, and that game was honestly a little too close for comfort, I think.
Is it getting closer by the moment? I can tell that Pokelam is beginning to understand how to counter Mars's game plan here, but Mars just has the fundamentals necessary to close these out.
All right, big opening from Mars. Wow, trying to scout out that roll, and it was the proper read, just a little bit too early. Ooh, looking for a down-angled F-tilt. Very interesting to see that. I mean, I know what he was going for, just trying to poke his head, coming a little bit above the edge, but man, not a very frequently used move for Zero Suit. Angled down, that is, specifically.
Alright. Oh man, almost catches that kill at the ledge, but a little bit late on that back air. That'll definitely do it off the side of PS2, just because the angle it's going to send you out if you miss that tech is so deadly. You're just going to go careening straight off downwards into the blast zone. Ooh! Makes it meaty through the gyroid. Very good stuff from Mars. Relentless rush down here from Mars, catching a quick 41 at the ledge, really pressing the corner, doesn't catch the sweet spot of flip kick though. Is going to keep it going now, 83 on the ledge, unchecked.
Oh, it is business time for Mars right now. This guy not messing around anymore. I mean, not that he was messing around at all in set 2, but still, like, he's got that killer instinct ready to go, and he's looking for those nairs just because he knows it could finish the tournament.
I'm just saying, he lost set 1, he got another text on the phone, said, wait, hold up, Jay might actually be busy tonight. We might be able to make it, baby.
You can come through.
Getting ready for his date with Beyonce once again.
Mars just really pressing here, about to cement a 3 stock potentially. Could have gone for the berry there, but opts to go for the kick.
Pokelam's done quick. Let's see if he's able to finish the run here. The 3 stock. I'd say this is very close to over. I hate to count somebody out, but when you're facing this kind of deficit and taking an up smash, that will certainly be the end of Pokelam's amazing run all the way to grand finals here at the GOML Northeast Qualifier. Hell of a run, but unfortunately just 1 set, 2 games short of hitting the big leagues in 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say for sure, regardless of Mars's fantastic performance and win of this event, congratulations to Pokelam for making such an incredible performance. Really, really count. I mean, made it in through yesterday's qualifying round, pushes through over 200 people, makes this top cut, takes games off of Mars, puts a lot of pressure on Mars, begins to really find answers at certain points. We see that top caliber, you know, that recognition and those fundamentals really come into play at the end of the set. But Pokelam's showing was incredible there. That was some really good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zero Suit, I feel like she's one of those characters that can just so heavily overwhelm zoners. You know what I'm saying? She can get in there with some great burst tools. She has really long range buttons like Zair, back air, uniquely suited to hitting the gyroid when Villager is off stage, or rather avoiding the gyroid. And we saw a couple edge guards as a result of that. So very well played by both of them. But it's going to be Mars now qualifying for the 5K circuit finale on November 7th. Let's take a look at the Red Bull replays for this set, relive some of those great moments once again. And after that, we'll be closing it out.
Yeah, give us some wings, Benny boy. Shout out to the homies running the stream.
All right, just a sec while we queue up the replays. But man, Mars playing out of his mind for a few of those games, and then like literally looking like he was out of his mind for a few of those games too. But I think that's just the nature of being a player like that, you know, a very aggressive and flashy player. You're going to have some very high highs and some questionable lows, but at the end of the day, this guy gets it done. I mean, he's top 3 for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, oh my god, his pressure in so many of these positions was just so ridiculous. Once he had Pokelam on ledge, it seemed like it almost never ended.
Yeah, Villager, not a character very well suited to getting off the ledge. I mean, you've got a ledge hop projectile, both gyroid and forward air, but still, that only covers so much space, and also it's kind of a commitment to throw the gyroid out.
I think in the event that they buff Falcon's up smash one more time, Mars's Falcon can win these sets. But it's going to take one more buff. I think no other moves need to be touched. They just need to buff up smash one more time. Very obviously the only move that needs to be looked at in Falcon's kit.
Clearly the only change he really needs.
The 3 F smashes, goofy ass looking character. Oh yeah, that parry was so nasty though. Let's run that back real quick. That was so beautiful.
Alright, and we've got Mars now in the second set, coming out the gate very strong. Jab infinite not working out, just a little bit off the mark. Oh, and that gyroid just at the end of its travel path has so much knockback. You saw Mars take that after.
Yeah, it looked like it had crashed into
the
stage.
Yeah, it was probably that.
I feel like I've never seen that before. Very cool stuff. Unfortunate back hit whiff there from the down smash.
And here, this looked like it was Pokelam's game to win, but unfortunately, Mars is just so brutal, man. You give him one opening, he's going to take that and run with it forever and ever. And, all right, set about to close out here. This is the final game. I believe Mars 3-stocks him. And just never letting up at any point. Yeah, the up smash to seal the deal. And that's, of course, a pretty common finisher for this character, and especially the way that Mars plays. Like you said, he saves it, doesn't want to stale it out, and not even in terms of the knockback that the move is going to deal, but just mentally not being ready for it. If you're throwing it out all the time, the opponent's going to look for it a lot more, and Pokelam certainly caught with his pants down for that. So Mars, congratulations. You'll be moving on into the circuit finale, taking on Spargo, Best Ness, Ouch, Riddles, Ned, and I'm forgetting the rest of them. I had them written down yesterday, but I closed Notepad. So you'll see, though, as these graphics roll, everybody who qualified from their respective regions, a lot of very strong players going to be making their appearances. And Mars, of course, the latest and last addition to that list.
Yeah, very good stuff. Really just dominating performance with the exception of Grand Final Set 1.
All right, yes,
and even
so
some
Riddles.
games Grand Final Set 1. Yeah.
Riddles coming from East Canada. Spargo coming from Mexico. Grayson coming from the South. Yep, that's one of the ones I forgot. Grayson terrorizing his region. Esam from the Southeast. Ouch from West Canada. This kid is so talented. Ned from Midwest.
And Mars as well from today.
Yep.
That's going to be
That's going to round it out. So a very dangerous roster going in, and 8 different characters, by the way, which is really cool to see. So props to everybody who qualified. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you to Red Bull Canada and Red Bull Gaming for supporting. And of course, everybody who is in the chat. If you guys have a Twitch Prime or you've got the $5 to spare, please consider dropping a sub. EMG's been putting in a lot of work for the online ultimate scene. We've put together, a full North American circuit for you guys, and it's not cheap and it's not easy. So if you guys want to throw some support our way, we would certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, it's absolutely been some incredibly hype stuff. I'd like to throw shout outs to the team EMG for building this. It's just been such incredible work. Guys, definitely throw some subs, give them support, throw donos, let them know that you appreciate the work they've been putting in. And finals are going to be coming up at the beginning of November. So you better stay tuned for more hype, amazing Smash Ultimate action.
Yep. And of course, if you don't have the money to spare or a Twitch Prime waiting on your account, you could always just click that follow button, subscribe to the YouTube. That costs you nothing. And we're going to be putting up highlights and, of course, all the VODs for these events. So please, whatever you can do to support, it would go a long way for us. And, of course, big shout outs to Ben on production. This man has been putting in work 8 weeks in a row, and now he gets a little bit of rest finally. And also, shout outs to Kagged, our tournament team head. As well as everybody else from EMG who's been helping him, Nate Money, all the boys supporting. This is certainly a team effort.
All right.
All right, guys.
Cool. And we're going to be getting out of here. Again, guys, November 7th, get hype for finals. Things are going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, this is going to be super hype. 8 of the best players in North America, each representing a different region. It's going to be hype. Don't miss it. And of course, there's plenty of Ultimate Online events in the meantime to keep you guys nice and busy and entertained. So definitely check out some other tournaments that aren't run by us as well. There's a lot of TOs putting in hella work out there. And yeah, thank you guys once again for tuning in. We'll catch you later.
Peace, guys.